the thing with NASA or any other space photo. Oh yeah, I took a picture of the Earth. How do we know that? How can we tell? We can just trust you that you went up somewhere and took a picture of the Earth. How do I know that's what the Earth even looks like? Maybe you fucked up your camera. Maybe the Earth looks like something else. Maybe it's a fucking cube. Maybe like, how do we know that that is what the Earth looks like? How can we
All right, I
test your image?
100% agree with you on this point, but
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
assuming that it's flat. You said it's flat,
No,
right?
we observe it that way, Smoke. We observe it that way. It's not an assumption. It's observed to be flat. It's why the whole world was flat earthers prior to this globe idea.
Okay, bro, I just need you to take me out of side the Earth or whatever. If there is no space, you see, let me watch this myself. I need this now. Can you do that?
You're already believing stuff, even thinking that that's possible. Do you understand that?
Okay, that what the scientists say is
You have
possible.
no reason to think that's possible other than people saying that they've done it that you don't know. You don't know. There's no family members of yours, nobody you know, nobody they know has ever done anything like that. They've never been in space. They've never even been remotely close to what they call outer space.
So you
Nobody you
say that
know.
laser, it's your assuming that laser does go straight, right?
Yeah. Why wouldn't it?
Okay, it travels straight lines. It shine horizontally. It will stay in the same angle started at, but the Earth curves downward, underneath it. So after a while, the laser beam ends above the ground, not hitting it anymore.
Yeah, but that's not what they actually measured, though. That's what it's supposed to do, but that's
That's
not what happened, though.
absolutely sounds convincing to me.
It doesn't. You can watch them do it if you want. I'll post the
All
video
right,
if
I
you want
didn't
to watch
watch
a
anything.
3-hour video.
Yeah, okay.
See, we
If
document
you like to.
everything to the nth degree because people like you come in, "I don't believe what you guys said." So we gotta fucking film somebody filming it. Like, it's ridiculous, the amount of evidence that we have to produce versus, "Oh, I just fucking read the goddamn newspaper, and some goddamn NASA employee said, 'We went to Mars,'" and everybody's like, "Yeah."
Yeah, I agree with you in this point. I agree. I absolutely agree with you that we don't have to believe anything we see in TV or whatever. But I
No,
don't
it's the
believe you
double
as well, bro.
standard
I
is the
just meet you
problem.
in the Discord. You are just assuming that you know something and
Well,
trying
here's
to.
the thing,
No,
Smoke.
I'm not
If you
assuming
can't,
anything, bro. I've done my own observations. I live by the ocean. I've done
Okay,
my
your
own
own.
shit.
All right. I feel.
if you can't measure any curvature, what does that mean, Smoke?
Sorry about that.
If you can't measure any curvature on Earth, what does that mean? If water's not
Uh.
curving, then what is it?
Okay, so you measured it yourself, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I've made my own
Can you answer the
observations.
question?
No, I don't believe that. How
Can you
can
I
make
don't
me
need you to
believe that
believe
you
it.
measured any curve
I
in
want you to
Earth?
go make your own observation.
Okay, I want you to believe that Earth is ball.
Nope.
Why?
Yeah, but
I
you
used
can't
to
tell
for
us.
39
Same as
years.
what? Why?
But look. So Sheepdog can tell you what he did and how you can replicate it to prove the Earth is flat. But you can't tell us what you did and to replicate it. How you know the Earth is a ball?
And how we know it's flat as well, bro? You have
Because
assuming.
we
Because water is not
tested
curving.
it.
You already admitted that.
Okay, water is not curving. Not a proof that Earth is flat or there is no space.
Wow.
So
So if
what?
it's
The
not
Earth is
curving, if
75%
it's
flat?
not curving, dude, it's flat. Do you get it? If it's not curving, it's flat. How does that go over your head?
Cause that's nonsense, man. You're going into the world for something that been approved and like
Proved? How?
they have a lot of they have a lot of cases and documents you can discover, man. Like I think you're not what you
Yeah, we
say is not
discovered
real,
some
100%
that
real.
they're a complete fraud. We discovered them. You're right.
I'm not talking about the things that they try to uh let us believe and it's
Have
not
you heard about the
existed,
fake
but
moon
the
rock?
physics things.
Well, look, bro, you've admitted you're not a scientist and you're not capable of evaluating any physics claim. So we're trying to keep it very simple for you. The claim that the Earth is a giant ball is a geometric claim. It's a claim about geometry. Now, in geometry, to know if something's true about some form, you just measure it. That's all you have to do. You want to know if something's a square? You measure the sides, right? You want to know if something's a triangle? You count the freaking points, right? You want to know if something's a circle? You measure if it's equidistant from the center. So we know these geometric forms, and we know how to figure out what they are. You simply measure. Now, the surface of the Earth, for the Earth to be a giant ball, has to curve. This is not an option. It's not an option. You can't have a ball that's flat on its surface. The surface curves around into a circle, right? If this is not the case, then the Earth is not a globe. Since the globe is supposed to be covered mostly in water, if we measure the water, because the water's all connected together, we can measure a portion of the water and extrapolate it out to all the water. Because all the water's connected.
Okay, so measurements. All right, let's talk about
Measurements,
that.
yes. Measuring devices, right. Correct.
Okay, you have a document that prove your measure that it's flat? Can you send it to me in the chat?
Yeah, I'll post it. Hold on. I posted a video, 2 of them doing it. This is what the document goes with, but I'll post that too.
Okay, educate me. I just need to know about that. Let me check it out. And what about time zones? Sunrise, sunset times in different
We already did
countries.
this today.
Like
Yeah,
there's
when
night.
so here time zones are political. First of all, there's 19
What?
time zones in the northern hemisphere, 33 time zones in the southern hemisphere.
Okay, I'm talking
Okay.
like maybe here in
But as far as like whether or not it's daylight, it's when it's daylight, the sun is overhead, and when it's not daylight, the sun is over somebody else's head.
okay,
As
so
far as
how that
time zones go, though, why are there 19 time zones in the north and 33 time zones in the south?
Maybe he can answer my question. Why does China only have one time zone?
what I'm saying in a specific country there is night and the same time it's
Oh, that's because that's
morning. How
country
that
made it up.
happens if
Yeah,
we are all
the
flat?
country made it up, dude. The country made it up.
The
Whatever they
country.
wanted. Yeah. Why does China have one time zone?
China has one time zone.
China has one
What about
time zone. Why?
Okay. Okay, they have one time zone, but that's not relative to what I'm saying.
Yeah, that
I
means
just
that.
asking you a
So
specific
they have
thing,
like
man. It's
8
basically
hours
made up.
from end to end or something. So they have like what, 16 hours of daylight all the time?
Not our point at all. I don't care
Okay,
about
so
that. I'm
time
just
zones
asking
have nothing to do with
one simple thing.
anything you're asking about being on a ball.
If in my country here
So
it's in
so
the
you're
morning,
asking
other country in the night,
why is it daytime?
how that happens?
Why is it nighttime in America and why is it daytime in your country? Right?
Yeah, that's because it's the Earth is not flat.
That's
It's
because the
ball.
sun is over your head. The sun is over your head, and the sun is not over my head. That's not that hard to figure out.
Oh, you mean the sun is like above us? Is that what you're trying to say? And it goes for America
The sun is
sometimes.
over your head, and the sun is not over my head. That's why it's daytime where you are and nighttime where I am.
Mm. All right, so answer this, bro. Different star views from different places. How can you
So
explain this?
are you Googling now? Like how to
Whatever I'm
debunk
doing,
flat
I
Earth?
have
Is
to
that what you're
Google.
doing?
Yeah, whatever. Do you have any
Yeah,
problem with that?
Oh,
he's
you
out.
just can't
He's
come up
reading
with
the
your own.
chat. Yep, he's out. He's just looking for anything now. He's Googling it, anything
No,
possible. Yep,
you
looking
answered
in the
that sentence,
chat,
bro.
looking in the chat. All of a sudden, you're talking about time
Yeah,
zones right after the guy typed it out. Weird, dude.
Okay, so answer.
because when you look north, the stars move one way, and when you look south, the stars move another way. The Earth is still flat.
What
The
are the
sky does
stars,
not
bro? You
dictate
just think there is no space.
the
What are the
sky.
stars?
Look. Listen, man. If the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever's going on in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth. It doesn't matter what kind of crazy cockamamie story you come up with. It's only happening over a flat Earth. Matter of fact, I'll post a math professor that we talk to quite often admitting the same exact thing. And he's a globe believer. Same exact thing. Give me a minute. There you go. Wait. Go find it under videos. Here we go.
.0.
Surface before you can start talking about the sky. Like, what if I told you your floor was a light bulb?
My floor is what?
Smoke.
Yeah, I can hear you.
What if I told you that the floor in your house is a light bulb?
Like, what do you mean?
The floor in your home, you don't.
You're cutting out. I can
Dude,
hear
you're
you.
breaking up so much. Sounds like you're telling him that his floor is a light bulb now.
Am I breaking up that bad?
Yeah, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
You said my floor is what?
Your floor is a light bulb.
Light bulb?
Where you eat.
What does that mean?
Well, you have light bulbs on your ceiling, right?
No.
You don't have any light
You
bulbs
mean
on your
light
ceiling?
bulb like ladder?
No, like a light. Like
Yeah,
when you turn your light on and off in your room?
yeah.
Right. So therefore your floor is a light bulb also.
Okay, what's your point? I don't understand that.
My point is you're making an assumption about the thing you're standing on by looking at the thing over your head.
You mean the light reflection?
You're looking at the lights in the sky and saying, "Oh, we must be like those things in the sky." You have no evidence of that. You don't even have a first order measurement.
What are these things out there?
A good question. I don't know.
You don't
But
know.
the earth is flat.
You don't know as well, because I don't know if Earth is flat or a ball.
Well,
What
I know the
is
earth
that
is flat.
word?
You don't
No, it's
know
flat,
the
dude.
earth is flat, but I do.
Yeah, it's flat, dude. I know it's flat. Yeah, he knows
That's
it's flat.
illusion,
I
right,
know
as
it's
well.
flat. You don't know. You think it's. You believe you live on a ball. Remember, in a vacuum chamber, big
Yeah,
giant
'cause
vacuum
you're always
universe.
convention, but I don't have any
Yeah,
let's
because
say,
that's impossible to
thing to see
happen.
myself.
That's impossible to exist like that. To have air pressure next to
And
a
the Earth being
vacuum.
flat is impossible as well.
No,
Because
that's the only
let me
way
tell you
things can work. That's the only way things can go up and down.
okay, USA and Russia, they are far away from themselves. If it's flat as well, as they say, right? They should be far away from the points and whatnot.
There's
How
Russians that say the earth
they
is flat.
travel faster? If I'm here in Europe and I want to go to USA, right? If I'm in USA and want to go to Russia, I would reach faster than if I'm in Europe and want to go to USA. Can you explain
Who
that?
cares? Yeah, go
Who
take a
cares?
Yeah,
It's
plane.
flat,
they
bro.
take
How that
flight
gonna
corridors.
happen? Explain
Take a
this.
plane.
take-
Stop taking a boat. Take a plane this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I take a plane from Europe
right.
to USA.
There you go. That's the
Let
way
me
you,
do
that's
it.
the route you
Let me
pick.
search in Google to be sure 100% of what I'm saying. Let me get you the
Oh,
specific times.
hold on. You're another one of those who thinks planes
Yeah.
take off and they fly their own routes. Weirdos.
He's
Oh,
a
so
Google
how
Earther.
they
Hey,
go in the air.
smoke. They all have flight corridors that they fly through. Known flight paths,
Right. Okay.
permissible flight paths.
So how? It's against physics. If it's far away from me, how can I reach it faster than something is near?
Go ask the FAA.
Go ask FAA. Here we go.
They take flight corridors.
That's mean you don't have any idea of this theory you're talking about. The Earth is flat.
See, again, you're up in the air, and I'm looking at the surface of the Earth.
And the planes flying through flight corridors that are predetermined
So the question is
way
how?
before by other flight paths, just by all the air traffic control, and that's the way you're going to fly. You don't get to pick the path that you fly in. So you thinking you go one way and it goes this and that. You have no idea where you're flying. You just go there. You're happy when it lands. You're happy it didn't drop in the ocean. Believe me.
So you say the upper sky is different from the Earth itself, the button?
The sky is not the ground.
Okay, so then the kilometer is difference out there in the sky. We have if I'm going from USA to Russia, whatever in train or something moving in Earth itself in the ground, I would be faster in the sky. Whatever is the time zone or any of this, if the train has the same speed as the plane, we both gonna reach in different times. In the ground, you're gonna reach in whatever you say. Let's say 17 hours or something, and in the sky will fewer than that. Why?
You're making things up. That's why.
You just said it's difference.
No, you
There's
just made that
difference.
up.
Bro, you just said that if a
You just
plane
said a
and a
plane.
train
Yeah, plane and a
are
train are
going the
going
same
at the
speed,
same speed from one point to the next. They're both going from starting at the same point and going to the next point. And you're saying the train would take longer. You're wrong.
yeah, they're going the same speed.
No,
Matter of
yeah, of
fact,
course
on
I'm
the
The
wrong.
globes,
bigger the bigger length is on top. The bigger length is the
yeah,
airplane. It would take longer. Sorry, kid. You need to start getting
No,
ready to
how
go to
it's
college soon.
different.
You need to get
What
ready
I'm
to go
trying
to
to say, we
college
have the same
soon.
speed out
You
there.
need to learn how
It's
to
same
think
speed.
critically. You
You
need
need
to
to
learn how to
know
think
how Earth
critically.
look like,
So, just to give you a warning for future, you need to know how to think critically.
bro. That
you,
was
you do
kinda-
you do understand, Smoke, that like if you're up above the Earth and the Earth is a ball, it would take longer for the plane to get there than the train because the train is taking the smaller circle.
Yo, forget about this strange shit, all right? Just let me know how the distance between Germany and USA is
So the plane wouldn't
more
get there
much
first.
than Russia and USA, which is they are far from each other's. How does it come? The
No one
distance between
cares.
Russia and USA is more as distant from Germany. to
Nobody
USA.
cares.
How?
Why?
It's flat, man. You're just
Anyway,
assuming that. Let me know.
What does
don't you
flat
think
or
it's odd
round
that
have
you
to
How?
have
do
to
with
Google
flying an
everything,
airplane?
Smoke, to
What
believe
you
in what
say?
you believe in?
What was the question?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
No.
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
So, guys, the distance from Germany to USA it's 4,370 miles, and from Russia to USA it's 2.4 miles. as it comes. Someone explain that to me.
Nobody
If it's flat.
cares.
I care.
Then call the capitals of those countries and figure out why.
If the Earth flat, how's it come to be like this? You're assuming something here, man. I just give you things that prove it's not a flat Earth. You can't answer that.
No, planes don't prove that.
You
Planes are
absolutely
designed
can.
to fly. Planes are designed to fly over flat and stationary Earth. You're getting yourself into trouble talking about this.
Nonsense. That's nonsense. Fly over flat, stationary Earth.
Yep.
Okay.
The
So
Earth is
that's not an
flat.
answer for my question.
Flat.
We reached an end point, guys. Like, you can answer something.
I did. I said planes are designed to fly over flat and stationary Earth, and you
Absolutely.
freaked out.
Nonsense.
Ya
Nonsense.
ilahe illallah.
Send that.
Hello, guys.
Hello man, how are you?
How are you?
احنا نفس الحاجة، احنا بنتكلم بعض ليه؟
Uh-huh.
لا يا اسطى، الروم كبيرة جدا، ندخل روم فيها 3 ولا حاجة عشان نعرف ننام.
This dude's saying, guys.
I'm saying.
Oh.
He's saying nothing is what he's saying, and liking it.
So anyway, before I
Bro, it's good discussion, but
lost signal,
sorry?
can you hear me?
Yeah, dude, I can hear you.
I was just saying, don't you think it's odd that you have to Google what you believe in?
It's odd that you have Google. It's something to provide me with information I don't have.
Right, but you believe in it anyway, right? You didn't know it, and now you believe in it, but now you're gonna Google it because you need to believe in it more.
Yeah, Google says
I
men
need
can get
something-
pregnant. Google says men can get pregnant, so there you go.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say something convincing. I have brain, I have eyes, and I can read and see if this thing is convincing to me or not. You get what I'm saying? So Google is not the one who
Do
says
you
something.
have senses?
Yeah.
Do you have senses? Like, can you hear? Can you see? Can you taste, touch, smell?
You believe we don't have senses as well?
No, I know we have senses. That's why I use them when it comes to trying to figure out where I live.
Okay,
I
what's the
don't need
point?
somebody else to give me a picture and say, "Hey, this is what we live on. You live on a giant spinning water ball
It's not like this, bro.
floating through the
There's
vacuum of
proof.
space." I don't need to believe in that.
You don't want to believe that. It's up to you.
Well, I don't need to, especially when my
No,
senses tell me that it's flat and
no.
stationary.
Okay. But like I said, this question can answer the reason why it's not flat.
I told you airplanes don't do shit, but they're designed to fly over flat stationary Earth. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Not convincing at all.
Go look up Flight Dynamics 101 and take the course. It's free.
Not an excuse.
It still measures flat and stationary, man. There's no
So
measurable motion,
what measures
and there's no
flat
measurable curvature.
can do with the distance? It's distance, man. The flight. If I have a plane here moving in a specific speed
Look,
and another plane in
yeah,
the
how do
same
you know
speed,
how do you know what the ground speed is over water? If water is constantly moving, how do you know what ground speed is over water if you have no demarcations out there to tell you where you're at.
You mean the Earth speed itself, or what is
No.
speed?
Water,
Water speed?
waves. You can't tell how fast you're going over water.
These questions are too advanced for him.
No, I can know. Like, you mean a boat or something?
Yeah, if you're out and you're caught in a tide and the tide is going in a direction opposite of which way you're going, how do you know how
The
fast
air,
you're going?
the wind. It's
Huh?
factors, right? The wind is factor. If if you're following the wind, we're going against it.
The wind?
Yeah, I'm sorry, the wind.
So again, like if you're flying, right? Since you want to go back and forth between boat, pick one. Do you want to talk about boats or do you want to talk about planes?
I'm not talking about any of this. I'm just talking about the distance of. Bro, forget about plane
Right.
and boat.
Which
It's
I'm
distance
asking,
between
how do you know that those distances are what they say they are? Maybe they can get there
because
because the
someone
prevailing winds. Listen,
tra-
bro.
I travel.
Maybe they can get there because the prevailing winds allow them to get there based on where they're leaving from.
No, of course not, bro. Like it's a lot of kilometers gonna be missed. Does the wine do that itself? Is it that strong? I don't believe so.
Yeah,
No,
hundreds of miles an hour. Yes,
okay,
hundreds of miles an hour in a jet
so
stream.
that's different from season to season, right? If the wind is too soft at a specific point, I reach from USA to Russia in the exact distance and time. Explain this. So,
Bro, I just told you. Prevailing winds. If you get a tailwind that pushes you 400 miles an hour faster than what you're going, and they do have those winds up there, you're no longer going 500 miles an hour. You're going 900, and you
so
wouldn't know the difference because you're rated. Your jet is rated to go 500 miles an hour based off of engine speed, even though you're going 900 because you're getting a push from behind.
okay, let's assume that the same jet from Germany to USA is the same from Russia to USA. It's the same, right? The same winds and all this. So you're both the same. Like there is wines from Russia to USA, and there is no wines from Germany to USA.
They fly over the Arctic Circle, man. They don't even go east to west. They go more north than east or west. The Vikings have been doing this forever.
Oh, so they do this. They do this to convince us that it's not flat. They do this.
It's not, bro. They just fly in flight corridors that they have permissions to fly through. It's not about convincing you of anything. You're just too lazy to get off your butt and go look for yourself.
That's not convincing, bro. Like how? It's distance.
Water needs a curve, right?
Oh my gosh.
Does water need to curve if it's a ball? The Earth is 75% water. Remember?
Yeah. No, I want explaining
So
that to you.
it has to
I won't
curve,
waste my
right?
time letting you know about gravity and all this shit.
Right. So it has to curve, right? It
I'm
has to
I'm
curve,
not gonna
right?
answer that because you have a specific point in
If
your
you're
head.
standing out of the ocean and you look out at the horizon from a 6-foot observer height, how far away is the horizon?
I got no idea.
How far do you think it should be?
I got no idea.
Well, I'm just asking you to guess now.
I don't say guess. I need to witness it myself
All right. So
and measure it
they
myself.
tell you based off of spherical geometry, right? Basic geometry, C equals 2 pi r, right? If you're
No,
looking out over the ocean, basic geometry, bro. If you're looking out over the
I don't believe
ocean
in geometry, bro.
and you're
Now listen to this.
1.8 meters tall, the horizon should be about 4.5 kilometers away.
No, I don't know. I don't think so. I need to essence it
Well,
myself.
that's what the geometry says. That's
Fine.
what
I
literal math says.
follow it. Since you guys just find anything scientific is illusion.
Why don't you Google it?
Google, now Google is useful, right?
Why don't you? Oh, I mean, this is what we tested against. Google told us something, we went out and checked, and it was wrong.
He's not wrong. You're assuming he's wrong.
Okay, so how far away is the horizon from a 1.8 meter observation?
I don't know.
Google it.
Okay, whatever he say. You don't believe in Google. You're gonna go against what I'm saying, right?
Here's the problem. I used to believe in Google. They told me, oh, the horizon's 4.5 kilometers away. I was like, that's not right. I've seen way further than 4.5 kilometers over water. And then I went out and checked for myself. I'm like, oh my God, it's not curving. That's how it works, dude. So how far away is the horizon supposed to be from a 1.8 meter observation?
That's the fourth time I told you I don't know.
So Google it.
Now, do you believe in Google?
Yeah, I believe in Google. Google it.
Google it yourself.
All right, dude. Enjoy the permanent mute, dude. You want to be a little piece of shit like that? Enjoy the permanent mute. You can just listen from now on. How about that? Anybody else got any evidence for the Earth being a ball?
I think the Earth is flat.
I know it's flat.
Yeah. You convince me, guys.
I mean, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, the surface of the Earth must be what?
Flat.
That's pretty much it. Pretty simple.
Yeah. If the Earth was curving, we should fall in the void. So the Earth is flat. It's logical, mathematic, and basic.
I gotta make a phone call. I'll be right back.
He's talking with the government. I think he is not a true Earth flatist.
Is this intermission?
Yep. Most of the world still believes the Earth is a globe, so take it a moment.
It's a moment of silence for the globe. That's all.
Wait, why
And
is
that's
the
what I
globe?
love. I love it, my
What is a
friend.
moment of silence?
Yeah, I love how you say that they believe the Earth is a globe.
Right. It's the belief of the vast majority of the human population.
It's completely irrelevant.
The word belief and knowledge overlap somewhat, according to philosophers and people.
Yeah,
if you
I
think about
believed the
just
Earth was a
knowledge.
ball for 39 years. For 39 years, I believed the Earth was a ball. I was a space nerd, and I thought astronauts were really cool and everything. And then one day, someone presented me with the idea of long distance observation. And it's like, okay. I found out that the horizon was supposed to be 3 miles away based on the height of my observation. I was like, that's not right. I've seen shit way further than that. So I decided to go out and test it for myself. Before I knew it, I'm a flat earther because the Earth isn't curving.
Yeah, but you need to take into account the whole totality of observations and see if flat Earth can explain all of our observations better than the globe. Like sunsets and seasons and moon phases and GPS and satellite TV, like everything, not just like squinting at the horizon.
I mean,
and
that's
you
the
see
sky. That's
Right.
the sky. That's not the Earth, right?
Yeah, it's appropriate observations.
Because the
if
Earth
we're
is pretty
looking at
special.
cosmology.
I don't
is.
see life in the sky. When I look up in the sky, there's no life up there. All the life I see is down here on Earth.
Yeah, me too. I mean,
Yeah. So,
yeah.
well, I mean, birds still have to come down to the Earth to drink, right?
I mean,
Yeah,
Jerry,
although
you have to
albatrosses.
find out, bro.
There's no light. There's no life in the sky that stays up in the sky. It all has to come back to the Earth.
Bro, the Earth is fake.
Nobody thinks the Earth is fake. We're just trying to figure out what the shape of the surface of the Earth is, whether
I
it's
got you,
flat
bro.
or if it's spherical.
I got you. My name is Lovepreet, and I'm really interested that guys what you are talking about. I mean,
Oh, nice to meet you. Welcome. Where are you from?
I'm from India, but I live in US.
Okay, very good.
Yeah. What about you?
I was born in the Los Angeles area, and I still live near Los Angeles.
Oh, god damn. I love Los Angeles, bro.
Yeah, we have perfect weather year round. Well,
I'm from
not quite.
there, bro. I'm right now there.
Very good.
So you guys are talking about the outside, like Earth, Mars. I don't know.
Sorry, I was doing stuff. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
I didn't get it. What are you guys talking about? Like the Earth?
We're
The
talking
life?
about the geometry of the Earth
All right.
and
I
other
got you.
sciences.
Mhm. Bro, I'm really interested in it. I love to know about it. When the people talk
Yeah.
about it.
Well, you might have to stick closer to your microphone instead of walking away if you want to talk about it. But you're welcome to talk about it.
Keep talking, guys. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, my mic. Give me a second. I'm gonna mute it.
Talk amongst yourselves.
I know, right? Otherwise, it's just going to be a round robin of what we've already discussed, right, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always interested to hear what people are thinking, what they say.
So the real question I have is, Matthew, for really any globie, not just yourself, is what would a real life space alien think about Star Trek?
A real life space alien, which to be clear, I don't think exists, but if you're talking about life from some other planet or star system, they would find it a fascinating piece of cultural trivia about as they would of all of our fiction. I imagine they would be interested in our fiction, especially the fiction about space and other races. I'm sure their academics would write papers about it. The dwellers of Earth, what do they think about space and historically? And they'd write about Star Wars and Star Trek and all the Lost in Space, all those things.
Well, since you're living in LA, when I lived in Wilmington, North Carolina, of course, that's home of the world's largest movie studio east of Los Angeles. I had this idea that what I wanted to do was to film a short story of some quote unquote real life space aliens coming, and then somebody would take them to a news studio where they would get asked, interviewed, and then they'd be like, okay, well, we're going to show you some American cultural things and see what you think of them, and then play Star Trek for them. And of course, they get done. Well, what'd you think of it? Oh, it was great. It was great. And then, of course, they unleash holy hell and kill everybody and destroy the entire set. And then the screen kind of starts looking like it's going to disintegrate, and like they might come out of somebody's screen and then move on. But I do think it's funny because there are people out there who do get caught up in the UFO craze and the space alien craze and this and that and the other. So it's a interesting side effect of the globetardianism.
Yeah, I just don't think there's been any credible evidence for anything other than natural explanations for those UFOs. I guess I'm open to the idea that there's spiritual entities that can deceive people, but I don't think there's any evidence of any aliens from a different world.
Yeah, go ahead, Dynamic Folk. Say what you want to say, my friend. I did see your comment
I'm
there.
sorry, bro. I just want to know. I
I
just want to know your review. That what do you guys know about the Area 51? I just want your review. That's it. You guys maybe know about it. Area 51.
Yeah, it's a military base, and it has long been associated with UFOs, but there has never been any credible evidence that there's actual aliens or actual UFOs. Maybe there's some research, some secretive research that the military does there, and so that's why people see strange things in the sky, but it's nothing more than that.
What do you
the
think
truth
about
is,
it?
Area 51, my
What do you
friend.
think about
Hey,
it? That
Dynamic
what is
Folk.
actually
Hello?
there?
Dynamic Folk, can you hear me, my friend?
Yeah, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, so my friend, okay. So though you won't hear the government explicitly stating it, the documents prove that Area 51 is a toxic waste dump. And so they've kind of sit back and they've kind of allowed the unofficial kind of cover of the place be that there's UFO research and other things going on. But if you dig around any of the research, it'll tell you that it's probably the world's worst toxic waste dump.
Do you guys believe in it? I mean, what the government says that when they say that there is only military base, like secret things, do you believe in it, or you believe
Have
in
you ever
something
been on a
else?
military base?
No, I never
Have
been,
you ever
bro.
been on a
I
Have you
never
ever
been.
been on a military base? You
No,
have? Never? So on a
never.
military base, I was in the army, right? And I did
All right,
gate duties and guard duties and everything like that. So military bases are very highly guarded. Some areas you have fairly free roam on. Other areas, it's even less, and then some areas it's completely restricted and off limits unless you have authority or reason to be there. That's it. So when it comes to Area 51, that's just an area you're not allowed to go to unless you have the authority to. Period.
So the
What goes on there is irrelevant.
So the video that they showed, do you think that's a fake? I got your review, but do you think that's a fake? Like the I don't know, the alien, you know, I'm talking about the alien that entering the in the earth and doing something
Can
like
you
we
go there
capture
and
in the video
verify
clip.
it?
That's a fake. I mean,
Can
because
you go there and verify it?
I think he's
can't.
referring
I
to that
can't.
Navy footage
I
that came
can't.
out
I can't.
recently.
That's why I'm asking you. You know,
Can you go there and verify it?
because when you see in the real, you're gonna know that it's real or fake. And when you go on the
Can
YouTube
you
and look
go
at
there
it,
and
you
verify
don't.
it?
I can't because that I can't go over there, you know, and I can't
Right.
enter
So
over there, and
why
that's what
would
I'm
you
talking
choose to
about.
believe it then?
That's
There's a
what I'm
lot of
talking
AI
about.
videos out now that people share all the time and they think it's
There you
real and
go.
it's not. You can tell it's AI.
There you go, bro. There you go. I just wanted to
So
know about
it's
it.
just completely irrelevant, man. Like
I got
you're
you, bro. I got you.
choosing. Okay.
Thanks for answering my doubt, bro. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries, man. There's a lot of good Hollywood movies that look really real too.
Yeah, yeah. I know. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Good.
Yeah, I'm really interested in histories, you know, the things that I see on the YouTube, like AI things, you know, you can't even believe it that it's real or fake. But yeah, you have to go deep search about it. Thank you, bro. So, bro, you told me that you was in the army, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what rank? If you don't mind to, if you don't care to tell me.
What rank?
Yeah.
E4.
Oh wow. So what are you doing now? You still there?
I don't really talk about my personal life like that on the internet.
All right, bro. All right. I got you, bro.
I just I give you an example, right? Like we don't encourage anybody here to dox anybody. If they do,
Yeah.
do that. Report them immediately because people in this conversation have had they've been fired from their job because like, oh, that person's a flat earther. Let me call his boss and tell them that they're stupid for hiring a flat earther and that they need to
I
fire him.
know, because you can't reveal your information over here, you know, because you're gonna
Right.
get in trouble. I know.
Right.
That's the people told me over here when I was talking to them. But I got you.
So, Dynamic Folk, are you trying to tell us that you believe in the space alien theory tale?
Bro, I don't know about it because I had doubts. You know. I had doubts about it. I just wanted to know the review because when you go to the YouTube and they show you the alien, you know, enter to the house and he's carrying you. Maybe it is AI, but I don't know. Maybe it is real. So I
let
just
me
come
say it
here
like this,
and
friend.
asking you.
In this modern era, you are a free person. You are a free brother of ours. Let me ask you this here. Whether we
Yeah,
told
bro.
you what we might believe in or what we might not believe in, can you authenticate something that you see on YouTube just because it's on YouTube?
I never, bro. I can never.
Yeah. So
I
the
can
fact of the
never.
matter is, if you dig around the research, you will see that Area 51 is a toxic waste dump. you will see that why that it is so far out in the desert and why it is they don't allow too many people to actually stay there. They make it very explicit in a lot of the documents now. They don't explicitly run around on interviews and talking about the toxic waste dump, but the paperwork is certainly there. Just go do some digging. So, of course,
Yeah, because maybe that's the military thing, and they don't want to show to the people, because that's a secret. I don't know about it. What is there, like the military base, weapons? I don't know about it, but yeah, they don't want to show. That's what I was talking. That
not only knows what kind of waste, and now that there's toxic waste there, there's probably strategic munitions and whatever else that's stored there as well. Who knows? Who knows what strategic things they keep there? And what,
yeah, you got it, bro.
because here's going to be the key to it.
Mhm.
They're going, being that it's a toxic waste dump, they're going to keep as many people as far away from it as they can. And that's why it's out in the middle of desert nowhere.
There you go, bro. I got you. I got you, bro. Yeah, you can't even believe that what you saw, what you see, on the social media. You can't believe it because you know that there is something AI, that can make you believe, but you have to believe in yourself until
Well, I
until
mean,
you don't see the real thing, right?
even if
I'm
it's
right?
not AI,
I
even
mean,
if it's
yeah.
not AI, they've been tricking
Mhm.
people into thinking that film is real since, for over 100 years.
Mhm.
Back in the 1910s and the 1920s, like 1890, what was his name? George Nadeau. He was tricking people. He had the French thinking that they were actually walking. There was Poseidon, or not Poseidon, Neptune was actually underwater. He had them tricked back in like 1890. So the fact is even though AI is a new thing, photo film manipulation has been around since the very beginning of film.
Mhm.
I would posit to say that film manipulation has been around since before there was actually real, quote unquote, real photos.
All right. I get it.
It's finally our generations, these recent generations, that are understanding that we can't trust this stuff. I would go and tell me if I'm wrong, Matthew, of any persuasion. I don't care what nominal group you pick. How many people do you think now realize that you can't trust any visual medium?
Yeah, it's probably most people. I mean, Photoshop has been around 25 years, so it's just gotten easier and easier to make better and better looking things. But even before that, the 1800s, you could fake text. You could claim that somebody said something when they didn't. And now it's easier to do video and audio and all that type of stuff. So you just gotta be careful.
Yeah, even with 8 millimeter film in the 1960s, families that did it on minimal budget other than the actual film stock and their camera, they were out filming all kinds of stuff. That I've seen a lot of the footage where they would try to trick their families into things. And having said all that, if they could do that, what do you think NASA was doing back in the 1960s?
They were engineering spacecraft.
Who keeps doing that shit? That's immature as fuck. Stop that, bitch.
Earth is
Can you
flat,
please
guys.
mute him?
Hey, Sheepdog, can you take care of this cheeseburger fellow?
Yeah, bro, he's
Huh?
talking shit over here.
Wait, cheeseburger.
Yeah, go ahead, guys.
For me, I say $100,000 because that's what I'm. He makes more than
Okay,
that.
me game. Are you hot micing or are you trolling? Okay, there we go. Okay. So, point being, Matthew, is you know what they were doing is they were doing a whole lot of film editing.
People are not talking.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was unable to speak.
Yeah, somebody.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead,
JD.
bro.
Fellow took care of himself, or somebody else kicked him. But there was a troll on here who was doing something.
I didn't kick Cheeseburger. Somebody else did. I just put him on mute. Or
Yeah,
either he got kicked, or somebody,
yeah,
or he just left.
yeah. If you put him on mute, then he just left himself.
That's usually how it works.
Yeah. But no, I was just asking our learned friend Matthew here that if film editing has been going on since the 18.
Am I the only one hearing roboting?
Did he cut out?
I think so. He said sent the 18 and then didn't say
Right.
anything else.
And it just cut out.
Oh, well, so the fact that you can edit pictures isn't proof that all pictures are edited. So if NASA can do it, it doesn't mean they did.
No, I agree. Let me ask you this, Matthew. If the surface of the Earth measures flat, would you agree that everything in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth?
I would change it a little bit. I would say if the surface of the Earth is flat, then then everything happening over in the sky is happening over a flat Earth.
Okay. You agree with that statement?
Yes, I don't think it's possible to get a direct measurement of the flatness or curvature of the Earth. I'm just saying if it actually is flat, then it doesn't matter what's happening in the sky.
Interesting. So you can't measure the curvature of the Earth. You can't measure the flatness of the Earth. But
Yeah,
if
we
the
know,
Earth
we
is
know,
flat,
we know.
We directly measure is what I'm saying.
right?
Like slap
So
a
if
ruler
the
on it
Earth
and see
is,
if it
but if the Earth is flat, then whatever's happening in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth.
Of course, that's a tautology. I mean, it's a logically valid statement. Basically, you're saying if the Earth is flat, then the Earth is flat, and that's a true statement.
Right. Kind of like a law of identity kind of thing. I appreciate that. I
Now,
came
I
up with
would say,
that statement.
yeah, I would say that we're looking for the best explanation for our observations, and I think that the mainstream globe model has the best explanation for what we see on Earth and in the sky. So I think it's better than any other alternative.
Right. But if the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever's happening over the sky, even if it looks like how can I explain that? But I can't explain what's happening in the sky. At least not right now, not yet, right? But if the Earth is flat, then whatever's happening in the sky, no matter how crazy it sounds, even if there's no explanation for it, it's only happening over a flat Earth.
Yeah, 100%. That's a logically valid statement, of course. But believing in the globe is not irrational. Dagazad asked, but
I'm interested in belief.
I would say the question is, the question is, what is the nature of the surface of the Earth? And we look at all of the observations to determine which explanation works best. So go out and do your research.
Oh yeah, I mean, if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then all those stories attached to the curved Earth are untrue. We still have
Say
the
that
same
again.
observations. We just don't have a story attached to it.
Right. And so if you have all these observations and you don't have a good explanation for them, then I would suspect that the theory that has good explanations is most likely to be true.
Yeah, but you're missing the one key element, which is the curvature of the Earth.
That's
Yeah.
what was in question, right? We're trying to figure out if there is curvature.
Yeah, there is no evidence of the curvature of the Earth, so
Yeah, you can't directly measure it. I would say there's plenty of evidence because it has the best explanation. So, sunsets and moon phases and seasons and GPS and satellite TV, like there's lots of evidence that suggests that the mainstream globe explanation is the best explanation.
So, if I understand right, what you're saying is that you think that the globe answers the most unanswerable questions, so therefore you think that it must be a globe. Or not think,
Yeah,
you believe
I
it must
can
be a
make up
globe.
Yeah, I
stories.
wouldn't call them unanswerable. Yeah, so you could. So that's the whole thing. We look at all the observations,
Unicorns
make up
and
all the
pixie
stories we
farts,
can.
man.
Right. You make up as many stories as you want, and among all those made-up stories, all those conjectures, all those theories, which one actually answers the questions best?
Leprechauns and unicorns and pixies all got together, and that's how the sky works, and the Earth is still flat.
So
Well,
let me ask
there's other
you a question
criteria
here.
too. You don't just, best explanation with kind of like accords to what we know about the world so far.
So the mainstream science community has proclaimed that the reason that they chose a heliocentric moving around universe is because they could not tolerate the idea that mankind was the center of the universe. That that they admit that the two ideas of a Earth that was the center of the universe versus one where it was not are two that they cannot prove. But they decided to pick the one that they picked because they could not tolerate the idea of man being the center of this.
Right.
Do you
You're
think that
talking
that's
about like the
sufficient reason?
movie. Yeah. So there's this movie called The Principle that picks up on this idea. And in that case, those people are inappropriately bringing their philosophical presuppositions into their scientific ideas. They say, oh, because we know that God doesn't exist, and because we know that the Earth is just randomly placed in the universe, therefore it's very unlikely to be the center. But I'm open to the idea that God actually made the Earth at the center of the universe. It's certainly at the center of the visible universe. So, I would again, I admit that's because my belief that the universe is intelligently designed and that humans are the pinnacle of God's creation. But that's
So in
more a
other words, you would
philosophical question.
accept a geocentric Baltard?
No, I would say that perhaps the solar system is near the center of God's universe. Not necessarily like exact center, but generally around the middle. I mean, similar to the Garden of Eden, God placed Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, not necessarily at the very center of the earth at the North Pole or something like that, but just on the earth. And it would sort of be silly to say that they were at the center of the universe or the center of the surface of the earth, but they were at somewhere on the earth. This is
So how
speculation.
does that make you feel? How does that make you feel then that mainstream science is opposed to your way of thinking?
Oh, I'm fine being against mainstream science, especially in areas where they have no business talking. When they engage in philosophical speculation, like, oh, science shows that God doesn't exist, or this is where love is in the brain, or this is where how we know that the Earth is not the center of the universe, then they're inappropriately committing acts of scientism and saying that they know things. They put science above philosophy, and that's just wrong. And they don't know
Let me
that.
ask. Let me ask this: what day was the Earth created?
Monday.
I mean, we can use numbers.
The first day, Monday.
First day. What day was light created?
The fourth day, I think. Is that right?
No. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. He was over the earth was formless without void, or void without form. Sorry, I always mix that up. He looked over the face of the deep, and then he said, "Let there be light." That was all on day one.
Day one. Okay.
Right? What day was the sun, the moon, and the stars created?
Day 4.
All right. So what was the earth going around first?
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
You can
What
Google
was
them
what
if
was
you
giving the
wanna.
light
We
to the
don't
earth?
know what day or when it is. It. You can just Google them. Why are you asking us?
Anyway, what were you saying, Matt?
but yeah, I don't know. There's different ways of interpreting those verses, but the general idea that we would agree on is that it was God who created the universe and set things up. So it's a product of natural, not of natural design, but of intelligent design.
You think God would lie about the order of his creation?
No, he wouldn't lie.
This argument isn't about the order; it's about the forces that are at play and the explanations of how things should work. But in a special creation instance, instance, there's no reason that any of those forces would be not paused or this or that. So it's like there's no way to answer any of these questions that lead to anything conclusive. Like God can suspend all the laws of physics and then have a pocket physics dimension where everything works just fine. And then after he's all done, setting the final things in place, then he snaps his fingers and everything starts to work. So like, there's no way to answer any of these questions. Or it's what occurred was supernatural, right? And so appealing to the natural limitations that we know today on supernatural events, there's no way to answer it. It'd be like asking, well, if God can create light from nothing, then what does he need a sun for? Right? He doesn't need the sun to make light so it can make it to the earth. He can just make the light get to the earth on his own. And then he decides, okay, now I'm done creating, I'm going to go rest. And then now I want the sun to make the light. Right? So like there's no conclusivity to any of these lines of questioning. It's the same with Joshua's long day, where they say, oh, well, if the sun stopped or the moon stopped, there used to be people would say, oh, well, if the earth stopped rotating, then everybody would be flung off of it. So what they're doing there is they're actually accusing themselves of not understanding the nature of the God in which they're appealing to that would stop the earth or stop the sun. I mean, you think he's so dumb that he doesn't know that if he stopped the Earth, he would have to stop the people from flinging off? I mean, get real.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So a lot of these questions, they do sound good at first glance, but when you really break it down within the worldview in which they're being asked, you have to take away the supernatural agency of God in order to critique it. And you can't do that in that worldview because God is an ever-present supernatural agent that can intervene at will in any manner at all.
So AI, allow me a second here to elucidate. I don't think you were in here. My question originally was, and then we kind of transitioned over to talking about the biblical creation. But my question originally to our learned friend Matthew is that mainstream science has proclaimed that the universe must be set up so that the Earth is not the center of the universe because the idea of having man at the center is reprehensible. And so Matthew here then shared with us that he thought that that was more philosophy and not science, and that science didn't have a valid reason to be making such a thing, and that he, more or less paraphrasing here, that he thinks that though the Earth may not be at the center, it'd be very close at the center, like the Garden of Eden was probably not at the North Pole, but it was close.
That's fair. Because if the Earth is at the center of the universe, it wasn't because man put it there. It either got there by accident or it got there by intention. And in either way, it has nothing to do with man. So for man to then self-assess and say, for me to think I'm at the center is prideful, arrogant, blasphemous, this, that, or the other. It's like, how can you be responsible for an accidental condition that befalls you? It makes no sense. So not only is it philosophy, it's also stupidity. So yeah, so that being said, together, it's obvious that the reason why they prefer that position is because the alternative obviously has connotations, right? Moral connotations.
And there is that cosmologist who explained that to us. That I know there's a video of him describing how this idea of man being the center of the universe is somehow reprehensible. And though that may be right or that may be wrong, but like you say, with the idea that man somehow had something to do with that, it's interesting nonetheless that we can pretty well say that this idea of the universe with Earth just kind of bobbing along like a fishing bobber is because they don't want to accept that man might possibly be somewhere near the center of all creation.
Right, but even that in itself tells you a lot about how they're thinking, because in a pure accidental universe, right, mankind, quote unquote, evolving in the center of the universe is of no more significance than mankind evolving anywhere else, right? So the only reason it has any relevance is because they're imputing personal connotations into it. When if they were truly, dispassionate, the universe is just this pure chaotic thing, they would be like, "Oh, we're in the center. Whoop-de-doo. Doesn't matter. It's nothing. Means nothing." But you see, their connotations belie themselves because they're proving to you that they intrinsically understand that being at the center does mean something. If it didn't mean anything, they wouldn't care.
And just for FYI, AI. I was drawing correlation with Matthew about, you know, the sun, the moon, and the stars versus when the earth was created and when light was created and all of that, was to show the difference of how people will grab a science book that wants to disprove God, disprove a creator, to explain how the universe works, but then they still want to believe in what the scripture says, and they just don't correlate with each other.
Yeah, like I think there's this claim out there that if you take the mainstream quote unquote creation story and then you take the Genesis creation story, like everything in the mainstream is like the exact opposite of what is claimed in Genesis. So it's like you can't believe both. You have to pick one. Yeah, like
No, and
even the light, the stars first, then the earth. Right. So in the mainstream, it's the sun came into being, and then later on the earth came into being, and then later on the moon came into being. Right. But if you read Genesis, it doesn't agree with that order. So it's like you have to choose which one is the correct order. And if you're saying that this book is divinely inspired by the creator who actually made everything, but I'm going to side with these scientists in the order that things were made, you got a problem there in your worldview.
exactly. That's all I was trying to elucidate. It's just an interesting thing. I heard someone say they went up to a pastor and told him that the earth was flat, and instead of grabbing a Bible, he grabbed a science book to prove his point. And it just I always like point to when somebody's like so deeply involved with their own faith, like, oh, the scriptures, like you said, the scriptures are divinely inspired. It's like, okay, well then is he lying? He'd lie about the 7 days of creation.
Yeah, I would say all truth is
So,
God's truth. So God speaks in His Word and His world in creation and in Revelation, or the book of nature, the book of Revelation. I mean, book of Scripture, so to speak. So anything that's true will match everything else that's true. There's no
Fair enough.
contradiction.
Right, but the thing about when you're coming into a deity question, it's like, you might prove that the only way through natural means we can get let's just say helium or whatever. Let's just say helium. Like the only way you can get helium is if you have a quote unquote star that's so big and it has this nuclear furnace that's making the elements, and then it has to spit them out, and then they form the earth, and then it makes us sometime in the future or whatever the heck. Right? Okay, that's all well and good, but what you said is by natural causes. So as soon as you have a supernatural agent, right, that can directly create the conditions for an entity to exist in the present moment without having the prefabricated processes of natural processes, then the claims about this is the way things must have happened in the past, with my presupposition that only natural causes can possibly cause anything, well, then you'd be screwed, wouldn't you? But that's what the the quote unquote mainstream dudes want to do. They want to break everything down until it could only have happened by a natural cause. Therefore, I must have some kind of natural explanation for the result that I get.
Yeah, because
That's
they
a lot of times where
inappropriately
they
inappropriately make the assumption that God does not exist and that there's no such thing as intelligent design. So with that inappropriate and false assumption, you're going to end up with false conclusions.
Yeah. So, for example, there's people who say, well, maybe the Bible or this or that says that the universe was created by God in a specific amount of time, but when we look at it, it seems like it's way more time. So God wouldn't lie to us. Therefore, it must be the case that the Bible is false. See the problem? So your interpretation of looking at the cosmos that it has a long amount of time,
The Bible
then
is
read
false.
the Bible, and say, well, it doesn't match up, therefore you're going to pick the Bible as false, while simultaneously saying that the Bible is the Word of God, who is the creator of the universe. Like that is an incoherent loop, because what you should have said is, maybe my interpretation about the cosmos is wrong, if it's the case that the God who created everything said it's in this specific time frame. Because check this out. It's actually entirely possible that for the nature of how we exist, if you're thinking about a heliocentric model, that all the balance of forces in the universe need to be just right. Okay. Now, through naturalistic processes, they would take billions of years to get there. But since God is a supernatural agent, he can accomplish the billion years task in a fraction of a second, or let's just say 7 days. So, in other words, the appearance of a universe that's 16 billion years old because of distances and processes and all of these things, that could have happened in a literal 1 week amount of time, directly under the influence of the supernatural agent. And then when we look at it now, it's like, oh, that looks like 16 billion years worth of activity, but we don't actually know how much time it takes because we're only imbuing our present processes onto the past. And so to then say, well, this means God's lying to us, no, that wouldn't follow.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do see that God generally works through natural processes. I mean, to say something like, "Did God create the tree?" Be like, well, yeah, but it's kind of like if he created the seed and planted it, and then the sun and the rain water it and it grows up. I would still say that tree was created by God, even if it grew up using natural processes, and maybe the universe is similar.
So the earth is the seed and everything sprang forth from the earth?
No, I was just using the example of the tree as an example of natural process being part of what God uses in the natural world.
Which is fair, but the problem is that there's specific time frames and specific orders. Okay, and the alleged mainstream narrative is against those, right? And the cart doesn't come before the horse, basically. Two doesn't come before one. So it's like you can't believe both. So it's clear that if you're going to adopt the worldview that the biblical scripture is 100% truth from the agent that knows, and the only one who could truly know the answer, right? But you're going to side with man, who may or may not know the answer based on their own reasoning. I mean, I think the answer is obvious who you should trust if that's your worldview. I mean, even notice like the way Matthew just phrased it. I think God could do it this way. Oh, great, cool. Now prove which way he actually did it. I can't possibly do that. That's correct.
Yeah,
You
of
can't.
course.
So the correct answer would be I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but we can look at the evidence and come up with our best guess.
That may be so, but some people who claim to have the best evidence are clearly going against the first 7 days of existence based off of what the creator told um, uh, I don't know, why am I drawing a blank?
Moses.
Moses, thank you. Like, I don't think Moses would have any reason to lie, right? He was just trying to do right by his people.
Right.
Besides that, it's not like he had any evidence for it. Coming from somewhere, right?
Yeah, and I think that God intentionally left some things mysterious and delights in the fact that we are figuring things out. That's part of our dominion over the universe. So he didn't tell us how electricity and magnetism works, but we slowly figured it out. Now we can make hard drives. And I think the fact that we can build 747s and aircraft carriers and iPhones is part of our mandate to have dominion over the earth.
I don't know about that iPhones thing, dude.
Well, yeah, and maybe not aircraft
I
carriers.
think iPhones falls under that scripture where it says, "Thou shalt not unduly punish the innocent."
Fair enough.
Some of us don't want to have flip phones.
Man, what are you, work for Apple or something? Well, listen, in case you guys didn't know, your choices are not a flip phone or an iPhone. There's plenty of other phones out there you could choose from.
Actually, I only went with iPhone for one reason only. I didn't want to go to iPhone, but they had the highest amount of memory. I think Samsungs are up to a gig now, but back when I started using an iPhone 8-9 years ago, it was purely based off of battery chargeability and because after 3 months my phone would be practically dead if it was sitting on a charger the whole time. So that's why I went to the iPhone.
Right. So they tricked you into thinking that their restriction was a benefit because a lot of other phones have had removable 10 years ago. A lot of other phones had removable batteries and expandable memory. You didn't have to just deal with what you got. You could buy better batteries and you could buy more memory.
No, I used to do that. I used to buy like 3 or 4 different batteries per phone during the period that I would, have to wait for when I could upgrade again or whatever. And so I just got tired of buying batteries all the time. I didn't think these bugs last like 3, 4, 5 months. When I switched to iPhone, my first iPhone lasted over a year before the battery started to diminish. And then when I got my first 2 terabyte iPhone, and I could go 3 days without charging the phone.
What do terabytes have to do with charging a phone?
Well, the further you are away from maximum storage capacity, the longer your battery lasts. I literally did a search on it. So the further you are from maximum storage capacity, right? Like if you're 70% storage capacity, then your battery's not going to last. But if you're 10% storage capacity, your battery is going to last a lot longer, and it's going to hold charge a lot better. That was literally the only reason why I switched. And then after that, now I have too much money invested in iTunes, other stuff. So, and I'm just comfortable with the service it provides over here. Actually, the best phone I ever had was a Samsung slide phone. That thing was indestructible. 3 weeks later, I had that phone for like 4.5 years.
All right, so moral of the story is the Earth is flat and iPhones suck. All right, I think we're all in agreement.
It's not fair to only tell half truth.
Yeah, you're right. iPhones really suck. That's the truth.
So, no, I'm not going to go off on that tangent. It's completely outside of this room.
Really need a third player. You know, that kind of gives you the freedoms and user empowerment abilities of an Android, but with some kind of more of a closed system benefit. And it's kind of hard to meld those two together. The Android definitely has some problems with its openness, and obviously iPhone has some problems with its closedness. So if there was a third competitor that could kind of meld the two together, I'd definitely buy that.
Well, that's why Elon Musk is trying to come out with his own X phone.
That'd be cool. Pretty much like almost everything that iPhone does better that people tell me that's not actually a true technical better. It's like it's all has to do with the software ecosystem, and it's mostly just the fact that it's easier for iPhone users to connect to other iPhone users because of the inter iPhone user interface, which only is useful because it excludes other people's phones. So in other words, it's a worse experience for you to engage with people that have Androids only because iPhone's intentionally making it worse for you, the iPhone user, so that you think you have something better than other people do.
It's like owning a Glock.
Yeah, it's really annoying because there's so many of those features that when you speak to iPhone users, they have no idea that they are the ones who actually have the restrictions, not the Android. One of the worst offenders was the media system where you would send pictures to your friends that have iPhones, and the iPhone receiving system would take the high res MMS that you sent, which would when being sent to any other device would come out as a higher res image, and they intentionally lowered the quality and then sent it to the end iPhone user, and the iPhone user would then blame the sender for their device having low quality when it was actually the iPhone end intentionally doing it.
Earth is flat.
Correct.
Yeah, right. I'm right.
Sounds like a length contraction, AI.
Do a bunch of math to make it look like you got the right answer.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, it's good marketing. You know, caused a lot of people to buy iPhones thinking that it was the superior platform, but really they were just buying into limitation. It's like, oh, I can only talk to my family if I get an iPhone, because if I try to talk to them with an Android, the iPhone ecosystem screws us all over rather than just accommodating.
iPhone are flat.
True, except for the ones that are curved. But I'm pretty sure all the screens are flat.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure too.
I have a Galaxy where the edges are curved. So the main part of the screen is flat, but the edge is curved down in a way around the bezel.
No, there is no evidence of the curve. No.
Of my phone? Yeah, there is.
I don't believe you. I want proof.
Okay, let me go up to space real quick and get you a picture.
We can't believe in the picture, bro.
Actually, you know, now that you bring it up, dude, I could be wrong because I haven't actually seen my phone in a long time. It's encased in a case, and I can't see the edges, so I couldn't tell you what they were. I'm only relying on my memory, which could be faulty.
Sounds like we need to do a measurement. Get the lasers out.
You know what? I'm just going to ask Google. Galaxy S23 have curved screen. Yes, the S23 Ultra has a slightly curved display. Oh, Google said it must be true, all right?
So if things get to the edge, does it fall off?
I mean, if I put a marble on top of my screen and it rolled towards the edge, it would fall off, yeah.
Still, one of my favorite arguments as a for a joke is if there was an edge to fall off of, cats would be over there knocking everything off.
Oh. What if there was that type of edge, right? Where things could actually fall off, they would have to be able to go down continually, right? Over the height of the edge. Which means whatever makes things go down would have to exist past the alleged edge. which would be one of those things you couldn't validate unless you had evidence from the edge.
That's one of my arguments when people are like, "Where's the edge so I can jump off?" I'm like, let's pretend there is an edge. What would pull you down if you jumped off? And their immediate response is, "What do you mean?"
Yeah, exactly. They haven't thought about it too hard.
I haven't thought. Just sort of ended your sentence right there.
Oh, the earth is hot. Change my mind about it.
The Earth is very fat.
All right, what I miss? Some country land on the moon while I was gone.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yo, what's up, dude?
What's going on, lads?
Nothing much, chilling, bro.
I'm in my car right now.
You said you're in your car right now?
Yeah,
Are you driving? You just sitting there?
just sitting here right now.
You don't want to go home?
Not really.
You know what? I feel that.
Where's my boy Crit?
I haven't heard from him in a while, actually.
I usually come in here when I see it.
I think I saw last time, like last week.
Hey, do you know the guy God Rockin'?
I don't think so.
Bro, I used to see him in the Flat Earth Discord all the time.
What did you say his name was?
God Rockin'.
God Rocket. No,
He's an old guy.
not familiar. We got a lot of old guys, to be fair, but that one I'm not familiar with.
Is AI Overlord here?
He was speaking like maybe 3, 4, 5 minutes ago.
Hello, AI Overlord.
Matt,
Yo, what's up?
not a much. What's the matter with you?
Nothing, bro. I'm just in my car right now. How are things been here, bro?
Well, let's see. Earth's still flat. Glovers are still coping. Josh, the Amazon internet boy, spazzed out a few times. We smacked him around with some great insults. He failed to prove any curvature or even demonstrate how he possibly could do a thing in any manner, way, shape, or form. So it's been going pretty all right.
Who is Josh, the internet guy?
He's just a guy that hangs out with us every now and then. He worked for Amazon, helping them out with their internet satellites or something. Then he works for the UN as some kind of consultant.
Crazy.
So, guys like that usually claim to have some kind of special knowledge that the Earth is a globe, but when it comes down to it, they can't prove surface curvature directly, as usual.
You know, the last time I came in one of these channels, somebody tried saying the Earth was a globe because planes can fly over the North Pole.
That's funny.
Have you seen Robert Utah in a while?
Nope.
Yeah, that guy's still active in his own server.
I'm in his server. He's always in there by himself.
Oh yeah, I know. He keeps messaging me to go in there.
Dude, rumor has it that he argues with himself all the time. He still loses half the time.
I don't doubt that at all.
Any Globers in the chat right now?
Just Mansky. But he just sits here and stalks us.
Does Mansky have a microphone?
Yeah.
Oh, he's friends with Robert Utah. Hello, Mansky. Are you there?
What? What?
Hello.
Hello.
Are you a Glober or a flat earther?
I'm a 100% certified globe-tard.
Okay, well, why?
Because I think everything points to a globe.
What points to a globe exactly?
Everything.
The only thing that really points to a globe is the teacher's finger when she's pointing at it in class.
Yes, my sheeple brain can't comprehend that.
Well, What evidence do you have that it's a ball?
Satellite images from hostile countries and radio telescopes.
So friendly country satellite images are total crap.
No, I mean countries that aren't on friendly terms, like China and Japan, putting out the same image of Earth.
How does that make it more convincing?
Otherwise, you could just say like, oh, Japan, they're just NASA dogs or whatever. But China and the U.S. aren't really cooperating when it comes to space.
Yeah, but they all have the same consensus that the Earth is, round and space exists. So
Yeah.
why does a hostile source make it convince you more?
Well, China and Japan don't like each other, yet they're putting out the same information. Like if China, Japan, and the US were all friendly, buddy buddy, and they're all putting out the same information, then you could just say that the US and NASA are telling them what to say.
So because they're hostile with their countries, that means they're going to tell us the truth.
Why would China and Japan work together to do that? To put out like fake images of the Earth?
I'm not saying they're working together.
Well, they would have to be. They're putting out the same images, practically. Not the exact same, but you can tell that they're not helping each other, but they're coming up with the same image.
Has it ever crossed your mind that none of them is showing you the real thing?
Yes, but that's not really. That's like schizo territory.
Do you know how big they say the Earth is?
In terms of what? Radius?
Well, it's a ball, right? So there's a radius, a circumference.
I know you guys say the number like 10 times a day.
Yeah. So do you believe that they're telling you the truth when they say these numbers?
I don't think they're lying. I think that's what they've that's a figure they've come up with and know.
How did they come up with that figure? What did they do?
God, I'm doing something right now. I don't want to. I'm not getting stuck or getting sucked into your little script,
What script, buddy? What script, dude?
bro. I know the script. I hang out here a lot.
We don't have a script here, dude. I hope you know that.
Bro, I can hear you ruffling through the papers right now. What are you talking about?
I guess that's it, bro.
Mansky always gives that excuse when asked for evidence of anything.
Yeah, and you just like call me a tranny or something or gay.
Believe anybody here would do that.
Last time we talked, I asked you for evidence of 60 feet of curving drop across 10 miles of water. You're like, oh, this part of the script. I don't got time. You just always run.
How do you guys remember all these interactions? Like Indio brought up something we possibly talked. Like I couldn't even remember what he was talking about. But you guys like take notes of every interaction you have with every Glober. It's so weird.
No, we just have good memory. Something clearly you don't have.
I mean, no, it's not that I don't have good memory. It's that this is such a, I don't know. This is like a very minor part of my life, so I don't really devote any resources to that.
Well, no, it's not that if we're taking notes, we just actually listen when you guys talk.
Yeah, I know you guys take this very seriously. I understand that.
Isn't it a serious topic? It's about where you live.
To different people, yeah. Hold on.
Well, unless you believe you're an alien from some other planet, yeah, sure.
I mean, it's serious enough that you spend a couple hours a day in here every day, Mansky.
I just like the background noise. I live in a small town. I don't have any friends here, so I just like being in a big call. It makes me feel less lonely.
Let's say you might like the vegan room. Then there's always a bunch of people in there just screaming.
I agree with them already, so it's boring. I like being in rooms with people I don't agree with.
Why, if you're just sitting there for background noise? I would just want
All
to
right,
listen.
so we agree. We agree. Vegans are boring. Yes, we agree.
Like, I just know everything now. Like, I went down that path years ago.
What do you mean you know everything?
Find the flat Earth rooms to be interesting. There's usually somebody in here arguing with you guys. It's entertaining. Maybe it'll get boring eventually.
When I came in here.
That's why, like, I go to the LGBT room sometimes when there's a lot of people because it's a bunch of mentally ill people screeching at each other. It's fun.
AI overlord.
No, we're not brothers. Oh. Mansky, you missed it earlier. It was super entertaining. I was giving Josh Ingersoll the business.
Oh, I have a feeling he's gonna bring the goods. And you guys are gonna have to move the goalposts again.
Goalpost.
What kind of goods is he possibly going to bring, Holmes?
I think this is my first time hearing him or listening to him, so apparently he works in some industry that can, I don't know,
Well,
offer
everything,
whatever you're looking for.
yeah, but everything he has that could actually be evidence is actually proprietary and undisclosable, so he can't give it to us. So ultimately, he can only give us what's publicly available anyway. So he really has nothing more than anybody else who comes in here and argues. So, in other words, any data or evidence he has access to that would or wouldn't give us any more enlightenment, like he's not allowed to give it to us.
Couldn't you guys just say the numbers are made up and they're in on it?
Well, I mean, none of us know what his numbers are, so how can we know if they're made up or not?
I'm just saying, like, no matter what he gives you, you can just claim it's made up. There's no way of verifying.
I don't know. He's pretty cool most of the time. Some people get frustrated when a Glober hangs out with us for years upon years, and then they'll be like, "Well, you've been hanging out with us for 8 years. How come you're not a flat earther yet? You must be something wrong with you. I don't like you around here." I'm like, "Nah, you can hang out. I need somebody to beat up on.
I've noticed 20 Cups
know?
gets very angry, very upset.
About
There's a
what?
couple of people in here that don't like it. They really. I've explained it to you, and if you don't agree, that just means you're stupid and you don't understand. I don't know. I don't like that. I'd
What are you
rather
talking
hear a
about?
debate. Yeah,
The hell are you
you.
talking about? Say it again.
Talking about you,
buddy.
19 Cups.
You start your little
I'm
fake
short.
outrage routine, and then you ban or mute people.
Fake outrage. Can you give me an example?
You'll say like, "I'm disgusted with you," in like the fakest voice.
Dude,
He is
you might be
He is
mistaken.
Canadian.
Yeah, but that being said, it sounds like you're misconstruing me with somebody else. I mean, a lot of people are very frustrating. Is that not obvious?
Nah, it's
Yeah, I
definitely
don't
you.
remember any I'm disgusted with you kind of attitude from 20K here.
I think he behaves
I
when you're
mean,
around. When he's like the resident mod,
no,
he gets a little. He flies off
dude.
the handle.
You mean when there's other people, when there's no one else talking, I take the floor, and I happen to take the floor with people who are insufferable? Is that what you're talking about?
I've just noticed when Indio or AI is around, the other mods here kind of shape up a bit.
They tend to take the floor, so we give them the room to have the conversations. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
I
I think
mean,
there's some confusion on your part, Mansky. 20 Cups is always pretty cool, calm, and collected, and every time I hear him.
He never screams like Matrix, but
sorry about that. Yeah, dude, I give people like 3, 4, 5 chances. And that's when you hear me blow up maybe sometimes.
Well,
'Cause
dude,
after
how can we
20
trust somebody? Listen, bro, how can we trust somebody that doesn't know actually how many chances he gives?
Yeah. Well, it's a range, you know?
Oh,
From time
okay,
to time.
okay. Some people get 3, some people get 4, some people get 5. So how can we trust someone
Exactly.
who doesn't apply justice equally?
Unconscious.
Yeah.
Unconscious, unbiased. Yeah, man, he's just trying to pick at, whatever.
psychological warfare. You got me.
I mean, dude, like, you have a hate boner for me or something like that? What's wrong with you? I'm just sitting here quiet. I didn't say anything all afternoon.
Blame Canada.
Golly.
Yo, 20K. You figure out anything more on that integrating the flight path descent?
No,
Elijah?
man, I haven't looked at. No, man. I asked Yoda about it, but never came back up since. So I just put it on ice for now.
Yeah, it's fine to be on hold. Excuse me.
It's come to mind a little bit every now and then, but the math, I wouldn't even know where to begin with that. You know, you got to do some calculus to find an equation and all that. But I don't even know if it's necessary, man. Because at the end of our discussion there, you know, we can't, you know, drew the curve, you know, moved it over, rotated and all that, and gave us like a visual of what would happen. You know, that would be the math would effectively do. Right? So, not too sure. I mean, the math, it would project that out, it would give us that curve, but it would also give us, you know, indication as to what is happening at like an infinitesimal increment along the way, which could be interesting, but like, unless we have the raw data to compare with it, you know, it's just like another little, you know, fact in the toolbox that we can't really do much with, right?
Right.
It gives us, oh, you know, that means every meter the plane has to rotate 0.000000001 degree or some shit like that, right? What can we do with that? You know, so for now, I'm kind of like, eh.
And we are live.
Good CB.
What's going on, guys?
Just kidding.
You guys just sitting in here all quiet?
Pretty much.
All right. Hey, well, let me pump it up a little bit. I'm gonna go hang out with the 304 for a little bit, but I got a few minutes.
Yeah.
Matsky said he was going to give us some globe proof. We're still waiting. Why do they always do that, bro? They literally come in here. They're like, "Yeah, I'll go get the proof," and they just like poof disappear.
Yeah,
I
Mansky was
was waiting
complaining
for the
about my
right
behavior.
time.
Yeah,
Well,
Mansky
we're
was like,
waiting.
Not
Wait,
yet.
man, who is that? Is that Lats? Who is that?
what? That was me.
Who said not yet with the sexy voice? Wait, pause.
Oh, Mansky.
Oh, damn, bro. All right, all right. You're on your sexy mic tonight, huh?
I wish.
All right. Wait, so you're gonna get us proof, bro? No
I'm just waiting
way.
for the right time to drop it on you.
Oh, dude. When's the right time?
When was the right time for Krillin to throw the spirit bomb?
That's a good question.
Oh, this group is very quiet.
Honestly, Krillin should have hit the detector or the fucking what is it? The bomb thing for Android 18, but Android 18, bro, she's too bad. He couldn't do it. Maybe that's you. Maybe you're like Krillin and we're Android 18 and you can't hit what is that called again? When you hit the button, it blows everything up.
Deactivate.
But like when there's a bomb inside, you hit a button. Damn, I'm like I'm told lost on the words. Detonation. Yeah, that's the word. You can't detonate the flat Earth, bro. You don't have the bomb. You don't have the balls. Pause. No pun intended.
You guys are a good source of entertainment. I can't can't mess with that.
Yeah, facts. Facts, bro. Hey, Mansky, who would you say is the most like potent globe earther out there?
It's hard to say because not many people take you guys seriously.
But if they did though, do you think they would be able to like compete? I think they don't take us seriously, but they at the same time they don't understand our position. So when they say, "Oh, flat Earth, that's a joke," what they're imagining flat Earth is a joke. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
oftentimes newbies think flat Earth is like the pizza planet, which is obviously very silly and stupid, and we don't think that. So like no wonder they wouldn't take that seriously. But it's kind of ironic because we're taking that seriously, but that's their idea. So it's like this weird conundrum they end up in where the thing they think is stupid is what they think we think, but they thought that and we don't think it. It sounds ridiculous, but it's very frustrating as a flat earther.
I still
So the people
I
that do entertain it, go ahead.
No, I still hear people bring up the Flat Earth Society and the fact that the Flat Earth Society
Yeah.
says that the flat Earth is accelerating upwards at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Right. So it's like it's very hard to deal with as a flat earther when they're like, "No, I'm not even going to entertain it." It's like, well, the thing you think we're entertaining, we're not. So the people that actually do take it somewhat sincerely, they don't seem to have like a comeback for our position. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I mean, you could be one of those people. You probably better grip on our position than your average Joe. And we don't see you in here slapping down the flat earthers on a daily basis. So
You're right. I'm not.
who do you think is like most capable of that?
Amongst the regulars, I don't know. That Josh guy seemed to have something good earlier. That Matthew guy
Oh, okay.
seems
Well,
kind of smart.
Matthew. Okay. But when we press Matthew pretty hardcore, he just says he believes it's a globe. He doesn't really have anything hardcore. He's like, I just have a belief. That doesn't seem very hard hitting.
I feel like whenever you guys debate Mez or Talon, you guys just end up talking past each other, and it just doesn't really.
Perhaps.
I don't know.
The last time I talked to Mez, I feel like I roasted his dumb ass, but hey, man, I mean, maybe that's just a personal opinion.
You guys both feel like you're roasting each other, but you're just like talking past each other and not really understanding what the other person's saying. It feels like.
Maybe.
So, yeah, I don't know.
But I mean, half the time these guys make up shit on the spot, man. Were you there for when Talon said, "Oh, there's 3 horizons"? Because I see 3 different colors in the image.
I was there for that live. That was brilliant.
Crazy. I grilled him on
That
it.
was
And I was
crazy.
like, dude, like, how do you come up with that? He's like, oh, well, that's where you put the 3 lines in the image, right? A, B, C, D, whatever. And that means there could be 3 horizons. You could calculate X, Y, Z with like where those lines are. I asked him, like, can you do that? And he went away and never did it. He came back. I'm like, did you do the calculation? And it just turned into something else. Like, avoided it completely. So these guys, like, they speak well, but they can't. They don't seem to be willing to or able to actually finish something that they start. So that's the best there is. Like, well, Jesus Christ, there's a problem.
Yeah, that was might have been one of the top 10 quotes of the year. That there are multiple horizons because I see colors on the water. That was insane. But also the guy that spoke earlier today and said, "Oh, well, credentials mean everything, and if a credentialed person said that 1 + 5 is 17, then he might actually have a point." That was fucking crazy. That was insane, bro. Like that's the level that's like the level of person we're dealing with. They think, oh, you flat earthers are so stupid and you don't have any credentials. And if you say 2 + 2 is 4, like you could be wrong. But if a mathematician, someone's very credentialed, and they say it's not 2 + 2, or that doesn't equal 4, they actually might be correct. That's the level we're dealing with. It's I don't even know what to say about that. That is just beyond stupid.
It's ridiculous.
Huh? What?
I think it was hot micing.
Yeah, some homeboy said that earlier today. But like that's the mentality of a glober oftentimes. They think that flat earthers fell off a truck, they hit their head, it just became stupid. And so anything they say, even if it's 2 + 2 = 4, they're gonna go against you. I've had this happen with me directly. I was like, I told somebody, if you have 2 forks, and then you have two more, like if Johnny has 2 forks and Sally has 2 forks, how many forks do Johnny and Sally have together? He was like, well, there's a possibility that there may not be 4 forks. And it's like, just because I was a flat earther, he was willing to say that. That's the stupidity
Problem
we're
is
dealing with.
they don't even bother with specificity either. Right? When you grill them on that, right? Like if you ask them, hey, okay, 2 + 2 = 4, everyone kind of works with that. In what context does that not actually work?
If a flat earther says it.
Well, see, that's the issue, right? Because you don't have to
Yes.
be FE to recognize that, oh, if I'm operating in base 3, for example, and I do 2 + 2, the number that will spit out will read something different than the character 4 that we're traditionally used to. It would read 1 1. It would look like 11. But unless you specify, hey, I'm in a different base than base 10, some guys like, oh, 2 + 2 is 11. Oh my god. It's like, no, dude, like check the subscript. Like there's fine details that they don't seem to be willing to actually get into. Yeah, I'm just giving you a silly example, you know what I mean? But that type of shit, like they either seem unwilling or unable to scrutinize or discuss or whatever.
I mean, that
But
is you
I'm
being fair, but that is not what the guy who was
I
debating me at the
know.
time said. He was like,
I know.
well, if
I
one of
know.
the
I know.
forks was broken and it had 3 prongs instead of 4, then blah blah. Like, bro,
Well,
come
even with
on,
that,
bro.
right? The specificity is okay. Well, maybe it's not a complete fork. It's 90% of a fork technically. So it wouldn't be 1 fork plus 1 fork. It would be 1 fork plus 0.9 of a fork. Like I'm being pedantic here, dude. Like forgive me, but they're not willing to get into that with you. That's what I'm trying to highlight. That's the problem. right?
It's a
They create
syndrome,
a
20 cups.
if they create a caveat, right, or like a condition, but they're not willing to scrutinize or get into the details of said condition. They just want to gloss over it and make you look like an idiot.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a
That's
syndrome.
what I
It's a
mean.
severe syndrome that many people have. It's called anything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome, also known as flat earthers cannot be right syndrome. Even if a flat earther says something that's objectively true, they're going to make an attempt to try to find some way for that to not be true, to discredit you as an individual, so that no matter what you say, you're wrong and infallible as an individual because you're a flat earther, bro. It's fucking crazy, bro. Like, it's annoying to deal with, honestly.
I know, man.
Because if you might be right about some things, then you potentially might be right about other things. So they want to make sure that you're wrong about everything because you're a flat earther. So even if you say things like water is level or earth doesn't move or whatever, you are a super flat earther and can't be correct.
Yeah, and it seems to me like it's these fine details that any onlooker or listener, either has trouble with or doesn't want to acknowledge or recognize. And then when they see you kind of blow up at somebody, they point at you and say, "Oh, you yell at people, you mute them." Da, da, da. It's like, were you not listening? Like, you know, come
Right, it's
on, man.
3:04 time. I gotta bounce for a bit. I'll be back later.
Peace, bro. Enjoy.
Yeah, having to deal with the same stupid people over and over again would drive anybody mad.
Ajá, pues me. You are telling me stupid?
Hey, Emmett, I'm not sure if you're aware, but your mic is open.
Tell me?
Or if you're trying. Oh, were you trying to say something?
No.
Okay, yeah, your mic is on. So I thought I heard some Spanish.
You speak Spanish?
No, I
No
was
habla
saying.
español.
I was just pointing out. I was just trying to point out to you, in case you did not notice, that your microphone was open and we can hear you. I heard you. I thought I heard you speaking Spanish, and I wasn't sure if you were trying to speak to us or somebody else.
I wasn't speak Spanish.
Oh, well then I just misheard. Never mind. Was
And we are back live again.
Well, I'll come back to
Whoever played that, you're hilarious.
Fucking scared the shit out of me, man. I was half asleep.
Oh, are you sleeping?
Wake
Are
the
you
fuck
laying in
up.
bed? What's going on, chat? Oh, we got Indio and Jedi in here? Bro, come
Yeah,
on, man.
we drank all the booze. We passed out. We woke up. We're about to start drinking again.
I'm done drinking for the night, dude. I just finished some 304 activities. I'm free now.
Metaphorical, not literal.
Oh, okay. Look at me giving myself away. All right, well. Come on, man. Did you guys hear that guy earlier say that if I had the credentials, 1 plus 5 could equal 17? That was the craziest thing I've heard all week.
Wait, what?
That was fucking crazy. Jedi, you were
Oh,
there,
yeah.
weren't you?
Was I here? I don't remember it. That's fucking crazy
Nah,
to me.
he wasn't here. It was that what was his name? Snake or something like that.
Oh,
No,
okay.
but Jedi was there, wasn't he? Wasn't he not there?
Nah, man.
No, I
No,
don't remember
wait.
it. Unless I
No,
was
because
drunk and don't remember it.
no, he ran through the panel, remember? Remember I said, Jedi, go through the panel for old time's sake. And he
Oh,
went through the
fucking hell, was that
panel.
then? Oh, okay.
That was
Oh,
this
yeah, that's
morning.
right. Yeah, it was. You're
That
right.
was this
You're right.
morning. That was
Yeah, it was
today.
before I fell asleep. Yeah, fair enough, mate. You're right.
I
I'm
And
forgot
wrong.
then
there was a third idiot
fucking
that said that.
guy,
Sorry.
yeah, this fucking guy was like, "Oh, but where's your flat earther credentials?" And then I asked him. I said, "Well, do I need to be a mathematician to say 2 plus 2 equals 4?" And he said, "No." And then Indio, you trapped him, and you said, "Well, I'm trying to remember what did you say? You were like, oh, see, I got you,' because he said, oh, well, if NASA said it, I would need the proof." Or something like that.
Yeah, he
And
said
you said, "Oh,
I asked him if a mathematician said. He said, well, and someone could say 1 plus 17 equal or 1 plus 2 equals 17. And I
5."
was like, well, if a mathematician said it, would that be proof? Or would he be right? And he said, no, he'd have to show me
If
the
he
proof.
the proof. And you said, "Oh, so it's not the credentials, it's the proof."
He cooked himself. You know how it goes.
Yeah, he totally wrecked himself on that point, but it's like that was incredible. That's the quote of the week. Easily. That's the best quote of this week.
We got a lot of we could clip the whole morning, bro.
Dude, that was crazy. Like I was like, dude, I can't believe you said that. I was surprised to hear that. If a mathematician who had credentials said 1 plus 5 is 17, then there's a potential he might be correct. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Bro,
If he has 3 math PhDs, he's definitely correct.
that was the craziest thing I've heard this week. It's like a homeless random person off the street could say 2 plus 2 is 4, but if a PhD, triple PhD said 1 plus 2 is 17, you're gonna go with the PhD. Like, dude, this is a major problem. That was crazy.
Saw you light up, Mansky. You know, you want to say something. Come on. Say about how nobody cares about us, how we're just a joke. He ain't biting. He started
Mansky
betting
loves
here,
flat
man.
Earth, bro. He loves the flat Earth, dude.
Of course he does.
He's our simp. All right, it didn't work.
I know it's weird, man. I've been getting like recommended flat Earth videos, dude, but they're like 5 and 6 years old. I'm dead serious. I just got one. Did Rob Skiba prove the globe or flat Earth with his balloon launch? That shit was like 6 years ago. I got one earlier that was like, can't remember exactly what it was, but it was like a flat Earth video from like years ago, man.
The only
Maybe it
flat
bust
Earth
the
content
algorithm out.
that I've had in my algorithm was what I told you guys this morning, where there was some like fake astronaut footage, and the surfer, there's like a famous surfer named Kelly Slater, this bald white guy. He's in the comments and he's like, "Nah, I don't see anything wrong here." And I'm like, "Damn, I really wanted to root for you, but like, fuck, you're stupid."
Dude, I haven't had flat Earth videos in my recommended, and I don't even know how long. It's been like 5-6 years.
Yeah,
It's like the
me
algorithm
neither.
shut up. Serious, man. I mean, I get
Yeah,
like the people I sub right when they post a new video. If it's flat Earth, I get it, but not in the recommended. I should test. I should start just clicking mad freaking flat, like even the old ones. See if I get more recommended.
yeah, that'd be a good. Because I don't get recommended anything either. But you know how you get to scroll on the Instagram or whatever, and whatever comes up on your feeds, they start feeding you more of that. So I got a bunch of flat earther stuff one day, and then it was the clip where the guy does a backflip, and the homie grabs his fucking wire. I know you guys have seen it a gajillion times, right? They're on the ISS. The guy
Yeah.
does a back. He's like, "Oh, here, let me do a fucking backflip." And there's like some dumb 304 with hairspray sprayed up crazy.
I like the one where the guy goes by in the back. You ever seen that one?
He turns the
It looks
corner and he
like
fades out.
yeah, and he's got like no legs. He looks like a fucking amputee, double amputee, freaking on a harness going in the back.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, they showed that one too. And the comments, like I said, the comments were this blue check mark surfer bro he's like in crazy famous. Kelly Slater. And he's like, "Nah, I don't see any problem here." And there was a bunch of comments under him that were like, "Dude, are you retarded?"
Dude, the meme for the guy with no legs was Space Ghost. That's what we used to call it, Space Ghost.
Because he fades out. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, he phases in, phases out, man, and he's floating. He's just retarded.
At first, I didn't think much of it, but the more I look at it, I'm like, bro, how do you not see this? And then isn't there like the clip where they push George Bush Sr. in a wheelchair, and there's a guy with a blue screen or whatever. Like, there's
Yeah,
so
man.
much
There's so
evidence.
many. There's a 6-hour video of NASA bloopers. That
And like,
tells me
just
they're doing that shit on purpose, man, or they're outsourcing it to India. Like, there's no way. There's no way they don't know they're doing it. Maybe it's like, maybe if it's too realistic, people won't accept it. You know, like the Matrix thing. They couldn't make it a fucking perfect world because they wouldn't accept the programming. The architects talking to Neo.
maybe.
He's like the first Matrix was perfect, quite naturally. And he said, it's only its perfection is only marked by inequality by its monumental failure, because human beings couldn't accept the freaking programming. So maybe
Was
like
that part of the movie?
when they're feeding the shit, it has to have some flaw in it. That like so it's like a normalcy bias, so they like see right through it, dude. It like I seen this video once, right? It was a convenience store, and the trash can like is on fire right under the camera. And people just coming in buying shit, and the whole side of the store on each side's like on fire, dude. And they're just like coming in like, "Can I buy a pack of cigarettes?" Like fucking the whole store's on fucking fire. And they call it normalcy bias, where like you just like go through your normal shit even though something crazy's happening. And I think they see these videos and they just think, "Oh, that's normal. It's normal for someone to be falling behind everybody with no legs." Like they don't. It doesn't even that error, that mistake actually makes it more real to them because they're not looking at it closely, right? They're looking at
Yeah.
it very passively.
They don't know how to think. I mean, this is what Myron talks about. He says this is the problem: is the lack of critical thinking skills. Like people completely lack those skills to think critically about things. So
Yeah, and they don't even. It's they don't have the skills because they never used them before. Another Matrix reference. My eyes hurt. Yeah, because you never used them before.
oh,
They,
okay,
they,
wow.
they don't know what critical thinking is, man. Like they've never done that shit. They don't even like when I watch a video of anything, dude. I'm watching that shit like super close, man. I'm looking for all kinds of shit I'm looking for anything that's out of order. Right? I just don't immerse myself in that and go, oh, that's freaking true. I always critically think about any freaking media that comes across my face.
Well, you have to now, and especially in 2025, like there's so
Yeah,
much
I know.
AI. Like I saw a video of this guy, this guy. This is gonna sound weird. This guy's sitting on a toilet, and his deer jumps through the window, and then a bear jumps in the window after the
I saw
deer.
that shit, bro. It was
And
funny though.
it looks legit. Like it literally looks pretty legit. But the comments are like, nah, he's still wearing underwear on the toilet. Like there's some decent amount of people out there that think critically. They're like, nah, this is AI. But
All you
you
gotta do is
know, as
look at the hands, man. AI can't do fucking hands.
yeah, the hands and the small details. It doesn't know how to do the small details very well yet. But it's like that fools a lot of people. And as we get farther and farther into AI territory, it's going to get better and better. So, but it's like it's completely fooling the normies. It's gonna like they're gonna think that that's legit along with the space stuff. So, but if you don't have the critical thinking skills now, you're cooked.
Yeah, I mean, the AI is pretty good to say
It's getting
the
good.
movie generation, like at least the clips. I seen one today. I know it was AI generated, but it was really good. It was like it was a chick. She was like there was a blackboard with a bunch of equations, and she freaking got mad, banged her fist on the chalkboard, and then started spazzing out, wiping off all the chalk with her hands. And it looked super. I mean, I could tell it was AI, but it looked super realistic. Her body motion wasn't just quite right. It was more idealistic, and instead of the way people actually move, especially when they're all pissed off. They aren't thinking about keeping perfect fucking form.
Right. Well, Jedi posted a video of the guy Brian Cox talking about 3i divided by Atlas. And that shit was AI, obviously. Like, it was so bad. Like, his mannerisms were over the top.
I seen a Val
Everything
Kilmer
he
one
said.
from Tombstone today. What was another one I seen? Fake Al Pacino. And these are like YouTube shorts. They're not good enough yet. The human face is
No.
very hard.
Yeah. And if you, especially if you look at the mouth gives it away. Like, their mannerisms and stuff, they don't seem quite right yet. But you have to have the eyes to see it.
I mean,
And your
yeah,
average Joe Blow doesn't know how to look for this shit.
yeah. Human body language is a combination of different things that all merge together, and the AI ain't picking up on that shit yet. That's probably
Yeah.
because they're probably doing like the video generation and the audio generation separately. It's not integrated. It's not integrated into the same model, right? They
Yeah.
didn't take a bunch of data of people like talking and recording the video at the same time. You know what I mean? They took a bunch of images or a bunch of video and just used the video with no audio and did that, right? So when they try to add audio to it, like it doesn't kind of match up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's how I felt about the Brian Cox thing. The audio did not match with his mannerisms. He was giving off these very powerful mannerisms. It didn't match his, like what he was saying at all. And
Yeah,
like
like the tone
you
of
know,
his
like a,
voice, or anything. You know what I mean? Or his
yeah,
inflection, or
There's no
like
emotion in
everything
the
he
content
said.
of what he's saying.
yeah.
That too. Yeah, that too. It's like everything he said had these weird hand gestures that did not match. And it's like
I still haven't taught the AI to breathe
problem is
yet.
though is like your average normie is not going to be able to pick up on it. And that too, AI Indio. Yeah, exactly, bro.
That's a
People
good
actually have
They
to
point.
don't
breathe while they're
breathe.
talking.
That's a good
They
point.
don't breathe. Yeah, that's the. But see, if you have because I pay for ChatGPT and the advanced voice breathes or whatever. I mean,
Oh,
it's
really?
better than the normal one. Yeah, yeah. Like I don't know. Like when you go to the ChatGPT, do you have ChatGPT on your phone or whatever?
Do I have it? No, no. I don't use
Oh,
ChatGPT, really.
okay.
I use Gemini. I
Oh,
used
okay.
to, and only because it has a larger context window, I can feed it more bullshit, and it remembers it.
Oh, okay, okay.
I can
I don't know
upload.
why I pay for
Yeah,
that
I
shit.
showed you how to use Gemini. I showed you like remember
Yeah,
what
you
we
did.
did
Yeah.
after you? Yeah, it'll
Some
it'll
of the
take like a
timestamps.
fucking giant file. You know what I mean? That's why I use it. 'Cause it'll fucking take a giant fucking 800 megabyte file.
Yeah, yeah. No, but like ChatGPT has a voice feature where you can talk to it, and there's like an advanced feature where you can talk to it, and the advanced feature has these like breath. It does do the
Oh, it
breathing
talks back
thing.
to you.
Yeah,
Damn, I think Gemini does that shit.
yeah,
I gotta check
yeah.
that
It
shit.
talks, but see, it's like it's limited. If you like, there's been a couple times where I was talking to it, and then I fell asleep, and I left the thing open. And then next day it was like, oh, you ran out of like minutes to talk in advance. So we're gonna go back to the regular.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
so the regular one doesn't do the breathing thing, but the advanced version, like it does this weird it does the breathing thing.
Yeah, takes a breath in between like
Yeah.
sentences.
It like makes these like exhales and stuff. It's but
Mm-hmm.
so But the thing is, like, we're still in early stages. It's only going to get better. So it's going to start to confuse more and more people.
Oh, I'm not so sure about that, dude. I
Well,
have a
I
feeling that
mean,
they,
not
like I
you.
know they keep saying that it's gonna get better, but I've been like rethinking that whether that's actually true or not.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's because like what data are they feeding it now? Now the fucking internet's contaminated with AI bullshit. So now what are they gonna feed it?
Oh,
And
just
then
more AI.
now we got all these authors suing. You trained fucking ChatGPT on my novel. Right, so George R. Martin, the guy who wrote the Game of Thrones series, is suing ChatGPT because you can get it to say things that are close enough to his novel that a judge ruled that he has a legitimate claim against ChatGPT. Now, whether he'll win or not, that's another story. But I'm just saying is the internet's contaminated. Like, how are you gonna train if you train like so like ChatGPT is like some point in 2023, Harvard collected basically a giant fucking public database, basically a huge snapshot of the internet. ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and a bunch of others trains on this data. Now, this data only goes up to 2023. Now, they've added more data to it, but like more current stuff and they've augmented it with the search function. But the thing is, now the web is contaminated with fucking AI answers. So now you're gonna train the AI on fucking AI?
Yeah, it's looping on itself, right?
Exactly, and it's just gonna degrade into fucking shit.
Yeah.
So it's like, where are they gonna find the new data to train AI on? The only thing I can think of is they're gonna have to pass a law to let them frickin' train on old shit. Because Google scanned all those books, right? So Google Books, a lot of those books are off copyright. So we're talking books that go back to the 14 fucking hundreds. You gotta train it on that. You know what I mean? You're gonna train it on every
Right.
freaking text in the Library of Congress because that's a
Right.
lot harder. It's not as accessible, and it'd be more costly to do that. But you can't train it. Keep training on AI generated garbage on Reddit.
What do you think, Jedi?
I mean, Reddit's already garbage, dude. You're gonna train on AI garbage on Reddit, dude? You freaking that's a race to the bottom.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. Somewhere along the line, it's one thing saying, here, AI, you can learn from this amount of data, this subset of whatever time frame or whatever. But ultimately, if you have things that you don't want the public to know, for example, you're definitely not going to want AI to know about it. So you're going to have restrictions in place that you don't really want AI going. Maybe, I don't know.
Now, another possibility is because there's a whole nother thing other than the written word, there's verbal communication, right?
Mm.
And all these little spy cameras. You should know. You're in England. Little
Yeah,
fucking
right.
spy
No, that's what I'm
cameras
thinking
everywhere,
about. Yeah.
right? They could train the AI to fucking read lips, right? And then convert that lip read freaking information into text and get like conversations of like millions and millions and millions and millions of people. It doesn't really have to make any judgment about the conversations, but it's now we have more communication data, right? English language speaking data, basically more large language model data. But it'll be conversational. And that would probably make it more because people don't speak like they write. I mean, they
No.
do a little bit, but it's not identical.
No.
Right. And there's definitely things where I try to ask it, and it's like, oh, sorry, I cannot answer that. I don't talk about that.
It wouldn't make me an orthometric globe, that's for sure.
From what you said about J.R. Martin and the closeness of AI interpretations to his Game of Thrones stories and so on. And the intellectual kind of property thing is kind of up for grabs as well now, right? If
Yeah.
you've got AI generated images of people that are said to be saying things, but without the person's actual permission, right? Brian Cox saying this, that, and the other about whatever about space. He didn't actually say this or whatever person we're going to be talking about. So intellectual property and freedoms and I don't know, man. It's
And
going to cause a
likenesses,
lot of
right?
confusion.
AI
Yeah,
generated
yeah.
likenesses and like they're gonna but they did the same thing. They're gonna have to rewrite copyright law again. Because
Yeah.
copyright law really originally came out with the player piano. Because what people would do so you'd hire a musician to play your piano at your saloon or whatever, right? And they'd play.
Mhm.
Well, when the player piano come out, they would surreptitiously record the person playing. So they never had to hire him again.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. So they came out with if a person whatever so it was $1 if you sold a scroll of what somebody played, you owed that person $1. And that's how copyright law was born in America.
Yeah.
Right? So because of that freaking little so the copyright is on the performance. And it's
Yes.
not actually on the song itself. That would be
Okay.
the writer's copyright, which would be something else. So there's two potentials. There's the performance copyright, the actual act of playing the song and recording it and all that action. There's that copyright, but then there's also the copyright of the writer of the song. Right? They have rights in there too. So what are we gonna do? Like, do you have rights to your freaking likeness if you're a public figure? I don't know. Do you and then there's the other thing is like are you gonna pay a royalty to every fucking author that ever wrote anything? I'm gonna write a book right now. I want some of that. Are you gonna
Yeah.
divide it evenly? Or are you gonna proportion it? or you're going to have to reformulate copyright laws that, and this is easy, right? Because to get the protection of copyright, you got to appeal to the government anyway. That's what they're there for, is to protect your monopoly. That's what they're doing with your copyright. It's not an intrinsic right to you. You only copyright. This is the funny thing. If you don't want people to use, this is the goes back before the copyright law, to good old common law England. They said that if you didn't want people to copy your shit, don't put it out in public. Keep it fucking
fair
private.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because people had no way to protect their works. And they were just like, back then, there's no copyright. So the government, invented copyright law. And, we have what we have today. But they can roll that shit back, right? If you're going to put it out in public, yeah, you got to let the AI companies use it just as long as you can't type in the AI, yeah, print me out a copy of freaking Game of Thrones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can't get an actual copy of it. But being able to train the model on it, I think, is like, that should be okay, I think. As long as it's not copying. Taking the freaking words and turning them into fucking tokens to figure out the sequence of words. I
I
don't think
guess
that's a violation of copyright.
I guess it also depends on the context of the material, right? Whether the material is fiction or non-fiction, whether it's supposed to be a fiction base or factual base. And there's a difference there. Because like Star Wars or any kind of fiction idea, closely related stories or being inspired by these things have always been around anyway, right? But if the information that is on a screen in front of somebody is said to be factual, then I think there should be a difference there, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
Factual information against fiction information, surely. And this is why, like, the Brian Cox thing kind of made me think a lot, and has done over the last few days, because that's it's fiction, right? But some people could take that as factual, even though there are kind of disclaimers in the comments that this is AI generated, blah blah blah. People can take these type of things as factual, so you have to have a caveat if it's like said to be factual, but really it's fiction.
I mean, yeah, this is tough. I mean, obviously we see it every day. People come in here with ChatGPT answers, and they think that whatever ChatGPT is saying is
You get it.
factual information, and
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
not.
Yeah, but it looks like it could be, because like him, Brian Cox, Michio Kaku. I caught Michio Kaku at it as well. Not him actually, but AI generated him saying stuff, but not actually him saying it. Just fiction based on kind of a perceived reality at the moment. But
Well,
yeah,
it's also not trained on, like, I mean, I could say I made a website, right? And I started talking about the details of the frickin' Starship Enterprise and its fucking propulsion and its physics and all that. How does the machine know that that's fiction and all the other shit that claims to be physics is not fiction, right?
Yeah.
Eventually, that shit's gonna start blurring together. And I'll be
Yes.
fucking Googling, ChatGPTing that dilithium crystals will bring me to more to 8, and I'll be arguing with the
Exactly.
Golders. God damn
Exactly.
it!
You get it. Yeah.
ChatGPT said I can go warp 8. And they'll be like, "Well, I guess you can then."
Hmm. Strange
It's
times.
funny. It's like I'm looking at it. This is the way I'm like visualizing it in my mind. Is like you had it like a ball. You had yarn, right? Nicely wrapped together, a little spool of yarn, and then the fucking cats got into it. Now it's fucking all over the place. It's a freaking tangled mess, right? And I think AI is going to become more and more of a tangled mess as time goes by, and it isn't going to be like in the beginning it was uncontaminated, but it's going to get more and more contaminated. It's going to be nothing like anybody ever imagined.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, dude. And you could be really right.
My argument is though is that
You're
it's
gonna
just
end up
going
going
to
mad.
it's still going to deceive the normies though. That's like my argument. Normies are still going to be tricked and fooled, just like the Brian Cox thing. Like, how many views were on that Brian Cox video? Probably a lot.
Define normie. Like, what makes a normie?
Do you think the Earth is a globe?
Boom.
What must you believe to be a normie?
No, a normie is just a normal average person that gives canned answers that if you ask 100 people, 98 of those 100 people will give the same silly freaking answer.
So they're NPCs.
Yes,
Yeah.
you got it. You listened to it today, dude. Cryptic, you were on here.
No,
The guy
no, I
started. No, you were here. The guy started
No,
with
I was,
sunsets, and
I
within
was,
1 hour, he was right back at it.
no, I was there and then I left after like 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, great. Well, there was a guy. He was in here. You heard him in the beginning. He's like, "What about sunsets?" And within an hour, he was just gish galloping through 100 different things. And when he ran out of things to read, he was like, "Well, what about sunsets?" No, actually, what he said was, "What is it, day or night there?" I'm like, "Day." He's like, "Well, it's night here. How does the sun work?" You're like, "That's the thing you started
Yeah.
with. You just reset, brother."
It's right when he left.
Yeah.
We have a name for it for you guys. It's called the NPC reset. Right? If I asked you what's your proof the Earth was a globe, you know what you want to know you'd bring up? The shit that we debunked yesterday. And the day before, and the day before, and the day before. You guys wake up every morning and you start all over with the same shit we destroyed. Now, I can only reach two conclusions when that's the case. That you actually are an NPC and you actually did reset, or you weren't paying attention the first time. It's probably number two, but it's better for you if it's number one.
The Matrix was the documentary. I knew it.
Facts.
You're not that sophisticated NPC, dude.
Yeah, but
Matrix.
I'm like the least NPC, bro.
That's cat, bro.
In what way am I NPC?
Dude, you're like if this was a video game, right? And like it was a video game where like you were you had to go near a government building, you'd be one of the NPCs at the entrance saying, "Yes, I King Shu Chek is welcoming you in. He is the greatest leader ever. We have the greatest one-party democracy in the history of the world.
Yeah, that's me.
Please enter."
Because it's true. Because it's true.
There you go, NPC. Because it's true. Gets into defensive mode straight away. It's cognitive dissonance
literally
straight away.
Dude, was that in the frickin' dialogue tree?
Dude, I'm actually inside his mind right now if you watch my stream.
Pause.
Is it Minecraft? Are you like digging through frickin' rock? Damn, AI, that's trippy.
Which country do you think has the least NPCs?
Oh god.
None of the above.
Which country?
Like the highest percentage of people who've actually woken up.
Not Israel.
I think Israel actually has the least NPCs if you think about it.
Oh, you're crazy, dude. They're so fucking brainwashed. They think the Palestinians were Nazis, dude. Like seriously.
No.
Teach them. No, bro. They teach the Israelis in school that the Palestinians collaborated with Nazis and they participated in the Holocaust. Okay, that is factual, ahistorical garbage. But I've seen interviews with Israelis on the street, and they say that shit, dude. They're taught from childhood that this is true, and they believe it, dude. The Palestinians are Nazis, dude. They're National Socialists. The Palestinians.
Bro, most of them also believe they're descendants of Abraham, bro, and they banned DNA.
No. You're confusing Israel with some other place.
No, really. There's like interviews where they go to Israel, and most of the Israelis say they're like descendants of Abraham, like direct descendants of Abraham, which is false.
Then why are most of them atheists?
I have no idea. That's the thing. They say they're Jewish. Then I tell them, "Are you ethnically Jewish?" Then they say they can't be ethnically Jewish. Most of them are like Ashkenazi Jews. They came from Europe, and they can't. And if they're not religiously Jewish, then how are they Jewish? They're not ethnically Jewish, and they're not religiously Jewish. They're just. What are they, bro?
They're gonna delete you from the game, dude. Your NPC script just went way off script. Okay, so you're not a completely fucking dim, only in regards to your own country. But we know they're monitoring your internet right now and will nuke you, so we understand. Just blink twice. Just blink twice.
Bro, I
You're
have
in
free
danger.
speech. I have free speech in my country as long as it's not false.
As long as
We're back
It's
again.
not free
He's
speech.
respawned.
false speech
Like
is the best speech, man.
According
False speech
to
is the speech that
who?
should be protected. You understand? You should have the
no,
right to
I
be
think
wrong.
hate speech shouldn't be allowed within the category of free speech.
Look, the way human beings solve this is how we solve problems in the civilized world without violence. Wrong people say something stupid and right people correct them. But the wrong people have to be able to say that stupid thing out loud, otherwise they'll hide it. And they'll get mad and then they'll, pick up a sniper rifle or something. So you have to let them get it out. Let them get it out, but you also have to be able to write the freaking tell them how stupid they are. Okay? In America, we're getting away from the right to tell the other person how stupid they are. That's our problem.
In America, they'll shoot you in the neck for expressing political dissent.
Are you playing
What the
System Shock?
Has he been watching Hollywood again? You
Dude,
get your
have you
information about
seen
America from
Charlie
the
Kirk?
television on Hollywood and shit,
Did
dude.
you
Yeah, he's
watch
playing
what they did
System
to
Shock
Charlie
too,
Kirk?
motherfucker. Dude, this is the best video game ever made he's playing. Nobody should be even talking in this chat. We should just all drooling on what he's doing. I'm kidding. That's the greatest video game ever made.
What was the name of it? I didn't catch it.
Called System Shock 2.
Oh,
This
okay.
is like a remade version, but the 1999 version was, the music, the freaking, it's a weird game, dude.
Oh crap!
You're on
Run
like a
away!
ship,
Run
and your
away!
ship's controlled by an evil AI named Shodan with a freaking super evil voice. You chose the wrong class, AI.
Wait, what game?
What'd you pick, dude? You picked Warrior, didn't you?
You don't get to pick which one you want in this one.
What? Yeah, you do.
Oh dang, she's eating me.
In the
She
original one,
ate
you
me.
did.
Dude, she turned me into a robot.
Fucking spider
Holy
robot.
crap.
That's almost better.
Game is this, bro?
System Shock 2. Remake,
Oh.
right?
No, this is the first one.
remake? Oh, this is the first one? Which one is this? 2 or 1?
1.
Okay, yeah, you're right. 2 is the fucking badass one. Why is the graphics so good?
It's a remake.
Oh, they didn't remake part 2?
No, they did that too.
Yeah. You gonna play that after this one?
Yeah.
Fucking trooper. That's how you know AI is a real G, dude. You gotta play that shit in order. Bro, I watched Lord of the Rings Extended Edition back to back to back to back, bro. It's like 13 hours total.
Dang.
Yeah. Extended Edition is actually the first one's isn't better, but the other 2 are better in the Extended Edition. I mean, dude, if it's 3 movies and you have extended editions, that means it was meant to be watched in one as one giant movie. That's what I did.
They did that recently with Star Wars, where they had like all the movies in a row at one in the theater.
Oh, dude, that would be ugh. Ugh. Bro, that going from like Revenge of the Sith to freaking Star Wars? Come on, man.
Do you guys think George Lucas was like involved in the whole faking of the globe and all that?
Nah.
What?
He probably is involved in some sort of social engineering. Should go watch THX. So if you look on the back of the stormtroopers, there's a number. So
Hmm.
he made his first movie was a pilot movie called THX 1138.
Yep.
Go watch it. I'm not gonna tell you what it's about. It's
It's
futuristic.
like
It's about the future where you learn by injection. And there's a prison. And the way you're in the prison, there's no walls. The prison is just so large you can't find the door because everything is bright white. And eventually, an artificial intelligence has to show him. Of course, they're in there because he's getting too much nookie, and you can't be having that because it's not economically feasible. Every human activity is budgeted with an allowance. Like they have this society, right? And the whole society, every action that every human does has a numerical value placed upon it, so that the city that lives underground after nuclear catastrophe won't run out of resources. So if someone starts doing activities that use more resources than the budget allows, they beat the shit out of them. Damn, that dude was jacked.
Yeah.
He just fucking one-shotted your ass. Oh, great. You're gonna put your spider helmet back on. It's kind of hot the way she said that.
That's why she made me a spider robot, homie.
She said, "I promise your body will be used effectively. Let me get on top."
Boy, you make me wish you had 8 arms. That's pretty much what she said. I'm too weak.
Yeah, the one thing I remember about this game is you gotta stay up on resources, man. You start falling behind, dude, it's hard to catch up.
You guys were awesome earlier talking about misogyny. That was incredible, bro. Marco. I'm already bracing for impact because I know I'm going to get a message being like, "You guys were talking about misogyny. It was all your fault, Stevie." Blah blah
Dude,
blah.
Josh
Like,
was fucking like, yeah, he didn't know what he got into. He
I
freaking
wish I
kicked
could
a
have.
hornet's nest.
I wish I could have contributed, but I was busy. So I was just listening in the background. I think.
I mean, what could he
If,
say? The points we were making were on point. There's nothing he can say. There is no rebuttal. There is no response.
no, I mean, my point overall is that like clearly this topic is very important and like detrimental to society. I was in the chat saying things like the backbone of society is the family. So if we don't have families, then what are we doing? You know, creating families, then what's going to happen to society? I want to have a family. I want to have children and stuff. It's not like the likelihood of that is very low from what I see, you know, from my view.
Passport bros.
I mean, literally, I go to Mexico all the time. That's what the Latino.
That's not far enough away, bro.
No, it's literally 15 minutes. It's 15 minutes away.
Yeah,
it's,
no,
it's
well,
just,
yeah, exactly. Man, you need to go further into Mexico or something.
no, I need to go to like the Philippines or go to Asia
Mm,
or something.
the Philippines, no, they're Americanized there. You fucking don't do that shit. The Asian cultures are fucked up, dude. You don't want to deal with that.
I just want to hit up the rice bunnies. I don't even care, bro. I don't care. I just want to mess with some rice bunnies. That's well, but like, nah. I mean, the fact that you guys talked about it for so long because I had to leave and come back, and you guys were still talking about it. Just
Yeah, we're talking about the
goes,
socioeconomic. We're talking about the macro shit, not really the micro shit, though.
but like
You
for
know what I
anyone
mean?
that's an outsider, because I know that topic gets a lot of hatred. You talk about this so much. Just get a wife. It's like, bro, it's not like that, bro. It doesn't. I don't know what world you're living in where you just go outside and you just grab a wife. Like that doesn't. That's not reality.
You know, you're also in the city, dude. You're getting a certain type of woman, dude. Like you're going to be exposed to certain type of women there. I mean, even when you were in the
Mm,
Midwest, you weren't meeting Midwestern chicks. They're still city chicks.
is that really the solution? Just like move out of the city? I mean, wouldn't you think because there's more people in the city, there would be more marriages and stuff? Like, it doesn't make sense that just because you're out of the
No,
city, you're gonna meet more women that wanna
I think they
do
have more traditional values, and there's more communal social pressure to keep people together.
perhaps.
In the
But
city,
like
it's
you're
just like
forgetting,
divorce. Bye. There's a whole freaking potpourri of more people out here. You know what I
yeah, I
mean?
mean, but you're forgetting that like everyone's on Instagram now. So like even your city, your country bumpkin thought is on Instagram, bro. Like, she might have an OnlyFans and he has access to dudes on Instagram that are gonna hit her up and stuff.
Dude, there ain't no Idaho farm girls on fucking Instagram getting
I
flown out.
mean,
You can't even find a
that's
fucking airport in Idaho.
that's kind of funny.
Dude, you're gonna send her a stagecoach. Fucking
Stagecoach. It's funny. But like, oh, I
well,
don't
I'll
know.
stagecoach you out.
That's. I'll give you credit for that. That's funny. I've never heard anyone say that.
Well, I mean, come on, dude. Like some of those places, like biggest city, you know, Idaho is like Boise, right? They probably got an airport. They probably can't land a 787 there. Probably not even a big enough runway. You know what I mean? Like nobody goes there. You never see like, oh, Donald Trump's in fucking Idaho today. You're like nobody cares a shit about that place.
I don't know if it was you guys or where I heard this, but it's like there's nowhere to go. No like place that's like, oh, this is the haven. I personally don't think that like, going to Idaho is like, oh, we finally escaped and now we're in some sort of safe haven away from the nonsense. But could be wrong. I just think we're like in a digital world now. So even your average Idaho is exposed to Instagram and internet. Her expectations are going to be the same as some New Yorker girl. She expects 200K minimum.
You know, there are some states that have fault divorces, you know.
Well, face of those.
And then there's some states that have presumed 50-50 custody right off the bat. So they start there. You want to know what happened after they implemented it? Divorces went
What?
down. Imagine that. Yeah, they got. AI was talking about this. The presumption of. Weren't you talking about this earlier?
Yep.
But is that the solution? I mean, clearly we're already dealing with a problem if
You
the
have to
solution is
stop
just go to a
incentivizing
place.
it. It's the incentives that are causing it.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah. I mean,
the women are making bad choices. We know that. Okay, the ones that are getting divorced, they're making bad choices, but they think they're making good choices because there's a whole incentive system for them to do it. So the
yeah, yeah,
choosing to do it think they're going to come out on the other side, and everything's going to be freaking dandy, right?
yeah.
Look, this is how women operate. They don't not like the guy. They think that they can freaking
Do better.
basically hit the lottery, so they invent reasons to hate the guy. They have to justify what they're doing, so they'll spend 2 years concocting enough bullshit delusion in their own head to justify their decision. I just wasn't happy, but they'll just turn into a bitch. Like she just wants your shit because it's incentivized. Thinks, oh shit, I can divorce this guy. I get the children. I have no have no expectation of performance anymore, and I'll get extra income. Right? That's what they think is going to happen, but that's not what actually happens. They forget down they're going to have an extra expense. Daycare. Right? They don't conceive of that. Daycare and all the other stuff, and now they're doing everything all on their own. And, you know, instead of cooking them dinners, now they're freaking going out to eat every night. So now their expenses just went up some more. Right? And babysitters and freaking like I already mentioned, daycare and all the other shit. And then they try to compensate for the fact they have no father. So then they're fucking buying them extra shit. Now their kids need fucking therapy and, you know, blah, 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 dude. Like, we know the outcomes, right? The outcomes aren't what they think, but they're being sold a fucking bill of goods that they're going to have a better outcome if they do the divorce thing.
It's shout out to feminism.
It's the government, dude.
I mean, yeah, that too. I mean, that's why guys are telling each other not to
And
get
even if it
married
don't work,
because
so hold on, I should have mentioned this. I hate to interrupt you, but even if it don't work, they know they have the whole welfare system to fall back on. Even if their fucking boss babe shit dream fails, they can just fall back on welfare, so they'll never fall through the cracks. Right? There's always that social safety net. And they can find fucking simps for days. We know that.
yeah, but they don't realize that those simps are there for like nefarious reasons. They're not there to. They're not trying to like put a ring on their finger. They're just trying to smash you. So they think that
Yeah, they're
they're
just trying to extract as many reapers. And they're trying to extract resources. They're both using each other. Why are you interrupting, dude? You're fucking rude. Go on mute. Now you're on mute in every channel. Congratulations. You're a jerk. You paid for it. Okay, so they think they're doing better. They think like women are very short-sighted. I hate to say it, most of the time they're short-sighted. So they think like I'll do better, but they're not going to do better in the long run. They don't think like how's my life going to look in freaking 18 years. They imagine that they're going to leave the dude and then they're going to meet the real Prince Charming. Right? The real Prince Charming's right around the corner. The other guy, he sucked. No, dude, you got that guy because that was the best you could do. You know what I mean? At the time.
Yeah.
Whatever that time was. And, you know, it just gets worse from there typically. Now, of course, there's outliers, but we're talking about the general case. In the general case, it don't get better. It gets worse.
Yep.
Like I said, it gets incentivized. No fault divorce, make it easy. No social pressure, no people around you, no church to keep you together, no extended family to give you the dirty looks fucking if you get divorced. You know, none of that crap, right? None of that crap exists anymore. It's all gone.
That's what I was going to say is like, this is why men are telling other men not to get married, because the contract you're getting into, that the other party is incentivized to break that contract. And that's
Exactly.
not a good idea.
Because you're not in a marriage license is a 3-party contract, dude. The state is one of the parties. Okay, and they've set rules for your contract, and they're going to arbitrate them. And they've shown that their arbitration of that contract is fucking shit. Okay, so why would you voluntarily enter into that? It doesn't even make sense. It's such a bad deal nowadays.
Bad deal for men.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying nobody should get married. I'm saying like the care and caution that has to be applied to getting married needs to be way higher than it used to be. Like the vetting process has to be way beyond what it used to be. You know what I mean? It was pretty standard for girls not to be whores. You know, that wasn't a big ask. Oh, I want my girl not to be a whore. Well, most girls aren't whores, so you didn't have to worry about it. Nowadays, it's like fucking was this bitch track picking herself on OnlyFans? Like you don't even know.
I mean, the amount of cheating is just crazy.
Yeah, I don't understand that though, because they're saying Zoomers are having less sex. How do you have less sex with more partners?
I mean, maybe the women are increasing the amount of partners.
When I say less sex,
I
I
don't know how
mean
this.
sexual acts per week, right? They're having less sexual acts per week, but they have more unique partners. It's fucking retarded, dude. It's no way to
Probably the
live.
women. I don't know how the stats work, but it's probably the women, I would imagine. But I don't know how those stats work in particular.
Well, say the average amount you have sex is. There's another thing I can't figure out is this is a weird stat. People who is hot mic. People just love coming in channels hot mic, dude. It's fucking the weirdest thing.
No, it is crazy.
Why? Freaking. Anyway, here's something weird. People have the most sex in the summer. So the average is something like 4 times a week or something like that. The month people get pregnant the most is in December, when people have the least amount of sex, which averages 2 times per week. 6 months removed from the other value, right? I've not been able to figure out why this shit, how that's even possible. How do you have more sex and less pregnancies? Yeah, I can't.
Yeah.
That makes no sense, bro.
I mean, I can try to piece something together, but it is hard
They're
to
having
argue
like
that.
double the amount of sex and having less pregnancies. Like it don't.
Because it's probably, I don't know.
And I heard that most birthdays are in September, which would make sense. Like they'd have to be if the pregnancy happened in December.
People are booed up with an individual in the wintertime. They call it cuffing season. And then the girls have hot girl summer, so just smashing randos. Those guys are, that'd be my guess.
Yeah.
Or they're with like one guy who isn't
Maybe the
strapping
days are
up.
longer, right? The days are longer in the summer. But people smash at night. The days are longer in the winter. But why are they only smashing twice? It's a long, cold winter, man. You need to snuggle with somebody.
Take that one person they're snuggling with. He ain't strapping up.
What is the illegitimate birth number? I haven't checked that out.
Wow.
Let me check.
It's just the point I wanted to make, I was trying to make in the chat is that like there are going to be those who are upset by the conversation or this topic, but it's like
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
What?
40% of births are to unmarried parents.
Yeah.
40%.
It's only going to go up.
That is a ridiculous number.
Up there half.
Let me see a fucking graph over time. Jesus Christ, this is fucking ugly. Rising trend of births outside of marriage. Oh yeah, really? Thanks to the newsflash.
It's going to go up for sure.
So, in the U.S., it was about 5% in 1960. Now it's 40%. So it was 5 out of 100, and now it's 40 out of 100.
Sounds about right.
That's crazy, dude.
I mean, this goes right into my point is that like
It
if
really went
those
crazy in 1978. It like fucking hockey sticks, bro.
isn't that like the love free love
Of the
culture?
disco era, man. Yeah, I guess everybody was probably smashing big time in the end of the 70s, man. Because I remember the venereal diseases were going fucking crazy.
Yeah.
It's usually a good sign of promiscuity because the venereal disease rate goes up.
I mean, what I was saying is that like I know people get upset by this. There's a lot of people that are already in marriages, they're happily in families or whatever, but it's like, I think, the backbone of society is a family. So if the family, like the birth rate is declining, people having less and less families, that's not a good thing. Mm, Not everyone in our community is like actively dating or trying to start a family or whatever. They get upset. And I understand that, but like, bro, this is clearly a problem. Like, it is
Obesity.
a major problem.
Think obesity factors into any of this? Because the obesity rate for men and
Yeah,
women are pretty freaking high.
they're
I
going
mean,
up. Yeah,
well, I mean, it's like 34 and like 40%.
I mean, you just go around, just walk around your town, you'll see that most
I'm in the
likely
city,
people are
dude.
pretty
There's not a lot of
overweight.
fat people here. There
Really?
are fat people, but just not a lot in the city comparatively.
I mean, I don't know about fat, overweight. Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
yeah, yeah. I noticed after COVID, there was a lot of chicks with fat asses that didn't have fat asses before. I'm sitting on their ass all for 2 years.
It's funny.
Women, the obesity rate for women is 41.8, men it's 38.3. 20 to 38 years old, 39.7, men 40.3, so that's really the age of interest. Obesity does affect fertility.
Girls.
Okay, let's take
It's
the
hard to,
morbid obesity rate. That's the real one.
it's hard to get a statistic on that.
Severe obesity. 12% for women, 6% for men.
It's not all men see this one, men are better.
Not getting fat. Says PMI. I don't know how many pounds. Overweight. How do they do this body mass index shit, dude? I want to know how many pounds over normal weight it is.
It's a good question.
They're even trying to change it. The Obesity Medical Association. Shifting from morbid obesity to class 3 obesity. Now they're trying to make us sound like you're freaking buying a gun. I got class 3 obesity. I got a class 3 obesity license.
It's like I'm thick. I'm thick. No, you're fat. I don't know. We're cooked, bro. I just want to say that. That's my ultimate point. Is like we are so cooked. If you're a young guy,
Grab the marshmallows, motherfucker. What are you gonna do?
it's just horrible. Isn't like China trying to like incentivize men to go over there to like have families or whatever? I don't know. I've heard that before. Like Chinese women want to have like children and stuff. So I need to go over there. Let me get my own.
Oh no, it's a sausage party in China, dude.
Yikes.
I mean, they probably get with you because you're American. Just
Alright,
for
yeah,
the
that's good.
freaking erotic freaking thrill of it.
All right, I'll do that. Yeah, that's good.
I mean, like serious, like you know how it is. I've heard that Asians they fucking just like white people and just want to fucking smash.
I need to be more white.
I'm not talking about like the Philippines and shit. I'm just talking about like China and Japan, like those countries. They're just trying to like get it. They're not trying to be your girlfriend.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm telling you. It's a pro tip, bro.
That's a good trip to Japan. That's why I told Jin. I'm like, hey, I might come visit you, bro. Let me stay with you for a bit.
Dude, you'd fucking be a hit in Japan, dude. I bet you.
Please, bro. Oh my god.
Dude, your dick turn yellow.
Oh my god.
Get so much spoon. Your dick could turn yellow.
Oh
My
my
dick turn yellow. Oh, you fuck too much Japanese girl.
god.
Wait.
That was good. That was good.
The color rub off on you.
I don't know, bro. It's just a bad situation. Like I get again, I know people are like, "Oh, this is upsetting. I don't know why you're talking about this." Bro, just be happy in your marriage, bro. Be happy that you dodged this bullet. Like there's a lot of young guys that maybe you 10, 20, 30 years ago, we're in your position now, and we're not able to do the things that you're doing. We're not able to have families or children. That's like depressing is not the right word for it. I don't know, but like it's just fucked up.
No, it
That's the
is the
only.
right word. It is the right
It's
word for it.
fucking bullshit. Honestly, it's fucking trash.
Yeah,
Like,
that you just can't have the regular Ozzy and Harriet fucking lifestyle. That it's like
yeah,
some freaking twisted, I don't even know what.
And like they don't realize how the women are, dude. I mean, I'm not sure. Like the guys earlier, you guys made a good point. It's all on the men for sure. I agree with that. But it's like they just don't understand how women
It's on
operate.
us for letting it get to this point. That doesn't mean we freaking fully responsible. They're still
Yeah, I
responsible for
mean,
what they do individually.
yeah, of course, of course. But it's like but they don't deal with women. They're not out here trying to court women or deal with women who are 20, 30 years old, ideally 20. But it's like you're not dealing with those girls, so you don't know how they are. And if you think, oh, just hang around the church, just get one and pick them up, marry them. No, dude, they're not trying to do that. It's it's scary. Like honestly, it's fucking crazy because
Look, all I know is I've dealt with 2 or 3 women that are childish, between in their 30s. Just talked to them, interacted with them, and it's like they're permanently on the fucking rag. Okay,
yeah, I mean 30
seriously,
is
they're
too
always
old.
like in this bitch mode fucking mood, dude. I don't know what it is. They're very
30's too
abrasive. They're not
too old, bro.
feminine in any way, shape, or form. Like I think the idea of being feminine like offends them. Like
Yeah,
they
and
won't
see that
being like
pisses me off.
what would they used to call the word used to be called demure. That would
You're
be like having like a feminine, quiet, settled, stable.
Can I get a mic check?
Yeah, we hear
yeah,
you,
yeah,
bro.
yeah, you're good. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Andrew.
Yeah, I mean they like that was like a quality that women wanted. Now they shun it. Like
They hate it.
dude, you're not gonna put baby in the fucking corner. Like you're not gonna put me in the corner. I'm fucking, I'm pushing my way to the front, elbowing my way to the front of the line. Like that's their attitude now.
Yeah.
Well, just liken it to the Globers that come in here. These male Globers, they're permanently on the rag about their religion crumbling.
Yeah,
The thing with
true.
women
I
is
mean,
feminism crumbles much more quicker and clearer in reality than heliocentrism. So that's their permanent spiral.
it's sad, bro. It's
Yeah,
sad. I was
50% of women
raised
that do not have a baby by 40 will never have a baby.
40 is way too late.
Even if
Yeah.
you can at 40, like, biologically, everyone's healthy, right? It just, you fucked up the natural order, You're 60 when they're 20. They don't see you in your prime anymore. They don't see you really chasing your dreams anymore, still building life. And then they get to an age, 20, where they can kind of, add their hands in and help you, and you can help them. Fucks, it's shit anyway, even if you can have a baby at 40.
That's way too late, bro. And then what's scary is like the girls in my circle, because I know last time we did this whole misogyny meeting,
Yeah, you
what's his
know it's way too
name?
late.
It's not misogyny, man. Stop with that.
The
It's
girls
just
don't
funny. I just
know.
like saying it.
CB girls don't know that's way too late. And that's fucked
Hell,
up.
it's scary. Yeah, it's scary. Well, Elijah was saying like, you just get with the girls in your circle. Well, the girls in my circle were coworkers and people in my vicinity. They think that having children in like your mid 20s is like, no, that's foul. You should never do that. It's so bad. Blah blah
It,
blah blah blah. So like they're pushing it to like 30, 35, 40.
why?
Too late. What the fuck are you doing? Like
Dude,
you're literally geriatric at 35.
look, you're gonna pay.
Like
Look, dude, you're gonna pay no matter what. Okay, it's everything in life. It's you got to
stupid.
time your choices, right? You can party when you're young, right? And fuck up, and then take it, and then maybe you can build yourself back because you were fucking around while everybody was working, and you know maybe you can reach equal status by the time you're 60, or you can fucking work hard when you're young, and then when you get older, you can party then when you fucking can't do it anymore. Right? So they're also making the choice, right? They could have the kids early, right? Have the kids in their 20s. At 38, they're free. They're only 38 fucking years old. Think
That's
about
the way
that.
to do it. That's the
They're
way to
only
do it.
38, dude. They could literally go to college for 10 years, right? Be a medical fucking and still be a medical doctor, okay? After having fucking children at 20. I'll try to do that the other way around. Be the medical doctor and then try to hit a buzzer beater at 40.
Yeah,
That
not
you're
gonna
gonna
happen.
fucking have a kid.
Not
Good
gonna
luck,
happen.
dude. Having it in the wrong. They're doing that shit in the wrong order.
It's like it's a really sad, fucked up situation. I mean, again, I know a lot of our community, from what I've understood, is that you guys are 40s, probably older. There's not that many guys my age that are like younger. I mean, I'm not even that young anymore. I used to be the young
Yeah,
guy.
you're the same age. Oh wait, you're 94,
Yeah,
aren't you?
94. Yeah,
I don't associate with girls your
I'm
age, dude. I'd
91.
have to beat them up with a stick. Can't do that shit.
bro. I be messing around with girls that are like, what, 2004 or younger, but like,
12 teen?
and
12 teen? You're messing with 12 teens?
no, dude. Like, I mean, dude, it's just bad. I really feel so bad for a lot of men, and I'm not crying. It's just like it's fucked up. It's worth talking about. That's my ultimate point. It's worth discussing.
Feel
Maybe
bad
not
for
necessarily
I
this is
feel bad
about
for the men
best
and
platform.
women, dude. I'm fucking equal opportunity. I'm feeling bad.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably not the best platform. You know, we
Okay.
don't have like flat Earth children,
You know, you
then we're not
can't
gonna have more flat
listen.
Earthers.
You
So
can't say women are completely responsible for the actions and also say they're freaking easily misled. Okay, both those things can't be true at the same time.
yeah,
It's
I
a
mean, I
little
think
both.
you should
They
be
are
kind of
I
partially
think
accountable. Yeah,
responsible for the
I
actions,
think
but they're also easily misled.
yeah, I agree.
I think as far as the stability and harmony of society, that's 100% men's responsibility.
Yeah, I think
Oh
most
yeah,
guys would
yeah.
agree with that.
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
say we fucked up, but some dudes back in fucking 1918 fucked up.
Oh, for sure.
But the thing is, for every guy that's like yourself that might get it, there's 100 simps, 1,000
But
simps.
if we're waiting for fucking women to fix the problem,
It's never gonna happen. It's never gonna fucking happen. Like that's the thing. Like
it's like the only thing that's gonna fix this is men taking back the reins. But yeah, see me right.
Yeah, but I could
for
talk
every
to
one of
a
you,
lot of
Simp
people.
tsunami, you
And
know?
there's a lot of
yeah,
people who've never even heard of Red Bull shit, and don't even. Most people
exactly.
are freaking NPCs that don't think, dude. Like they
I
don't
know, I know, I
care
know.
about anything. Like they just want the fucking beer. They don't care until something bad happens to
It's like
them
the beer.
personally.
Yeah, yeah,
It's like the beer. Like yeah,
for
for
sure.
every one guy that like you that gets it, there's 1,000 dudes that don't get it. They're like, no,
Yeah, they have to
you
learn the
can't
fucking
see
hard way. They have to get
that.
in a fucking trash relationship, get cheated on to fuck, deny it for the next 5 years, and then finally come to terms with it. And then they might sling a sliver of
Might
in the
wake
ear
up.
and say, "Hey, you guys,
Exactly.
you want to speak about that topic
Exactly.
again?"
And I would prefer personally, I would prefer to prevent that guy from end up getting into that situation
You
even in the
can't.
first
You can't, man.
place.
You
No, I
can't.
mean, yeah, I know. So
Even
most
even
guys
I
have
would
to
have been
go through.
incredibly fucking naive to a lot of this back when I was 18. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? I
you
would
have
have
to go through
respected
it to
what you were
learn.
saying and all that, but yeah, I would add my personal arrogance about me. It's just a fucking fact of life. Young people are fucking dumb and inexperienced, and there's just shit that you can't teach without time. Only time can teach it, and
Hey, man.
that's the challenge we're facing constantly. Every next generation thinks they're gonna get it right. They don't.
Hey man, who said that shit?
But I said that. I was gonna say, like, you never know, dude. There's people that like they're young, bro. There's young people that are adaptable and they'll listen, bro. They'll learn, bro. I mean, of course they're gonna make
They're
mistakes,
always the
but
exception.
you can prevent a lot of bad mistakes. People say that I learned from my dad or his fuck ups. I didn't do what my dad did
Yeah,
because he did
Yeah, I
some
yeah.
don't
dumb shit.
like.
So it's like
I don't think that's the answer.
I don't think it's
You
necessarily the answer,
can't. You
but I
can't.
do think it's important,
Because
bro.
you can't do it to enough people because you have to pick them off one by one. You have to change the system, man, so the bag mistake isn't even possible.
And I think that's part of this. I think why talking about it is the mission and like the first few steps into changing the system. Because right now our system is fucked, marriage and all this and the way men think and stuff. So we need to make the fact that we know that we have the power, we need to go and do something about it, bro. Like, I think the discussion is the first step.
And how can you create a nonprofit in which the donations are anonymous? Because I think that's part of the problem. Nonprofits, all their donors have to be listed. Like you can't have like private donations, like nonprofit political organization, like a 401c. So they have men's rights organizations and they're nonprofits. But like, if you're a dude and you got a wife and you want to donate to some men's fucking rights group, you don't want your wife to find out. She's gonna give you, what, you donating to a men's rights group? Like, you know what I mean? There's still be social ostracization because you know how women operate. That's how they operate. The shaming shit.
Here's another thing, though. I mean, look, dude.
Because
you guys know me.
hold on, I didn't finish. Like my point is, if anyone like you say some men's right group became big and became politically formidable, where it could actually implement things like getting rid of no fault divorce, getting the like things that are more beneficial to men in the marriage sense. Women would try to stop that shit at all costs. And anybody that contributed to that would be named and shamed, and they would like. It's the kind of thing like. There needs to be some degree of anonymity because women are experts at manipulating social structures, and we just need to admit that. How else could they have gotten the right to vote? It wasn't because of the rationality of the decision. It's because they manipulated the social environment. Even now, dude, look in Josh. He's saying, Josh, hey, repeal the 19th Amendment. I remember the first time I heard that shit. I was like, what? Even I was brainwashed. I thought that was the craziest. Idea. Repeal women's right to vote. But then I heard the argument for it, and I'm like, fuck yeah, let's do that.
Dude, I was watching the Whatever podcast last night, and Brian was saying the repealing of the 19th is never going to happen, so we might as well just like go do whatever. But the girls on the panel were like, "Yeah, I'll repeal the 19th. I don't want to. I'm down for that." Like the girls were down for it, but like getting the population to change their mind on that's never going to happen. What Brian's position?
Was Andrew on that one?
No, he wasn't on last.
Because I saw a clip where they were talking about the same topic, and Brian was saying the same stuff, like that'll never happen, and Andrew was just like, just implement a mandatory draft for women. Women will fucking scream out to throw away their voting rights.
Okay,
Yeah, you have to do it another way. You have to attach the voting right to some responsible action, and then it'll fucking, and then they won't want nothing to do with that shit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Much.
But
Okay. Andrew specified that like it because women can be in the military already, but because they're women, they get put in support roles and they don't get put on the front lines. They get whatever the easy jobs possible are. There's already an inequality in it. So it has to be qualified that like this mandatory draft is you will be put on front lines. You know what I mean? You all this
that
type
don't
of shit.
matter.
There will be no
Look,
special
in the next war, that's just as dangerous, dude. Support roles are also going to get hit. We got long range weapons now. I actually, it's very funny that you said that because Russians put out, it's called Military Talk, and the article that in their last issue was about just that. The formulas on how much of the support roles do you have to destroy until the front line becomes inoperable. And they had a graph. Okay, they had a graph based upon their formulas of year by year. Okay, so it was flat until 3.5 years. Then it started going down rapidly. Okay, the ability of the front line to fight. What year are we into that war? We're at 3.5 years, right? Coming up on 4. And if their graph holds true, their formulas hold true, in 10 years, Ukraine won't even have a military. There'll be nothing left because there's no way they can maintain it, right? Because you need you need food, you need water, you need logistics. It's said that for one U.S. combat soldier, it takes 7 support soldiers to let him do his combat mission.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So Russia,
So the
the people
support's
aren't
even more
stupid that
important
you
than the
destroy
front
the
line, of course.
support. Well, my point was that you're not safe in the support roles with long-range standoff weapons. You know, they detect your ass with a fucking drone or whatever. Hey, this is where they're making the fucking. This is where we're loading the shells or freaking doing our
Mhm.
medical hospitals or doing anything. Yeah, we're gonna drop a missile right there. There's nothing anyone can do to stop it. It's not safe there. There is no safe place anymore. Dude, the war in Ukraine and Russia is getting just fucking. It's at the level of insanity where I can't even believe that the shit is like it's the worst imaginable. I think I was telling. I don't know if I told you guys. 5,000 FPV drones in one day.
Shit, holy shit.
Yeah. Okay, that's what Ukraine reported. Okay, that doesn't even count the drones that they launched and didn't make it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
And then I seen another one where it's like one of Russia's major FPV drone pilot like battalion or brigade or platoon or whatever the fuck it is, whatever their organizational structure is. That's not important. The important part is they showed like a list, right? It was like a fucking sheets of paper, paper after paper after paper. Each line had the file name of a video from an FPG drone and said what target they hit. Everyone was a fucking soldier. It was like fucking goddamn like 20 sheets of paper. This is just for one day. Of people like
I
they're
was
actually hitting
talking
a
about this
person.
stuff
They're
the
not
other day.
yeah, I'm not even talking about like hitting a car. I'm talking about hitting a fucking person, dude. And I actually
Yeah,
seen a video today of them. There was two civilians trying to get out, and the Ukrainians decided they're gonna smack them with FPV drones. So they're putting basically an RPG fucking round on the end of these and smashing them into them, and you're basically getting blasted with an RPG round at point blank range. Okay. Needless to say, it was a bunch of pieces of the person. It wasn't like, you know what I mean? He didn't get shot. He got blown into into chunks.
Mhm. No,
So
we were talking about this just the other day, weren't we?
yeah, probably.
It's like
Yeah, it's like
conventional
getting
warfare.
worse.
It's
Every
just
time I think it's bad, it
it's
just keeps
insanity,
getting
man.
worse. Just like it's like getting inconceivable. Like it's like industrial warfare, dude. It's fucking. It's crazy.
And how do you realistically defend against a drone swarm?
And
Versus like
these
fucking
drones go like
backpack
120.
PCUs or something, or what they called, like a little Gatling cannon or some
You know
shit
how
on your
fast these
soldier.
drones are? They go like 120 kilometers an hour. So there's videos of people in their fucking cars. They're trying to get away from these drones, and they don't have a fucking prayer. It's like your car don't go that fast, bro.
What about EM fields?
Well, yeah, they have jamming and all that stuff, right? So that worked for a while, but then the Russians made fiber optic drones to spool out fiber optic cable that can't be jammed. And the last I heard, they can extend that to 35 kilometers.
Oh, for real? So they're like
Yeah, they get two drones.
directly linked.
They get
Yeah.
two drones. They fly one halfway, and that drone's like a repeater drone. And then, so they'll have like a 12-kilometer spool and a 12-kilometer spool. And
So
one drone will go,
host
two drones
them.
will fly out, one will go halfway, and then the other one will go the rest of the way. And it's a it's a little thin fiber optic cable, and it's 4K, dude. 4K video.
Yeah, it's mad, man.
Dude, why do people come in this channel with a hot mic, bro? Yeah, mic up. Thank you. Yeah, when I heard it, and it was the Ukrainians. If the Russians would have said we hit them with 5,000 FPV drones, I would have been like, yeah, that's bullshit. When the Ukrainians said that, I was like, holy Jesus Christ, bro. Because they don't admit nothing. It was probably 10 times worse than that. It was probably 50,000. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. And then like that
Yeah,
shit's
it
gonna
is.
bleed into frickin' society. I don't care what anybody says. That shit's gonna bleed into shit, dude. I've already thought of different shit. Like it's gonna make a whole new world of fucking bank robberies. Okay, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, bro, seriously, anyone can go buy these drones, bro. Like, serious. Now, you don't even need the explosive part. That's not even necessary.
Yeah, go watch that Black Mirror I was mentioned to you the other day. Go watch that episode.
Yeah, with the bees, man. Yeah, yeah, that's right. We were talking about this, the bees.
Stop giving them ideas, bro. Come on.
They've got the ideas. They're giving them to us.
They're listening
Yeah,
to
because
you,
I mean,
writing down the
they're
ideas.
Sorry, Jamesy.
They're writing down the ideas, listening to you guys. Got these
I mean,
ideas for
bro,
flat earthers.
dude, like, listen, you could fucking with a couple people, dude, you could freaking totally rob a bank, fucking scare the shit out of the police with fake ass drones with fake ass RPGs on them, so they don't even come near the goddamn bank. You could surveil them the entire time. You could air tag all their fucking police cars. Like, bro, like it's crazy. What like we're lucky people aren't using this shit for crime yet. I just
I think on this environment, they might be using it to steal groceries.
Hello. Dude, I didn't even think of that, Gemsy. Just throw the groceries on the jump. Hurry up, flyway.
Hello.
What, bro? We heard you. What? Speak.
They'll be waiting for you to get on the cart out of the grocery store full of groceries, and then they'll hook the grocery cart away from you with the drone.
Yeah, look. Sorry, Gemsy. Vix, you can't control your mic, so you're on mute. Okay? Just yelling into the mic, hello, hello, is not helpful.
Yeah, so I mean, what we've got
Vix,
now with
mute
the
your
drones
mic if
that
you're not going to talk. Yeah, okay. You don't. I gave you 2 chances.
fucking hell, why are these people always in the middle of a conversation with family or, you know what I mean?
I think they like joined from like what do they call it? PC Bang, like with one of those internet bars or something, in these foreign countries.
Yeah, so what we've got right now in Ukraine, that it's just pretty rudimentary tech with the drones, right? What point does it just become a little fucking? It's just a projectile. It's just it's
Yeah, that's all
fucking
it is.
fly
They're
into
just
a
basically
person's head.
using it
You
as
know
a
what I mean?
projectile. Basically,
Yeah.
what they do is they take an RPG-9, like the warhead part. They have a cap that goes right over the end. That's basically an electrical impulse. That's just wired together, and they'll have like basically 2. I've seen a bunch of different configurations, but what happens is that when they ram the drone into something, it completes an electrical circuit. That electrical circuit ignites, has a capacitor or a battery or something, puts a spark in the RPG, and then it blows up. Right, so it fires the RPG off, and since it's fired up and it's a rocket-propelled grenade,
Mhm.
it instantly goes through somebody and blows up.
Yeah, but even that,
It
like,
would be like firing, like taking your
why
RPG,
can't
pushing
the
the tip
drone
against the
itself
wall and
just
pulling
be
the
shaped
trigger.
in such a way that you can fly it right through a person's torso or
Oh,
head.
that's probably coming.
That's what I mean. Like
The drones are
in a
going to be
much
basically a
simpler.
flying bullet, right?
All the fucking explosive part. There you go. Your production costs just cut by 80%. It's fucking
Well, I
stamped
mean,
metal with some propellers and electronics. You know what
well, I mean, you're probably right, but they're not actually cutting their production costs because they already have these RPGs lying around. They got probably fucking millions of them.
Yeah,
Why not use them?
Yeah, actually, they're making good use. When you go into your fucking garage, you just like get your scraps and shit.
Yeah, it's like they already got like let's say they got 15 million RPGs. Fucking okay. 3D print the fucking drone, put the motor on, strap the RPG on it, and fly away. Okay, like super simple. Otherwise, a whole manufacturing process for fucking these new drones, which I bet you it's in development, right? I bet you right now all that
Oh,
shit's in
fuck yeah.
development to do exactly what you said. But they're just going to use the scrap that's lying around for now. They're saving that for the Americans. They're not.
Yeah. Well, there's no point not to.
Ukrainians get to use
These
shit.
RPG rounds are not going to be used in the original sense, conventional way anymore. So
Yeah.
they're redundant. So yeah.
Yeah, the standoff weapons. That's what's been scaring me for about 2 decades. Because when are the elite going to be able to stand us off where we can't get close to them? We could always get to them with the torches and pitchforks, but eventually they're gonna reach a state of technological prowess that we're not gonna be able to get to their ass. This is worse
They
than
already
gated
have
community.
it.
This is
They're
more
just
like gated fucking 20 square miles. Anything crosses it, a fucking drone pops up and smashes into you.
yeah. But they need to manipulate us to ask for it. So it's our idea.
Seen a Chinese one. It's a tractor trailer pulled up, and then the side of the trailer it like slid out like drawers, like stacked drawers, and each one of these drawers contained like 100 drones in it, and it was like 8 layers. So like each drone just automatically, like a swarm, just flew out of this frickin' tractor trailer. It's supposed to be for like a light shows, but obviously it has other purposes. You could easily make it for other purposes. Surprised law enforcement isn't using them already. I mean, I know they do use them to some extent, but I mean more.
Wait a minute, what you talking about, Willis?
Drones.
Yeah,
Little
they got a
drones.
new company. You have a box, you buy this box, you set it up in your school. If there's ever a security or live shooter event, you press a button, it dials a base. That base activates the box opens. At the base, some people log in. The drones turn on. They're sitting watching the drones, and they have like pre-programmed courses. They zip around the school, and if they find an active shooter, the drones are actually lethal and can kill the shooter.
I'm waiting for the ballistic drones.
Oh, the
You're gonna have
mothers will be
basically like
fucking going for that, man.
like a fucking grenade launcher. That grenade launcher is gonna shoot a drone, right? So the drone will take in the flying will take place in the last 100 yards. But to get it there, you're gonna shoot it out of a gun, and it'll be folded up, and then it'll unfold in the air, and then smash into whatever you're trying to smash it into. Dude, you're dying, bro. Don't die.
It's one of those games where you can't stand around.
Yeah, I know. It has that's the one other good thing about the game is that the mobs aren't pre-generated, right? You have
Yeah.
roving mobs.
She can send them to like with these elevators that go through the walls.
I get the feeling that this is that the rulers are just as terrified as we are about this shit. And they're really trying to figure out how to step forward correctly with all
Oh,
this, you know. It's what is it called? You know, it's like a watershed moment. There's no coming back.
oh, no wonder, dude. I'm right under a security camera.
If anybody wants to take it on to a happier topic.
Mhm.
Oh, man, I forgot the code already.
That sounded like a globe believer just joined.
Can just
So
smell uncanny
why are you
matrix.
guys silent?
I smell fear. That's what I smell.
Why are
Addy,
we silent, 80?
Yeah.
Just waiting for a globe believer to come in and demonstrate the globe exists in reality.
Right.
so tell me, Addy,
Are you?
it's 2025. Are you a globe believer?
I've never really think about that, but I've always thought uh that the world as it is, as science tells, like what is the shape of the Earth? It is like sphere.
It is like a sphere. Why do you think that, mate?
So it's like ovate the bookies. Spheroid.
Spheroid, yeah.
Ovate spheroid, and it has a type of shape like egg, kinda.
Yep, these are all the different shapes that it's claimed to be.
Yep, so that's on the brochure. So why do you think that? Have you seen that outside?
I just saw it in Google right now. I mean, like, it's kind of like round, so I guess that's how we just call it.
Why do you say it's round? Where have you seen it being round?
Like, it looks kind of round.
It looks round. Where does this happen?
I mean, like, if you go to space and look at it, it would look like like this. Let me show. Oh, I don't have the permission to send image, but yeah, like how we watch. If you like search Earth, you'll get a perfect shape of it. That is the Earth, I guess.
I don't want to be rude, but I don't think you've been to space.
I don't really know. I mean, like, I've never really thought about the shape of Earth. Why do you think that it is flat?
Because it's measured flat, and because water at
How is
rest
it
is
measured?
horizontal.
Horizontal?
Well, they get a laser and they shoot it over large expanse of water, and then they measure the difference between where the laser starts and where it ends. And if we are on a ball, that gap should be getting bigger and bigger and bigger as they get further away from where the laser starts. The problem is, my friend, it does not.
So, oh, another thing that comes in my mind, if the Earth is kind of like you telling me that it is flat. If it is flat, then I'm like, where is the end of it, or where is the edge?
Well, in my lifetime,
see it?
I have never come across an edge. I've been as far south as Melbourne and as far north as a trip around Lake Superior, and I don't remember tripping over, bumping into, or falling off of any edges. I do apologise for this, but maybe I didn't go far enough.
As like humankind have colonized the whole Earth, and there isn't anybody who
CB, wake up.
On the edge of the
You don't
Earth.
know that's true, Eddie. You don't know
You mean
that the
that
entire
humankind
Earth
didn't
has
colonize
been
the whole Earth?
explored and colonized, so.
What do you mean?
And whether the Earth may or may not have some kind of edge to it does not change the fact that the surface we exist upon, what we know as the known world, is flat, measures flat, therefore not a globe. So it's not relevant regarding an edge or not.
That also tells me, I mean, like, if the world is not round, as he was just saying, like, how is it like spinning around the sun, and how the
No.
day and night works, how we see like sun and moon.
Well,
At
we're
night,
not talking about a
at
flat
daytime.
disk in space that's orbiting a 93 million mile distant sun, right? That's the heliocentric cosmology. We're not making the claim that you just squish down the spherical Earth planet in that cosmology, and that's the flat Earth we're talking about. We're talking about an entirely different idea regarding reality, and these objects that we've named, the sun, the moon, what their sizes may be, what their distances may be.
So you're just assuming that the Earth is flat. You do not know for sure.
No, that's been explained to you already, that it's measured flat. We experience it flat and motionless, and then we go and verify if that direct experience is true or not.
No way. Like, how do you like even think about? I mean, like, think about gravity, for example. I mean, like, how would gravity exist in a flat Earth? Like, where is
Well,
the
when you say
core
gravity, what do you mean?
gravity? The force that is pulling us downward. I mean, like in basic sense, but yeah, gravity is like, there are two type of gravity. Like in general physics, like we can talk about Newtonian gravity and then Einstein's gravity. Like Newton
Yeah,
gave
but
a
do you want to
simple
discuss the
equation,
observed phenomenon of
and
some
Einstein
objects
gave a
going
really
towards the
detailed
ground?
equation about it. Huh?
So, do you want
Yeah.
to discuss the observed phenomenon that we all experience of some objects going to the ground, towards the ground,
Yeah, like
or do you want to
everything pulled
discuss
to the
the claimed
ground at the
cause?
core. Huh? Say again, come again.
No, I missed what you said last. Could you repeat it?
Like everything is pulled toward the center of the earth, which is the core. Like that would make sense if I use that equation, and those equations are very valid. I mean, like valid when it comes to if we measure the earth as round, even in like high school physics, this type of mathematics to measure the like radius of the earth, and then use that radius to find out the mass of the uh, earth, and
Well,
like so many
have you
things.
measured that radius? Is the question.
How do you measure that? Yes, that is quite so, like take how do we do that? So it's like we
Who are you talking
use
to?
80.
Sorry?
80, the guy at the top.
Why can't I hear him?
Oh,
Wait,
I hear him.
he's muted.
muted.
Wait, what? Hang on.
You got him locally muted for yourself.
Oh,
Why? How did that happen?
Maybe
What the
sound
heck?
bombed or something, and you just turned him down quick or something for yourself.
I rarely ever use local mute. Sorry. Anyway, go on.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, maybe it was a accident. Actually, because earlier I went to turn your volume up, and then when I went to close it, it must have accidentally hit the local mute. That's what's happened. Yeah, I remember now turning you because I couldn't hear you properly.
So, according to, let's say, Newtonian physics, if I think about it, it should be like this. And here was G, and we have M and D squared. So, like gravity equals the G, what do you call it? That constant, and we can just say that it is proportional to mass, and like inversely like square what they say, I don't know what they call it.
Yeah,
It's
but
like
80, we were asking you how you measured to get the radius of your Earth.
so we have this gravity which is if we think about gravity, which is 9.881 or anything, and if we use that gravity and use this equation, we can easily get them, because we have the mass, so we can easily get the radius. So I have this calculator in front of me, actually. I can do that. 9.8, and it is divided by 6.06. It's open, and this
I'm not sure if he was listening.
and the mass is 6 into 10 to the power 20. Oh,
So 80 again, the premise for your claim regarding gravity is that the Earth is spherical, correct?
it is like 6.38 something, 6.38 into 10 to the power 6. That quite easily, I guess.
Am I coming through?
I'm like, how do you explain gravity? Like all these equations and gravity, if the Earth is flat. I mean, like, if the Earth is flat, then there is no radius, and if there is no radius, how can gravity even exist?
Well, I asked you to clarify if you're talking about the observed phenomenon or the claim to the cause of that phenomenon.
Exact phenomenon claim of the. I don't really understand that. Can you kind of describe it?
Well, we all observe, right, objects moving towards the ground at 9.81 meters per square, 9.81 meters squared,
Mhm.
meters per
Mhm.
second squared, right?
Mhm.
But that's the observed phenomenon, right? Gravity, as you're told, the
Like,
Earth being
it
a
is not
ball and everyone's
exact
moving to the
everywhere, but
center of the mass.
mostly.
That's a claim to the cause, right?
Like, it is not exact everywhere, but like
No,
we
it's not. No,
we
it's
take
not
it as a
exact everywhere.
like constant, and that is how we like measure these things.
Yeah, but we're not saying that that's not taking place. We're just not making a claim to what may be causing that or not.
Still do
Whereas
not
you're
understand.
making a claim to that cause. And the premise for your claim is that the Earth is a sphere in nature, which would mean the ground outside is curving in some manner. So we can go out and measure for that curve. But as Matrix explained to you, when we go and measure, we don't find any surface curvature. So how could the Earth still be a
Oh, we do
ball?
not see the curve. Oh, so we can do this. So it's like, yeah, like, just a second.
Did you hear what I said, Eddie?
I was just thinking. It could be possible, right? If you take a boat and then start like, like if you observe a boat, like into the sea, and you will, like, even if you're using a binocular, you will see that it will some point like sink in, and you will start to understand that it is disappearing. It is like not disappearing holistically, but the like lower part is first disappearing, and then slowly it's like going toward the groundward.
Mm-hmm. So
That's
you're talking
how
about bottom
like
up obstruction, right?
Mm-hmm. I don't know what did you just say?
Well, I'm just clarifying what you're saying. You're talking about bottom up obstruction, right? You observe a ship sailing away from you, say, at the beach side, and you see it begin to become obstructed from the bottom. And are you saying this implies that the surface is curving? You still there?
Refilling the jar with a bit of fluid. The last lot boiled off.
Not sure if he's like Googling every single response.
No, sorry, my internet just went off. Can you come again, please?
Yeah, what did you hear last?
I think the statement I just made, and then my computer just, like my internet just went off, so I came back with my phone.
Oh well, you sound better on your phone, to be honest. Yeah, you said regarding ships, right? That apparently, they sail away and apparently they become obstructed from the bottom up. So is this
Mm-hmm.
you saying that this implies there's some surface curvature involved in this?
Yeah, it should at least. I
Okay.
mean, like, what else can explain this?
Well, bottom up obstruction is not something that's like an exclusive phenomenon to a curved surface. We can replicate this phenomenon over known flat surfaces and demonstrate the same visual phenomenon. And we know
It would,
for fact that the surface is not curving in these examples, so it is possible for this to happen on a flat surface.
how? I mean, like, how can it be possible in a flat surface? The bottom will not sink in.
Well, because it's not in fact physical obstruction, it's apparent. It could potentially be physical obstruction in the manner of waves or ocean swells, right? And that's the water blocking it. Or it could
Mm.
be atmospheric disturbances, essentially, causing things to seem like they're obstructed.
How would that be
Or a
possible?
result of optics, also like angular resolution.
Yeah, optics could be a thing, but like you're talking about optics, and I was telling that it could be, I'm like using a very like strong binocular, and you will see that same, I mean, like the thing that the like the boat is sinking through, and it can be only explained with, I mean, only explained with the curvature. I mean, like, what else are you even referring? I mean, like, if you talk about the flat surface and you are using a very strong binocular, how will you see it like fade away? It can fade away, but holistically, I mean, like the whole thing, not the bottom first.
Well, if you're saying that it's caused by a globe, that means there should be a relationship between your elevation and how far things should start disappearing behind the globe. Does that make sense?
How far?
How far?
Can you?
Exactly. There should be a relationship between number one, your elevation, and number two, at how far that happens.
Okay, and?
Well, if it's a globe, that particular event should happen at a very specific location. dependent on your height, of course, or your elevation.
Okay.
So, for example, the higher you go, the further you see. And we've all heard this before, yeah?
Yeah, the higher you can go, the farther you can see, yeah.
Yeah, interesting. So that means that if we was 1 foot tall, the horizon should be 1.225 miles away. Anything behind that should slowly start disappearing bottom up.
Yeah.
So the funny part is they've got video footage of things disappearing well before where the horizon should be, and also video footage of the horizon being a lot further back than it should be. So the horizon is not a
Way
physical thing.
before, if you talk about way before, then I could say that maybe it was thanks to the the object with which you are observing it. Maybe it had some, like, it wasn't that much powerful, and like if you but the point you just mentioned, it should be like from that very point it should just start disappearing from bottom up. Yes, that is correct.
Excellent. So if I was to show you a picture, and I'll get it out now, drag and drop. Oh. Loading. So in the side chart, whereabouts is the horizon in that? Thanks, Flutter.
Observe height and max distance. Geometry horizon is okay. 1.12. Okay, 22 miles. They say. I need to actually
1.22.
measure it. Like, 1 foot. You go down. How far do you see? Okay.
Where do you see the horizon?
Interesting.
Up the back, up the front, or in the middle of the oil rigs?
They're like at the same surface, right?
Well, I don't know what you mean by that, but where do you see
A
the horizon? Where the
same
sky
down
appears to
surface.
meet the ground?
Well, 1 foot, right? Let me kind of do some mathematics. Can you give me a little bit time?
Well, you don't really need to do mathematics to point to where the horizon is. We can do the mathematics together afterwards. So where in that image is the horizon? In front of the oil rig, in between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
So they say the distance, the max distance geometric horizon in a sphere would be 1.22 miles, but it would appear that even in 6.21 miles, it can still be seen, and it didn't sink in, and at the same time, after like in 9.41 miles it can still be seen, and the bottom didn't disappear, it would appear, or kinda.
So the question still stands, where is the horizon? In front of the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
So I mean, like, what is the validity of this picture? I mean, like, why did you find it?
Bro, are you tracking? Are you tracking? Like, don't worry about how much of something you can see, like or not? Like how much of the oil rigs you can see?
He was
This
he was
stage?
questioning the validity of it, T-Dub. Just below the image, at 26 past the hour, Platter posted the video that image came from.
I see.
So the point of the image is about the horizon, like where the place where the sea appears to meet the sky, right? That's the horizon, right? Where the sea and or land appears to meet the sky, right?
Let me the video first. Can you give me a little bit of time?
Yeah, my friend.
Right.
That's why we're 24/7 flat Earth, not 24-second flat Earth. You take all the time you need.
Can speak to it's over now.
Which one we after?
He keeps
Obvious.
getting muted.
We're both trying to unmute him at the same time.
No, it would be. Hang on.
That
Did
was you,
someone?
Matrix, that time, not me.
He keeps
Fine.
bouncing back on.
One is.
No, you got to manually unmute him. You got to use the command. No, it's you got to use the command. You got 4 messages, 5 messages in the side chat now.
Ah, right.
Must have done something bad.
Well, clean them up first. Who did he upset to get manually muted?
Don't know. I didn't leave a note on his profile, so I don't know. Might have been me though. I don't know. Must have been Globe, but it's over now. That's the text unmute. You got to give him the VC unmute. It's just.
Oh
Is it?
man,
Yeah, I tried it. It didn't work.
Just F unmute. I think it is. Fun mute. That's it.
Fun mute. Ooh.
Yep. That's what I got.
Coordinator only for undoing permanent voice mutes. He must have been proper naughty.
Oh, it's permanent. Dang, that's a DJ or a cyclone command. I
Yeah,
think.
man, he's upset someone proper.
Sorry, it's over. It won't be happening, man. Not for the moment, at least. Is that only
Well,
from
in
in
that
here,
case then.
or could it be like an executive mode somewhere else?
For those that have seen the movie Snatch, I only create the bodies. I don't erase the bodies.
Everybody that gets muted is never sure why they got muted. Strange that, isn't it?
And you wouldn't believe that. It's when I was working at the jail, everyone was innocent.
Everyone was innocent, yeah, exactly.
It's like, bro, we've got to send a letter to the commissioner to explain why 400 people have done nothing wrong.
Yeah, fuck it. Fucking prisons are full of concerned trolls, aren't they, man?
Artie is on Deafin, watching film.
What else should we line up for him? One of the laser videos?
I'm trying to, well, I'd like to see if he's correctly understanding his own claims and the implications first, you know? Because I always get that feeling that they're not.
That's the most frustrating part about being in here. You're not sure if it's a language barrier thing or just a comprehension of the argument barrier. And you're sitting there going, left, right, which one is it? And then they just spurg out and run away.
Yeah, it's doubly hard in here.
But his English wasn't too bad, so he might have grabbed hold of her.
Yeah. But most Glovers that know English don't understand their own claims either, so that's why they're Glovers.
I'm sure there's a few of them that just hang around, just so when this all goes mainstream, they can go, yeah, I've been here from the start. I know Matrix and Obvious and AI and T-Dub. Yeah, I'm one of the boys. They know me. Just ask them.
Yeah, for sure. There was a term floating around for a bit for that, for people like Matthew and whatnot, why they hang around here so much. It was like something like paradigm leeches or something, you know? You just want to be kind of in the right spot if things were ever to move, you know? But it wouldn't work. Fucking, I would never trust Matthew. He could become the biggest flat earther tomorrow. I would never trust him.
I haven't seen Newt. I haven't seen him on for a couple of weeks. He took a pretty hard hit a couple of weeks back there.
He's still crying in the shower, man.
I thought he might have popped on for a little bit here and a little bit there just to make sure. But he might take it himself and do laps across his lounge room floor like I did. 3 weeks of pacing.
Well, he got to that moment where he was presented with the choice, the final choice, really. Do I acknowledge this and pursue it, or do I, sweep it under the rug and get on?
I'll tell you one thing, I am so glad that I never come across this kind of thing when I was in my late teens, early 20s. It would just be a mad ban-a-thon. I'd be getting muted every day. I probably would have called quite a few people clowns and some other choice things.
Till the meat 1080s, man. That was just you, That was your
rolling them at
you. Doppelganger. Oh, God.
No, I was a pretty fiery young fellow?
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine what it's like that this shit clicks in your brain before you even realize that the government doesn't love you.
I
Like,
think that was my thing over the last couple of years, was getting my vacation from working at the jail due to my lack of liking Kool-Aid. And it was the realization that, no, you're not a human, you're just a number. And all of the other implications that was associated with that. And whilst I was at home, the availability to not be stuck in the work, eat, sleep, rinse, repeat cycle, and having time to do research. And yeah, I think that was my gateway, my wake up neo moment. Like, I'd heard about this stuff years and years ago and never really looked into it at all. It's sort of just like, meh, and that was about it. But whether I was seeded back then or whether the whole lot has just hit me in a hurry in end of 2021 or what, I don't know. But yeah, 2021, early 2022 was my real hard wake up. So baseball bat style.
you're just a baby.
Oh yeah. But the first time I ever
3
heard of
years.
it was back in like 2007, 2008.
Well, everybody on Earth has heard about flat Earth. Doesn't mean much, you know?
Well, like I said, whether that was the seeding moment or what, I don't know. But yeah, I know the last couple of years have been an enlightening situation,
I
moment
know
for
what you're
myself.
saying, though. All right. So, what, like back in 2006, you'd like had a friend or something that would speak to you about stuff like this?
What it was I was at a LAN party, and one of the guys, a fellow that used to work for me actually, he goes, "What shape do you think the Earth is?" And I'm like, it's a globe." And he's like, "Oh yeah, just checking." I'm like, "Huh?" I said, "But I'll tell you something. The one thing that does bug me is hot air balloons. Why is it when they go up, we don't spin underneath them? And airplanes, like us flying from Sydney to London, is like 23 hours. Like, seriously, all the plane has to go do is go up, fly a little bit north, and then circle round for 12 hours, and it'll be in London. We don't have to do 23 hours." And he just sort of shook his head and went, "Oh, okay." So whether he was after some kind of reinforcing of the globetard, or he was trying to mess with me head, or what, no idea. Absolutely no idea. But but the whole hot air balloon thing and the planes, yeah, has bugged me for a while. It's always been in there. It's in the last couple of years it's jumped out.
Could just
I've always
imagine like
been
fucking going into his backpack and pulling out a big poster and unraveling it. It's the Black Swan image. Sticking up on the wall with a pointer. It's all right, guys.
Now, kids.
Wait, you see the present.
One of mine is, why does the moon always look like it's facing you as if it was directly above you?
Yeah. You know when you go to a museum, T-Dub,
I don't get it.
and they've got those pictures, but their eyes are concave, and it doesn't matter where you stand, they always follow you. What if the moon's like that? The moon's just this concave dish thing, and it doesn't matter where you are, it's always facing you.
Yeah, it most likely is something like that. But, you know, as soon as you fucking bring up any notion of holographic kind of ideals, Globers, like, you know, want to jump on that. Say you're talking crazy. But it's like, They don't understand their position, that they don't have a fucking clue about the sky. I'm pretty sick of them being so assertive that they have any idea about the sky whatsoever. The height of ignorance, man. Even flat earthers that assert they have, you know what I mean, no place for it. We are absolutely clueless in that regard.
Hey, Matrix, you see that cartoon I posted at 39 past?
The Imagine This thing, the still image.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a promo image for ABC Kids show called Imagine This.
Really?
Yeah.
What are they
Yep.
trying to tell us?
I don't know. It's all you can do, right?
ABC, Australian Brainwashing Corporation.
That's a good one.
I hope Nuke comes back around though. Just to go back to that.
Who's that?
Newt.
Newt.
Oh, Newt. Yeah, he's a character.
He's either spending 3 weeks researching, looking for north-south circumnavigation, or he's going to come back as one of the most hardcore flat earthers there is. He has spent
Hopefully he
the
doesn't
last...
come back in this fucking in some type of limbo state that like Peter's in. This is perpetual limbo with him. Can we just have a little bit of Globe? You know, just a garnishing of Globe. That's what I think about Peter, his position.
Yeah, he's a random one.
I think a lot that do realize what we're telling them is true. Just kind of go away and just get on with things, you know.
So I did the
It's
math.
just
I mean, like, I did the math with the what they say.
With that picture, yep. How'd you go, mate?
What sort of radius value did you get?
I don't think Platter was thinking that R word.
yeah, AD, so you did the maths. What did you get? What you got for us?
Oh, he's checking it twice. He's gonna find out who's wrong and who's right.
What's the radius on the Black Swan? It's like 250,000 miles or something.
250, was it 258 or 268? Yeah.
Yeah, puts the Earth out to the moon's orbit or something.
The original one, Stingray. Actually, I'll repost it. There you go. So I'll have to go
Hotkey. You got a hotkey or what? This is like bang.
No. I've just got a nice meme collection, and it's one of the first 5. So as soon as I open the folder, it's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, number 5.
You get one of them mice with like 100 buttons on them.
No. I've got a Kinsu standard, so it's got a left button, a right button, a wheel. The wheel is also a button, and it's got a another button for high-low speed DPI change. That's it. I can't handle the
Yeah,
ones with
but
all the
one
buttons
of
and shit
them
all
mice,
over 'em.
it's like a keyboard in itself, you know.
I know the ones you're talking about. One of my mates has got one. I put my thumb on the side of it, and just me grabbing hold of it, I hit like 6 buttons. And it's like, nah, no good.
It's fucking reformatted this computer. But he's deafened again.
No, he's going to check it just to make sure. These numbers probably didn't line up the way he wanted them to.
Oh, this can't be right. It's coming from Fly Earthers. There must be an error. I will find it. Let me go to, flyearth.ws. See what they're saying.
No, he's probably gone to Grok or DeepSeek or
Oh, it's right. I see
GPT.
now. It's mad unsubstantiated refraction that's causing this. Right.
Don't say the R word. I want him to come out with it by himself.
Oh, he's deafened.
Yep, he's got to come up with that by himself to see if he can dig his way out of
I
this.
thought plotter meant radius. I thought that's what he meant. What was the thing about refraction?
The internet will probably give that to him anyways. I don't think we will. Let the insult wash over you. Platter's having too much fun here. He's gone. Mother.
He realized it was flat.
Oh well. Looks like you're up, Stingray. He's gone like around Earth. Didn't
Look
even
like
say
in
see
Chat
you, lads.
Matrix. That's 80.
Smoke me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast. Oh shit. Smoke me a kipper. I'll be back for breakfast is from Red Dwarf. Everybody's dead, Dave. Everybody's dead.
See after Stingray. We certainly shall.
You'll be back, Stingray. just for the entertainment. Nah, I'm not going to chase him. I'm going to let him go. Give him a couple of days, he'll come back. It might well just been an innocent internet dropout. Or maybe someone rung him. I don't know. But the good part is, we stuck it in there, and it's going to stay in there. And that little chap's not going to sleep for a while. Either way, his blood obstruction is cooked. Sorry, obvious.
I forgot. End up reading Platter. Like, yeah, it is cooked.
Here he is. He will come to me. I have foreseen it.
He's getting like a fucking booklet of ChatGPT ready before he unmutes.
Wise choice. We can rip that one apart too.
Well, I mean, I can't imagine. Double check the math twice. Fair enough. Can't imagine he's doing it more than that though. He's went
Oh, who
on
knows?
to he's finding debunks and shit, you know. He's gonna be coming out with all sorts.
Based on probability, yeah. That's a good question, Platter. That is a very good question.
Oh yeah, what was I gonna say? What I remember now. It's like it gets pretty tiring, kind of witnessing how scared Globers are at just accepting that they have been lied to, you know. And then that kind of is the way of the world currently. It's like from where we sit, it's like it's not a big deal, dude. It really fucking isn't. Governments suck. They want to exploit your existence. That's just the way of it, right? That's where we are. You know, powerful entities get together. They organize things. They script things in the world. It's not a big deal.
Well, we'll see how he goes with his radius value platter. We'll see how he goes.
I get the feeling you might be dodging us.
Well, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to say that a family member rung up and that's why he dropped out. And his young one, who's still in the crib, started crying and he had to go and look after him. Real life issues. Yeah, as easy as it is to assume they're all the same, I've got to give some of them a fair go. Yeah, I'll see how long that lasts for, but that's another.
Maybe. He did come in and he started and he said, he's gone again. But he came in and he started with like, haven't really thought about this. And Fury said like he didn't really know, So, he might not be like completely zealous about the globe. It just
He'd
is
be
the most
cognizant
prominent
hard,
thing
mate.
going around, so he just leans there. But if we scrutinize it, he might see it,
He knows because he's looked up where the horizon should be based on your elevation. Because he looked that up first before watching the video and he accepted that. And all of a sudden, that video's gone, nah, horizon back there.
Yeah.
He'd be cognizant hard.
That's how much this whole thing just doesn't matter. That when they finally realize it, they go into cog this for 2 years over it. Really, truly didn't matter. Then they'd be like, oh yeah, your evidence is valid. Yeah, it's flat. Fair enough. See you later. Impacts every facet of existence, but they just refuse to acknowledge that. Welcome,
Well,
Karen.
I was going to say, whilst we're waiting for our friend to come back, hey Karen, how's it going?
Put an I in your name just so you don't have to be a Karen. Guess so.
You're still a Karen!
Karen is a state of mind. It's a way of life.
Who we got down the bottom there? Yajrushi? Yep. And gone. Okay, so
Yeah.
it's me that's scaring them off.
People are just fucking channel surfing. That's all they do. Like the same as watching TV. They're just flicking through the channels. As soon as you call them out, they're like, oh shit, well, this is not the one. If they just want to listen, they can just say like, oh, I'd rather just listen,
Yeah. Sorry,
instead of
English not
leaving.
good. Would like to listen.
If Mansky, are you around?
I do happen to be here.
How are you doing today, man?
What?
How are you today?
Oh, I'm okay. Went to the gym, prepared some food. I have to leave in like 40 minutes.
Cool. Had any good club arguments today?
I don't remember what Josh was saying. Josh, whatever his last name starts with an I. I don't think it was yeah, I don't remember, but yeah, I got nothing. Sorry.
Ingersoll.
That's all right. I got nothing either, so all good.
I got nothing.
Good club arguments don't
Nothing.
exist. Yeah, Josh certainly has a lot of lore to tell, but very little, if any, verification to offer.
I won't have anything for you until I decide to get a camera and record a video.
You should just flip a coin at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like I can easily afford it. That's not really the problem. I just I don't know if I'd use the camera for anything else.
You
Well, it's
probably
a good
would.
purchase.
You can
Interesting
always sell it
thing
on.
is though, you'd use your camera, you'll realise it's flat, and then in about a year's time, you'll look back and go, you know what? That's the best couple of $100 I've ever spent.
Possibly. And you're right, I could sell it.
I mean, you're behaving about this like deciding if you want to marry a woman or not. It's really not that big of a deal. Like,
I just dropped 600 USD on a watch, so I don't know if I want to go ahead and spend another 300 right away. Just mentally, I feel spendy. I'm not a woman.
it's at
I
least a
shouldn't be
nice
spending
watch,
like that.
not some like fucking tacky looking smartwatch.
It's one of those fancy Garmin's.
Hmm. Oh, just remember to take that off before you go playing around at the lake with a P900.
Why?
I think the reason you don't get the camera is you don't want to find out what's behind it.
No, I just I wasn't even planning on getting this watch, and I'm kind of just in saving mode right now. I was just tired of my old watch not living up to my expectations, and I needed something that actually worked.
What? It didn't tell the time.
It did tell it told the time, but I needed more.
Oh.
Not enough style points, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna
I mean,
list the issue.
style points is pretty much the only reason to pay more than $20 for a watch.
I wish they were $20. When you want fancy features, you got to put out fancy money.
What? Like telling the time? It's a watch, remember?
Yeah, I know, but it's got a lot of fancy features for outdoor activities that I'm going to be needing soon, like maps and accurate GPS, solar panel, long battery
What
life,
about your
shit like that.
phone for that?
It's possible. It's just one extra thing to carry around. Plus, it's just nice looking at my wrist and seeing all the information that I need.
Fair enough.
If I go out for a long run, I
So
don't
you
want
can
to take my
still
phone with
take your
me.
phone if you're going out hiking or whatnot.
Yeah, hiking's fine, but I want to do like an ultra marathon next year and need map functionality, and I don't want to be carrying around. I mean, I'm sure I would carry around my phone, but it's just easier to have a nice watch.
Well, I mean, you sound quite outdoorsy. You know what goes well with an outdoorsy person? A good high quality zoom camera.
That P900 doesn't seem very mobile.
Very what? Mobile.
Like, yeah, it's big chunkster. It's a big chunky fella.
Well, I'm not saying, you know, try and put it in your pocket
it's
when you're
not.
running a marathon, but it's not that big a deal if you've got a backpack going somewhere. The mountains.
It's only a prosumer. It's a medium-sized camera. Go and grab hold of an old Canon EOS 5D or something along those lines, and you'll see what chunky is.
I don't think 80's coming back.
Yeah, cog disc has kicked in, and he's broken.
Platter. I bet Platter is majorly disappointed. Oh, he dipped out.
Did Talon come in earlier?
He was in, yeah, but didn't speak.
I told him you guys were hanging out here. I'm bringing all the politics nuisances over to English Hub.
That's all right. You can do that, and we'll just boot them out because we don't want their stupid ear.
That was the first time I seen Talon with just his name, Talon, and not some stupid thing in brackets next to it. Was the last thing he was running around with, like Trump supporters are in a cult.
He had something earlier. It was something like Flirt for Abuse Support Group or something like that.
Reminds me of Heretics today. What was it? Whitewater Crisis Support. You're not like that, Mansky, though. You don't let like a political personality dictate your entire emotional system.
No. Like, I think people are nuts for getting worked up over Trump every single day. It's like, dude, do something with your life.
Yeah. Talon's pretty deranged in that sense.
He is. Yeah, I've seen that. He goes nuts over politics.
Yeah, in his own politics, a load of shit to begin with, so.
Oh yeah, he would hate me if you knew my politics. I just had never told him. He's a hardcore left winger.
Oh yeah. So,
I don't really have
if his rationale is that fucking terrible in something as simple as politics, why do you think it gets any better when he has to tackle this topic?
I just think it's entertaining. I don't really listen to either side. I just like listening to conversations and debates.
Fair enough. You said that the other day.
Yeah, and I like hanging out in groups I don't agree
there's no
with.
such thing as just listening, you know?
Yeah, I guess I'm being influenced for sure. If I spend a lot of time in here, you guys make me question sometimes whether or not the Earth is actually flat. But when I don't spend time in here, I never think about it. So yeah, I guess I am influenced.
Well, I mean, more people in the world lurk around debates and interaction than they do take part in them. So, yeah, can't just listen to anything. It's always going to have its effect one way or another.
True.
Hey, of all the spots to sit in camp and listen to conversations, you picked one of the best ones. So,
Ooh, there's a feminism chat down there. That might be spicy.
Best of luck.
I don't know any of the people on this Discord.
I dare you to drop in there and ask for a sandwich.
Does it work the same as politics, where you just get banned from rooms, or do you get banned from the entire server?
If they mute you, you get muted on all channels.
Ah, fuck that.
Yeah, it's pretty hardcore here.
Yeah, but we'll unmute you back here.
All right, I'm gonna check it out real quick.
Who was that? Just spoke. Was that Anton?
No. Another random troublemaker. You think he'll come back muted?
I think he's just gonna listen. Let's face it, any women in that channel would probably fuck up making a sandwich anyway, so he's not gonna ask.
Who we got now? Loss, Lights, Faye, however you say your name, Anton. If any of you guys have questions, please don't be scared to ask. I have eaten dinner, so I'm not going to bite.
I'll be back a bit later, guys. Have fun.
Cool. See ya. Welcome, Bilal. How's it going, mate?
Rude bastard.
Yep. I think it's going to be one of those episodes where I scare them all away.
I mean, you can't hold it against Globers, really. Like, if you have any kind of, like, you know, empathy or, you know, decency about you, you, know, you go easy on the Globers. Like, you know, because, like, for example, I was once friends with a handicapped person.
What, and you aren't anymore?
Well, yeah, they're not around anymore, but, you know.
Sorry. I was just thinking which way I'm going to take this.
Yeah, my
Welcome to whoever
patience
just
ran
dropped
out.
in.
I mean,
Well, I get what you're saying. Like, we've all been there. We know where they're coming from. So when they're having their little spin out moment,
But anyway, no, I was just kidding before. Yeah, you shouldn't give Clovers any slack. I'm joking. I'm joking.
We do give him slack. I lift my hand away from the mute button, so I've actually got to move it. I don't just insta-click. How much more slack do I have to give him? Not that much. Welcome, Hamano.
Thanks, dude.
Yay, one of them finally talks and didn't run away.
Yeah, I was wondering why is everybody muted?
Because they don't all like talking at once. It's just a mess, you can't hear anything. So they sit back and wait patiently for someone nice like yourself to come in.
I'm usually noisy.
Oh, that's all right then. Means I don't have to turn the speaker up too loud so I can hear you. Have you been in
Are
here
you
before,
guys
my friend?
watching some live or something?
No, just one person's playing computer games or Xbox games.
And you're
I'm
all
actually,
watching him?
No, I'm not watching him.
Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Oh, we know it's flat, my friend.
Oh,
I can ask the
crazy.
same thing for you. Do you believe it's a ball?
I don't know, man.
Now you're thinking about it. That's a
Well,
good start.
well, you live in Earth. Why do you care if it's flat or a globe?
Why do I care?
Yeah.
Well, you're in here also. Why do you care? Obviously, you must do.
No, I don't really care.
So why are you here then?
You mean in Earth?
In here, this channel. If
Oh,
you
I
don't
was
care,
bored. I was
so you're
bored.
bored. So
Yeah.
you don't care, but yet you're bored enough to go somewhere that you don't care about.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Exactly.
Very interesting.
Look, man, I am in a college dorm and I have nothing to do. It's morning, so I got on Discord. I saw the room with too many people. I was like, what are they doing? So I joined.
There you go. So you think you live on a ball. Why do you think that? Why do you think it's a sphere? What makes it a sphere for you?
I was on a flight, and I think the Earth is a globe.
So
Maybe.
I've been on flights before, and that doesn't give you any reason to think it's a globe. You just fly from point A to point B.
I was once in a taxi. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
I thought you were going to go somewhere else with that.
Well, I have another argument. Well, I live in a city with a beach, and when you look out the beach, you don't see a mountain, but on the left, on maybe how do I explain this? Look, there is a city on the east, and it has a big mountain in it. From my city, I cannot see the mountain until I get close.
So why are you expecting to see the mountain?
Because if the earth was flat, I would be able to see the mountain.
How far do you think you can see normally, just on any given day?
In kilometers, I can see a city that is far off, like 150 kilometers.
You can see a city that's 150 kilometers away.
Yes. If it's
From
an
what
amount, if it's high enough.
Well, that was my next question. From what elevation?
I didn't really ask about this, but I think it's just higher than my current city.
Just higher than your current city.
Yeah, it's 150 kilometers away. On a good day, I can see it.
150 kilometers away. So
Yeah.
you're not sure about how high your city is?
No, I am not. It's sea level because, well, it has a beach.
So let's go 100 meters. Interesting. If you can see a city that's 150 kilometers away,
yeah,
that means that the city would have to be 1,025 meters tall. So it'd have to be 1 kilometer up in
wow.
order to see around the curvature.
Wow, dude. Wow. Interesting, dude.
So that's based off 100 meters high. So I don't know what elevation you're looking from. So you're looking across the water and you see another city?
Yeah, it's called Tipaza, I think. I live in Algeria. I can see it.
So just to give you an idea, if we lower your viewing height down to 10 meters, okay, all of a sudden now the horizon should be at 11 kilometers and the city needs to be 1,509 meters tall in order for you to see it. So it has to be taller than that.
Brother, I may have given incorrect information because I didn't really research about this.
That's all right. That's easy to do. But just
Yeah,
so
because
you know, to make it nice and easy for you, if you jump onto Google and type in Earth Curve Calculator, there's a whole heap of Earth Curve calculators there. And what you can do is when you're out and about in the real world, you can go, oh, look, I can see, for example, your city. I can see this city, and I know how far away that is. And you can put that information into the Earth Curve calculator. So, for example, if you're only 6 foot tall, you can say, I'm standing at the beach, I am 6 foot tall. So you can put in 6 foot tall, and I can see the city that's 10 kilometers away or 20 kilometers away, whatever the distance is. And it will tell you how tall that has to be. So you can work out for yourself how far or how high the city would have to be to see it.
actually, I will see how far the city I see because I don't think it is actually 150 kilometers away. Maybe I am just wrong.
Maybe a bit less.
Let me see.
I'm going to say 25. Just a wild guess.
Measure distance. It is 13 miles away.
Imperial miles 30. So 48 kilometers. So nearly 50
I thought
kilometers.
48 kilometers, man. I thought it's more than 120 at least.
Well, just so you know, at 48 kilometers, let's say that you're still 10 meters up in the air. Your city has to be 107 meters high in order for
Yeah,
you
it's
to
on a
see.
mountain.
So it's up on a mountain. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
So that mountain is over 107 meters high.
I think it is. I don't know.
Well, that's the cool part. We can look this stuff up and check it out.
Actually, I will.
Sometimes they are right.
Shria mountain height.
Sometimes you
It
can just Google
is.
the city directly, and it'll give you the
No way,
elevation of
man.
that city.
It's 1,540 meters
high.
Yeah, the city is not on top, by the way. It's not on top. It's on the side.
So the city is more than high enough for you to see it.
Yeah, I can see it because I
has
am
to be
on
over
sea level.
107.
Yeah.
So what we've done here is we haven't proved anything. Haven't proved flat, haven't proved curve. Okay.
Do you know the Earth is flat?
Yes, it's measured as
How-
flat.
How
There's no
can
measured
you?
curvature.
How can you prove it?
Well, how about we start off with the physical properties of water?
Wait. I have another question, please. Sorry. Why do you think people believe the Earth is the Earth is a globe?
Why do they believe it? It's because that's what we were all taught at school.
Why do they teach us in school that the Earth is a globe?
That's a good question. Without understanding the motives and who is organized this or who has organized this, we will never know. The reasons for it, no one will ever know. Whether it was a practical joke, whether someone had some ill intention towards people, I do not know. Maybe it was just misinformation.
Do you have any idea?
Maybe
So
just
we're told that
getting passed on. Don't know.
Yeah, because Copernicus just interpreted his observations in a certain way, right? And that caught on, right? And then it was further developed by Kepler, and then others after him, right? Until we have the standard solar system model that we have today. But nobody sees that. Nobody's observed that ever. Like that's nobody. That's just a way to think about what you actually do see, right? You can imagine that if the Earth was a ball and it was going around the sun, and if you were really far away, and then they just show you cartoon pictures of that. Like there is no photos of the solar system, right? Absolutely none. There's no photos or video footage of the Earth orbiting the sun, right? And then you got some Greeks, like a couple of thousand years ago, there's some Greeks supposed that they might be on a ball, right? To explain certain things they observed, right? But that didn't really catch on. Like, that wasn't like for the last 2,000 years, everybody thought we were on a ball. That idea in the Western world's really and the Eastern world, is really relatively new. Like it's developed over the last 500 years or so, right? Become popular. A popular way.
I saw a video of someone hooking up a camera to a balloon and sending it in the air. And when it got far enough, you can see the Earth's curvature.
Oh, I bet you can see it from the ground. I bet you if you go back to the beginning of the video and watch it, you see the same amount of curve just before they release it, or just not far from above the ground, as you do when it's at its peak.
So the Earth is curved, not flat.
No. Why would it be the same amount of curve from ground level as it is at its peak? Like I'm just guessing that if you watch the video footage, you'll see the same amount of curve from ground level before they release the balloon as you do when it gets to its peak. And if you watch it, right, if the field of view, right, the camera sort of pans down and then up, right, and the horizon goes above and below the center frame, the center of the frame, you'll see convex, concave, flat, convex, concave, flat, right, because of the type of camera lens that they've used, like a GoPro.
Actually, you are very correct, my friend. I am watching the video now, and it is curved from the second the camera goes up, and it's going flat and curved every second, fluctuating because of the camera FOV. Yes.
Yeah, that's what happens with fisheye lenses or wide angle lenses like GoPros. I mean, they distort horizontal lines, so that when it wanders below or above the center of the frame, it distorts it, gives it a curve.
Do you have any idea what would be out there in the edges of this world if the Earth is in fact flat?
It's a great question. Beats me. I have no idea.
Do you have any thoughts, any theories, any?
Probably, if there's no source of like a nearby source of light, like the sun, then it's going to be cold and probably pretty dark. I don't know what conditions exist beyond what I'm told, right, about the Earth. Like I just don't know.
What if there is a sun? How do I call it? If the sun rises and then dips below the horizon, that means there is a source of heat in the edges, right?
Oh, that's an apparent effect due to perspective, right?
I'm not a no.
Sorry, Matrix. You can come back in, man, because I'm kind of busy anyway. So I just really only just wanted to jump in real quick about that, like, so
No,
you
that's
can.
all right, mate.
Yeah.
So what did you want to know, Hermano? If the
So I started thinking about the edges of the Earth.
The edges of it.
Yeah, if it is in fact flat, what is out there in the edges?
I don't know. I've never had the privilege of bumping into an edge or falling off an edge or being stopped because I've hit some limitation.
Okay. Another question. Quick question. If the Earth is flat and someone goes from the United States of America to Japan in a flight, do they have to go from the route like directly or fly on top of Africa?
I dare say they could fly in a straight line. I don't, unless there's some other reason that they're flying in a different manner, whether there's flight corridors or for safety reasons.
Well, if someone takes a flight from Japan to the United States of America, it wouldn't be more than 2 hours. But if you take a flight from let's say let's say France to South Africa, it would take more, which seems to be a more distance. You get what I mean?
Well, if you've got a longer distance, I would assume that would take a longer amount of time. To me, that's
Yeah,
pretty normal.
So if the Earth is flat, shouldn't be there a more distance from the United States of America to Japan?
Well, just because now that you see the ground as a different shape or a different description, if you've got point A to point B is longer than point A to point C, then point A to B will take more time to fly there. This has got nothing to do with what you witness on a map. Maps aren't the reality.
Oh.
So just because
So-
you change the map doesn't mean the ground has changed magically. So if point A to point B normally takes 2 hours to fly there, and point A to point C normally takes 1 hour, nothing's going to change just because someone's handed you a different shaped map.
If the Earth is a globe, you can take a flight from America to Japan directly. But if it is...
So hold on. So if the Earth is flat, you can take a flight from America to Japan directly.
No. There are vice
Okay,
versa. If
why
it is
not?
a globe.
Why not? If flat, why not?
Look.
So why not?
If it's a
What
globe,
magically
if it's a globe.
changes? What
No.
magically changes if all of a sudden, if it's flat, what changes?
If it's a globe, you can take from America to Japan directly. If it's flat,
Yes.
you will have to
If it's
fly.
no. So what changes? That's what I'm trying to say. You're saying globe, you do one thing. Flat, you do something else. I want to know what changes.
I will explain. The language is not my best. Look,
That's
if it's
right.
if it's a globe, you can take a flight from Japan to America directly on top of the sea without having to go through any other country. You know, on top of the North Pacific Sea, ocean.
If flat, the same.
No, if it's flat, then you can't, because
why not?
Because there is no route.
Why not?
You won't go to the edge of the Earth.
What edge? Are you thinking that the map that they used to show you at school was the edge?
Whoa. Okay, I have just seen your profile picture. I get what you mean now.
Bro,
My
do you know
profile
about
picture doesn't mean anything.
Okay. Nice argument, actually.
Do you know about Torturia? No?
I
So
didn't
all I
hear
heard
you.
was, do you know?
Torturia?
No?
I still don't
That's
know
why you
what he
have this
said.
ideology of flat air, you know? Never
No.
mind.
We have this understanding of the Earth being flat because it's measured as flat. There's no measured curvature. That's why we say it's flat.
Never mind, man. Take care.
Cheers, mate. So yeah, it made me laugh, that one. I think he was another philosophy student. Easy win, yeah.
So, do you personally think that the Earth is flat and the moon is a globe?
Well, the Earth is measured as flat. So yes, I personally understand the Earth is flat. The moon, however, I don't know what the moon is. It's a light in the sky.
You can use a telescope.
I could use a ball of string too. It's still a light in the sky.
How about other planets are the same?
Yep, they just look a little bit smaller. There's still lights in the sky. What they are, don't know. I don't know how anyone would confirm what they are. But the planets, as you call them, from the olden day term planetas, meaning wandering star. So they're just stars that have their own particular patterns.
Well, if you zoom into the moon using a telescope today, you would see a side, and then you can wait another month and zoom in again. You will see another side of it. Doesn't that mean that the moon is in fact a globe and it is spinning?
Not really. Doesn't really prove anything to me.
With
I'm
the
not
side
really
you are
that
saying
worried what
has
the moon.
changed.
For some reason, a lot of people seem to be of the idea that because the moon is doing something or behaving in a particular way or looks like something, therefore the Earth is that also. No, the moon is not the Earth. It's up in the sky. I can look at that, and it is definitely not the ground. So it's up in the sky. What it is, I do not know. So me making claims
Let me think
of
of a
what the moon
question.
is would just be ridiculous because I could never go to it to verify what it is.
So you definitely think that footage from the space is in fact fake?
Yeah.
So actually, yeah, me too. I think it's fake.
You'd be surprised. A lot of people do. A lot of Globers actually will come in and say yes, they think the moon footage is fake. So we're not the only ones that do that. Some of us for different reasons, but yeah.
How about satellites?
Okay, what about satellites?
They are launched in the air and you can see them at night in the space. Doesn't that mean that humans have the technology to launch a rocket into space?
And okay, so let's go through this step by step. I've got my rocket, I've shot him up into space, and what does that do? The ground is still measured as flat. So
Yeah, but like
now I've got flat ground with a rocket in space.
you can fit you can put a human into the rocket and send them to the space to see that the globe to see the earth and verify if it's flat or a globe.
Well, why would I want to go away from the thing that I want to verify? You know, if you're looking at your house and you say, my house is made of bricks, you don't confirm it's made of bricks by going to the opposite end of town. You go to that house and you check that out. Like measuring
you can
the
see
ground.
your whole house just going outside of it. So going outside of the earth, you can see the
you're
whole
telling
of
me,
it.
you're telling me you're going to confirm your house is made of bricks by going further away from it rather than going closer to have a look.
It's not how, but the material it is made of, but like the shape of it. You can't see the shape of your house if you're inside. But if you go outside
you're
in the
talking
street,
about going. You're not talking about going from inside house to outside house. You're talking about going from the outside of the house to the opposite end of the city.
still, if you launch someone in a rocket outside the
So
earth,
what we've got,
they can
this is the
verify.
problem. The ground is measured as flat. There is no curvature. So you're telling me by putting someone in a rocket and flying them away from the ground, all of a sudden, it's going to have curvature.
No, you can verify if it has a curvature. The globe will not change if you launch someone to space.
Why can't we measure it at the ground level? Which has already been done.
Well,
Why do we have to? Why go to space when we can do on ground?
Well, the ground has mountains, has elevation changes, so can you really
Yep, over a large lake, large bodies of water. 20 miles across. Should be 270 feet of drop over distance, none measured.
Do you have any theories, just thoughts on why do they advertise the idea of Earth being a globe?
Why the lie? People lie for many reasons. Maybe it's not even a lie. Maybe it's just misinformation being passed on. Without knowing the original story behind it or where it came from, we will never ever know. Unless somebody comes in tomorrow and says, I'm a time traveler, I'm the one that caused this, this is the reason why I did it, we will never know.
Damn, I didn't expect to wake up in the morning and believe the Earth is a flat. You actually convinced me, brother.
Well, I'm not here to convince you that the Earth is flat. I'm here to
Yeah,
get people to
but you
think for
did.
themselves.
You actually did. I maybe it's because I didn't care if it's a globe or a flat thing. Like now I do. And the thing that motivates me is why do they push the idea of it being a globe? Not even like it's flat. I don't care if it's flat. Why do they push the idea of it being a globe?
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
That's what I want to know.
Why people do that. People lie for all sorts of reasons. Whether it's for money, for power, maybe they're just sick and twisted in the head and they get off on it. I don't know. Everyone, they all. You tell me, what's the reason why people lie? Why do people tell lies?
Ego, money, power.
Exactly.
So, if NASA itself, pushes a discovery that the Earth is flat, wouldn't they make more money because of the advertisement and stuff?
Well, the issue is there comes other problems. If they turn around tomorrow and said, that's it, Earth's flat, there'd be a
They would
lot
make
of other issues. So you think about it. What are all the problems that would happen in the next month if the NASA and the television came out tomorrow night and they said, game over, no more lies, the Earth's flat, and that's that? What do you think would happen? The education
things,
system would
man.
start to fail. So you think of all the possible things. You're at university, yeah? Or at school?
Yeah. Yeah, I study cybersecurity.
So people's faith in the education system would run down. So they would not trust the education system anymore. NASA
Yeah,
would just close tomorrow.
actually, yes. Yeah.
No one would trust NASA because they've been lying for the last 40, 50 years.
Yeah.
People with all and anything that uses satellites, people would lose trust in. So Google Maps and all that, people would stop using them because all of a sudden now they understand that it's all a lie. There's a whole heap of problems that would slowly come along because of this. So I'll ask you now, if you found out that now that you know the Earth's flat, they came out on television and said it's flat, NASA said it's flat, would you catch a plane and fly somewhere?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't believe anything anymore.
Exactly. So there's a lot of industries that would get shut down very quickly just because of the truth being told. But the good part about it is eventually this system would right itself. It would correct itself. people would realize, and a few pilots would stand up and say, don't worry, the maps haven't changed. We still fly the same way. We take a compass bearing, and then we fly in that direction. We will still fly along flight corridors. So nothing for pilots would change. From our perspective, yes. From their perspective, no. They'd still get in,
So,
they'd still throttle up, they'd still put their planes in the air, and they'd still go to wherever they go.
NASA runs a live stream of Earth from space 24/7 on YouTube. I just saw it. So, do you think? Okay, of course, you think the live is fake, and I could agree with you if it's fake. If the Earth is flat, then I would agree with you. The live is fake. So, do you think if like 100 people get together at night in an isolated area and shine a light to the sky, do you think you can see it from this live?
No. Just because it says live doesn't mean it is.
Yeah,
You know,
I agree with you.
A lot of people have trouble with that. They just see the word live, therefore it is being broadcast live and direct right now. But a lot of people don't realize that live means it's just being presented now. It could have been recorded last week or the week before, or who knows. It could have been made in a studio, and it is actually being presented now. It is live in the respect of, yes, we've just uploaded the footage now, but you don't know how old it is or where it came from.
It was actually just a theory, because I live in Algeria. It has a pretty huge desert, and there was a theory about NASA filming footage from Mars in here.
Fancy that.
yeah. And actually, I went to the desert once, and it looked similar.
Yeah, it's amazing how that works.
A nice gift this guy sent. Can you see it in the chat?
With the big screen.
Yeah, the Ball Earth Studio, man.
Yeah.
Okay, theory confirmed. Algeria is Mars.
Yeah, there's some very interesting things out and about.
Any other things you think people lie about other than the Earth is being a globe?
Well, it's the questions that get led on from understanding of where we live or what we live on. See, what have we been told? It's a globe. This is what we've been taught at school. It's a globe. How did it come about? Through the Big Bang. Now that you know that it's flat, how did it come about?
I don't know, man.
See? Now we've got more questions than we have answers. And that's all we want people to do. I'm hoping that you will actually go out to try to test for this curvature and check and see. So, not only, it's one thing for me to say, hey, it's flat, that's all well and good. But it'd be nice if you actually went out to validate this for yourself and check and see. Maybe
Oh,
I'm
I
telling
will, dude.
lies.
I am intrigued now. I will.
So is there a large lake anywhere near you? I'm not expecting there to be, but
I didn't
is
hear
one
you.
of
I didn't hear you.
is there a large lake or a large body of water near you?
The sea.
Just the ocean, yeah. Because what you can
The sea.
do is
Mm.
what's called a mirror flash test. So you go to a large body of water, you put yourself on one side, your friends on the other side, and when I say large, I'm talking 16 kilometers, 20 kilometers, that kind of distance. So what happens is you stand on one side, you get a big mirror, and you reflect the sunlight over to the other side. And at 10 miles, there should be 66 foot of drop. So that means that they should not be able to see the reflection of the sunlight.
Yes.
So that's an easy, very cheap way. Nice, easy way to take your friends, some on one side of the lake, some on the other side, and maybe drink some beers, have fun, and do mirror flash and see how it goes.
Hey, I don't have a boat. Did this experiment ever happened? And do you know the results?
Oh yeah, there's other guys that use lasers. They don't worry about using mirrors to reflect sunlight. They use lasers and shoot them over large bodies of water. Actually, I'll get one for you and post it up, the video. JKL. That one there is pretty good. Oh, there's another one. Someone else already got one. There you go. So there's 2 laser tests now in the side chat.
I'll look them up. I like how this video only has 300 views.
Yeah, it just shows how well hidden it is on the internet. So back in, what was it, 2014, 2015, 2016, there was a meeting with Congress about how they're going to control the conspiracy theorists, especially those flat earthers, and what are we going to do about it? And so they started limiting and controlling the information on YouTube.
Yeah.
And so
Hey,
a lot of
you can
YouTube
actually
channels
see
got
the.
deleted. Yep. A lot of YouTube channels got deleted. A lot of information blocked. A lot of channels ghosted. It was to the point where unless you typed in the exact name of the full video, you wouldn't even get to see it. Whereas now, at least if you type in flat earth, you actually start getting some videos back.
Okay, think of this. Where are you from?
Australia.
Okay, Australia. You have freedom in Australia. You can go ahead now, get your own company, and get enough money to buy your own private jet, and you can go to the edge of the planet, of the Earth. What would happen?
Don't know. Because it's some hypothetical I've never, without actually having done this, I don't know what the result's going to be.
Has anybody ever done this?
No,
They
to
did
the best
in
of my
the
knowledge.
they did in the final experiment, but it was probably faked.
Narnia.
Hey, somebody woke up, did they? You get some good Zeds there, CB?
No, I think his time has just run out again, that's all. He's still Zedding.
Oh, wait. I didn't think it ran out here, like politics, but okay.
About 40
Weird.
minutes.
Oh, he might have unmuted himself. Really? 'Cause I thought it was permanent.
Only permanent if you type it in.
No, the server
If
muting
you-
someone was permanent.
No, still only 40 minutes.
Well, I see. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that's why they were sucking when they'd come in here. They'd carry on like clowns, get muted, and then run away to other channels, and other channels would have to undo them, and they were not happy.
If the Earth is flat, if you go to New Zealand, for example, if you go to New Zealand and get a telescope, and then look to the west, can you see South America?
That's a long way. It might be easier for you to grab
Bit too
your
far.
mobile phone and have a look at the weather conditions for the day and see what it says, how far you can see on your weather app. If it says you can see 20 kilometers and you're trying to see a couple of thousand kilometers, then I don't like your chances.
Which weather app provides this information exactly?
Most weather apps on your phone, or if you're on your computer.
Yeah, believe it or not, air is not purely transparent. Like, after enough of it, looking through enough of it, it begins to absorb, reflect, and scatter light.
Just out of curiosity, how long can you see before the air makes it impossible to see?
I don't understand like everything about it, but there's something called the Rayleigh atmospheric extinction coefficient.
Coefficient of extinction, yeah, something like extinction
Yeah,
coefficient.
yeah, which apparently that says it's around about 300 kilometers.
Just
is it?
under 300 kilometers. Yep, 180 miles.
Yeah, right.
186 miles, something like that. Yep.
I guess it could also vary on how humid the air is and other factors.
Yep. On perfect conditions, if everything is absolutely flawless, just under 300 kilometers at sea level. So you've got factors, humidity, dust, and all sorts of other nasty things, smog, fog, that can get in your way and make it harder to see. But yeah, if you've got absolutely flawless conditions, just under 300 kilometers.
Okay, forget about the telescope. If you get a boat from New Zealand and go west, will you arrive in South America or Alaska or United States?
New
Apparently,
Zealand?
yes.
Australia.
Well, yeah. Because I read this story about these convicts that stole a ship from Tasmania. I can't remember if they went east or west. No, they would have had to have gone west. Yeah, they went west. Yeah, they took off west and they landed in South America. Yeah, so apparently that's true. Like, I don't know if you can believe, stories, but apparently that's what happens. Yeah. I don't even know, like these convicts, right? So they hijacked this ship. I don't even know if they had any like, sailing, experience, like maritime experience. Oh, I guess they had maritime experience, but I don't know how good they were at navigating and reading maps and using compasses or sextants or anything like that. Like this is like in the 1800s, I think, early 1800s. Yeah, this one convict that he was the ringleader, and he like gained all this confidence in his overseers, right? So they actually kind of made him like head convict, right? So he's like, yeah, beauty. He organized this crew and everything, but I don't know how well they were, like, whether they just winged it, like they were just like winging it and just went, we'll just go west, right? And hope for the best. Like, I don't know. Crazy story though. Like these guys ended up they somewhere in South America, this community that they basically gave them refuge, right? And the mayor of this town said, yeah, while ever I'm in charge, right, like you guys are safe. And then he retired or died or something, and then the next guy took over and just handed them straight over to authorities, and they got sent back. Or something like that, anyway. Yeah.
Crazy. My questions have have run out.
There's
you
a lot
guys
of
take care.
unknowns, man.
Huh?
I was just saying there's a lot of unknowns, like, we're not going to be able to answer every question, like basically we're just focused on, we can demonstrate that, over large bodies of water, like even small bodies of water, yeah, they look and measure flat. And then you get bigger and bigger, larger and larger bodies of water, And they still do. They still look and measure to be flat, right? We're just pointing out that if the surface of liquid is flat, then Earth can't be a ball the way they tell us, right? So, because they claim that the Earth's surface is covered in 71% water, and then they try and show us these cartoon pictures of a ball Earth with curving oceans, right? So we know that that's not true. It can't be true because we observe and measure the surface of water to be flat, and that's really our main focus. Like how it looks from far away, where all the land masses are in relation to each other, and all that stuff. It's not really our focus, and it's kind of a big unknown. Like how far can you go, and what's there, and like you were asking earlier about like what's out then, like what's out there, like what's at the edges. Like we just a lot of stuff we don't know because obviously people don't have those capabilities of answering those questions. We don't know.
I don't even think that NASA knows the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, that's a huge possibility. I mean, like these people, there's certain people and authorities saying we know things, right? And then they present things like what they say they know to the world, right? But do they really know that, right? Like, so often people have this impression that they're deliberately trying to tell us the Earth is a globe because they know it's flat, but they don't want us to think that. I'm not sure about that. I couldn't prove that for the love of me, right? That idea, right? It is conceivable that they don't know, but they just tell you they know, right? It may even be that these people believe what they're saying, even though they're aware that they're pretending to be able to do things that they can't, right? Like go to space. It doesn't, just because they're pretending to go to space doesn't mean that they actually know what the Earth is, its overall shape or anything, right?
Do you think the President of the United States knows or not?
No, they're puppets, bro. They're puppets on strings working for someone else. I mean, like they're not really even focused on that, right? Their drive, their motivation isn't about geology or earth science or anything like that. It's all political and economical, and they're focused on the people and that sort of thing. That making money and all that. They're not interested in that. They just go along with whatever else that they're told, like whatever everybody else is saying, right?
In my opinion, I don't know much, but in my opinion, I think that the president does know because they decide who's the director of NASA, and they would have to pick somebody who's good at lying and keeping secrets.
Believe it or not, but NASA have actually in the past had a hard time with Congress. Like there has been times when with the I don't know if it's Congress or the Senate or whatever, like they've had to sit down in front of panels of politicians and convince them to give them money, right? Like to justify a budget that they're requesting, right? We need this much money for this and that, right? Like, and there's you can watch videos where they're like these politicians are like coming back at them saying, really, like you really need that much out of our budget because like what have you done so far, right? You haven't even got us back to the moon yet. I mean, like they're like giving it to NASA, like saying, why should we give you, why do you deserve all this money, NASA? Like really, why? What benefit, what is it to my constituents? Is these politicians will say, like, how's it going to benefit? You're asking taxpayers to pay all this money out to you for what? Give us a good reason.
Yeah, and now they want to go back to the moon. in, I think, before the end of Trump's presidency, but I guarantee it won't happen. And if it does happen, it will be fake. Also, I think Elon Musk is a big liar because he is sending up rockets, and what are they even doing? They put satellites in the sky, but we already have lots of satellites. We already have enough satellites. Why do you need?
I think he's just a face, man. He's just a face. He's not. I don't think he's really anything special. You know.
Yeah, I think the system just picked him to be the richest man in the world because he was good at lying.
Yeah, often it's
Sorry,
Sorry, go on, Ray's go. Go for it, man. Go.
To add on the Elon thing, there was the book written in, I'm going to get the date wrong, I want to say 1974, in which there was a man called Elon who would take everybody to Mars. And I do think Elon is quite literally a plant. I don't think the guy who openly talks about wanting to put literal chips inside of your head is the savior some people believe him to be. He's just a
but
character.
he might even be fooled into thinking he's that smart, really. You know, it might be that good of a setup where he actually believes some of this stuff, but yeah, it ain't really coming from him, seems like. But I feel like that about Zuckerberg and Bill Gates, a lot of these guys.
Where do you think the rockets go when they shoot up into the sky? Do they stay up there or do they come back down? Where do they go?
They go up, then they lean over, and then they fly out of your visual range.
Yeah, it looks like they fly out all over the ocean, all the same direction, really. Unless they're doing it from California, but they're always just out of the ocean, so they probably just land out in sea. It seems like, or some of them are probably not even CGI.
Let's have a look at this. Where's all the rocket bases, rocket launch pads at? So you've got.
They're just Florida and California. I think they did one out of Texas last time I looked.
So Florida. Do any of the rockets go up and go to the west, or do they all go up and east?
They all go just out in the ocean. Last map I looked at.
None of them ever go back towards the land. That's interesting.
Yeah, I told that to my friend, but he just created a lie saying that they dropped the boosters in the ocean.
There's ways to spin that particular point for sure, because they could say, well, we're not going to do it over land, because then if there's a failure, it could land on people.
Well, what I'm looking at, Race, I'm not worried about the land thing. I'm going to go with the alleged Earth rotation. Now, if they're launching them from the east coast of the United States and they're flying in a particular direction due to Earth rotation, that means the ones on the west coast getting launched should also be going in the same direction. So one of them has to be flying over land.
Are there any proofs that the SpaceX stuff is fake that I could show my friend I'm trying to convince that the Earth is flat?
I would say there's not a specific video you could show him that would say, haha, there it is. But what you could show him is some of the hours and hours and hours of footage that exists of where they've got it wrong. So I'm talking about things like green screens. I'm talking about things like harnesses. I'm talking about videos of people being in space, but then a big giant man's head appears because they fucked up the tech that they're using to fake these things. And it's what started me off, to be honest, because if you catch them faking it once, It opens up a whole world of debate. Because if they've got however many hundred people floating around in space at any one time, they don't need to ever fake it. But there's hours and hours and hours of footage proving that at least some of the time, it doesn't prove they're always faking it. That's the discussion. But it proves that at least some of the time they are faking it. And then you have to ask why, which leads you down a whole rabbit hole,
But to be
basically.
fair, I've seen a few videos showing that it's fake, but it looks like it could be real, but it looks a bit fake. But to be fair, when we saw like the Jeffrey Epstein videos of the prison, we could tell it was edited pretty easily, which makes me wonder if the government is even good at faking videos, because they're not very good at it at all.
I don't think it's that they're not good at it, because what you have to imagine is that if you've got literally unlimited money, because fiat currency is just digits on a screen, right? You can pay anybody infinite amounts of money to do any kind of shady thing you want. The technology they will have access to will be far beyond what's available to the plebs, right? So if something is edited shoddily, don't get me wrong, there will occasionally be mistakes because human error. But for it to be as shoddy as it is on the scale that it is, that ties back in, just for me personally, right, my personal opinion, there's an element of they have to do this. They seems to be this pattern of they hide things in plain sight, almost tell you, they kind of put it out in the open in your face. Granted, it's a bit subtle sometimes, with the idea being that it's part of their religion that they have to tell you. So like with the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, for example, they made it look so obvious, but that wasn't because they're bad at it. Quite the opposite. Like if they wanted to, they could pay, best in class to do these types of things for them. It was bad on purpose. It's part of their modus operandi. Like it's how they do things.
How do you think that they keep other countries and governments from telling? Do you think they're all working together? Like, do you think they're actually secretly friends, or do you think they're actually enemies and just uniting on this one factor?
I don't necessarily think they're united on this one factor per se. I do think behind the scenes, this whole idea of, Trump doesn't like Hillary and Russia doesn't like China and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there's cultural differences between different countries, but it is ultimately theatre in the main part. That's my opinion anyway. And that the actual presidential figureheads you see in these countries might rattle off on the news, but really behind the scenes, they're A, not in charge, and B, that there is a kind of unified approach to certain things. I wouldn't then say that means all the different presidents all get together to chuckle about space. Oh, they think the Earth's the ball. Like somebody mentioned earlier, that these presidential figureheads, they are just that, the figureheads. They talk economics, they talk policy, but they're not actually involved in this kind of thing. Somewhere down the line, there has to be an intentional an intentional lie being told by somebody, but that doesn't. I don't think that then equates to this shady operation of 4,000 or 5,000 government officials or so who all know the secret. I think it's more people they bought it, they believe it, and so they will passionately defend it because that's what people do, right? You try and talk to the average person to say, look, maybe what you've been told about space and the shape of the Earth isn't correct. Even if they don't work in academia, they will not just rebut you. Like it's vicious in some instances. And the whole Agent Smith metaphor works quite well, to be honest, in this, because in the Matrix, right, everyone's an agent, aren't they? As soon as the system's threatened, each and every person is an agent. And so if you look at academia, you look at teachers, like they don't know, even going up to NASA, it's not that they know, they just believe what they've been told, and they will passionately argue with anybody who suggests otherwise, not because they're in on it, but because, like 99.9% of the population, they were told a story and they believed it.
Yep. Whenever I learn anything, I always just take it as false until I can verify it. Like, I heard this conspiracy the other day that Finland doesn't exist, and so now I'm thinking about going to Finland for a vacation to see if it's real or not. You know?
Oh, I've heard that. That's crazy. Yeah. What was it about that? I can't remember why they say that. Oh, there was. I did see a video about it.
Because
What?
it's less than 0.5% of all the population in Europe lives there, and some people think it's just a fishing spot for the rich and wealthy to go fishing.
I mean, fair play to them if that's what they've managed to, you know.
But there are some conspiracy theories that I think that they just try to say to make us look dumb, like how birds are robots and they sit on power lines to charge. I think they just say that to make conspiracy
Yeah,
theories.
it's what they call poison the well. But the thing is even within some of the most ridiculous conspiracy theory, there tends to be kind of sprinklings of truth. Even take this topic, right? Mainly what people here are trying to put forward is not to present a model of the universe, a shape of the universe. Ultimately, all anybody here is going to say with any real conviction is that the heliocentric model you were taught in school is a lie. And they can be, you know, pretty confident when they say that. But then sprawling out of that, oh, well, what about the ice wall? What about the end of space? What about the flat pizza disc that flies upwards at 9.7 miles an hour? And they throw out all of these just ridiculous notions surrounding the topic so that when the average person looks into it for the first time, they're not met with, well, get yourself a P900, here's an Earth curve calculator, find a body of water. They're not met with that. What they're met with is the Flat Earth Society. What they're met with is ice walls and dragons, Game of Thrones, bro. And it's classic Poison the Well 101. And that happens with every, I think with every topic. What's that saying? You receive the most flack when you're over the target.
My friend said that he will become a flat earther if we have a better model than they do. He said that he would rather believe in something than nothing. What should I tell to him about that?
The
so
irony.
He just believes in a model. He doesn't believe in reality. That's cool. Let him go.
Well,
Yeah,
he
that's
says
crazy.
that the model should line up with reality, and
Well,
the round
but
Earth
I bet
model
you
lines up
he
with
couldn't
reality.
even show you the model if you asked him.
Ask him.
Like you say, what
Yep,
what
I
model?
did. I asked someone in the DC, and they told me to say that, and I said, "Can you show me a model?" And then he pulled up a star tracker, and then he pulled up Google Earth, and he pulled up a bunch of different resources.
So Google
and
Earth
I
is
just,
not a model.
How many models
hey,
is that? I thought he was just going to show you the one, the model.
He said
He's got a bunch of
define what
different
model
ones.
I should
Like,
show you. He asked me to show him what model I should that he should provide to me. So I had to tell him that he doesn't have a model, so he can't show me anything.
how about elevation profiles? Why do they use flat Earth models if it's a globe? You should ask him that.
Could it be that if we're trying to measure elevation, if we curve the elevation on an elevation scale, then it would mess it up?
Yeah, not necessarily. I mean, like, you should ask him. Like, okay, so why does NASA use flat Earth models? Why do biologists use flat Earth models? Like, people studying like bird migration or other animal migration. Why do why do
NASA use flat Earth
surveyors use
models?
flat Earth models? Why do all these people, these occupations, people in these occupations use flat Earth models?
Wait, does not NASA use flat Earth?
Yeah. Like for aircraft design and testing.
Isn't it in the manuals that they should treat the Earth as stationary as non-rotating?
Yeah, like if we were really on a floating ball, the Earth is spinning so fast, you would have to go a lot faster one way than the other way. And it doesn't make any sense to do that because you'd constantly have to tip your plane down so that you fit with the Earth's curve, and you would have to fly faster to keep up with the Earth moving. I got to go for a bit. I might be back in a bit though, so I'll see you later.
Peace. It's a blessed day today, boys. I've got my coffee. I've got my chicken in the oven. It's a good day to be me.
Nice. I was just looking for that list of all the links to the PDF files of NASA where they mention using flat Earth models, flat and stationary Earth models, flat non-rotating Earth models. But anyway, it's on the home server somewhere. I thought I had it saved on my phone somewhere, but I don't.
People can take any one of those things and they can say, yeah, but they treat it like that, but that doesn't mean. And in isolation, you'd be like, well, yeah, okay, that's fair. But then how many of these do there need to be? How many of these? So then it becomes, well, surveyors. Okay, so when people are building the Suez Canal, 120 miles long, they didn't account for even so much as a millimeter of curvature. Yeah, but it's like, yeah, that's just this one thing. So it's like, how many of these one things, how many of these different industries that would by design have to consider a ball, would have to consider rotation? How many of these separate industries have to say, we don't know any of that before people go,
right,
all right, fair enough. Like how many just ones does there need to be before now you've got 27? And can you say it's just 27? Like,
right, but it's not even like necessarily like saying, well, like here's flat Earth model, so it's so the Earth must be flat. They demand a model from us. You can turn around and say, well, okay, here's some that your own side uses. I mean, like, what do they say to that? I mean, they're saying how great this globe model, this supposed globe model is. Where's your flat Earth model? And say, well, here's one that your own side uses. Why are they
I've
using
got
the
a
flat
couple
Earth
of those
model?
PDFs if you want them.
If your globe model's so great, why are they using flat Earth ones? Yeah, sure. Yeah, post them in the side chat, man. Yeah, feel free.
I mean, when they say model, what they mean is here's a cartoon of the planets and the sun. And it is a cartoon by definition. It's not a model. It's just here's.
I can't. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, yeah, just here's a cartoon, basically. There's my model. Have a good day.
I can't post them in the side chat for some reason. I can do like a DM or whatever. I don't think I have that ability. But
Yeah,
I can send them to you through DM
DM
or
to me
whatever.
if you like. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, cheers.
Sorry if you can hear it in the background. My dog's just going absolutely nuts on his little squeaky duck.
All right, I'm not sure if they're the ones you're looking for, but I sent you the ones that I had right here.
Yeah, cheers, mate. I'll just a bit busy in the kitchen at the moment, but I'll check it out in a sec.
Yeah, no worries.
I do find stuff like that interesting, even when I was still fairly confident this whole thing was just ridiculous and nobody of sound mind should be entertaining it. Some of the railway things stuck in my head. So, like working out, for example, trains from Manchester to London, London to Manchester, a journey I've made many times, and you work out so how much curvature would they need to account for? What kind of elevation difference would there need to be between Birmingham and Manchester, Birmingham and London, kind of central point between the two? And then just think to yourself, well, how on earth, considering when these railway lines were laid as well, so how on earth did they account for this so-called curvature? Because if they did, there will be something in there talking about it, right? There will be talking about the process of how they did it. It would be well documented and how they account for these things as they're laying down, hundreds of miles of railway tracks. And then there's just nothing. And not only is there's nothing, there's quotes from prominent surveyors in surveying publications saying, yeah, we don't account for the curvature of the Earth. We just don't. And you think, well, what do you mean you just don't? When you consider how much curvature there would have to be between these two distances. You can't just not. It would be like trying to build a house on top of the surface of the ocean. And when people say, well, how do you account for the fact that you're trying to put bricks on top of water when you're building this house? Oh, we just don't. Like, it's not something you could just not do.
Explain that for me.
So when you take the curvature calculator, let's just have a look. So we go Manchester to London in miles. So Manchester to London in miles is 200 miles. And we do the curvature calculator, right? So we go 200 miles. Let me get my calculator out rather than trying to do it on the. So it's 8 inches per mile squared, isn't it? Like how much curvature there would need to be. Now that does eventually become a parabola, but for the first 1,000 or so miles, it's accurate and you're good to go with that. So you go 200 times 200 times 8, and that gives you inches. So if we want feet, we divide it by 12. So what you're left with then is between these two distances. Let me just make sure I got this right actually, because that number seems absolutely ridiculous and even worse than I originally would have thought it to be. So we square the mile, 200 times 200. Then we do 8 inches times the square of the mile, which gives us 320,000 inches. We'll divide it by 13 to turn that into feet. Yeah, so it's 24,615 feet of curvature there would need to be, or drop, because obviously if you're on taking the ball Earth model, where you are is always the top of the ball, isn't it? It goes down away from you because you're always the top in how this model works.
Right.
So if you're in Manchester looking towards London and you're on this train, right? You're getting on this train, you have to be navigating a drop over 200 miles of 24,615 feet, which means as they laid this railway track between Manchester and London, they had to account, we'll just call it 24,000 for easy maths, and we'll round up 25,000. That's primary school, should have known that. 25,000 miles, sorry, 25,000 feet of curvature would have had to have been accounted for as they're laying this 200-mile railway. So if that was a process they went through as they're laying this railway, it would be extensively documented. The processes, how they go through it, how did they account for this, 25,000 feet worth of drop as they're laying this railway? But not only
somebody at some
does that
stage
not
would have said,
exist,
well, we joined all these pieces of line together for a few miles, and then we realised we need to like support these because they're like going up into the air.
yeah, exactly.
It's
or
like-
they would, or at
Actually,
least
something interesting. After spending a few years working on the rail as an aluminothermic welder, railway track actually behaves like dirty, great big licorice bands. They are actually quite flexible, surprisingly flexible.
you took the words out of my mouth. So that was the next thing we were going to say. What you would imagine there would be is at least you would say these railway tracks are slightly malleable, and so as we're laying them down, they're able to just gradually bend with the curvature of the Earth. Like, how easy would it be to just write a little sentence in Engineering Weekly or in the, slightly malleable metal? It just ever so slightly bends, and so it's effectively wrapping round the Earth as we're laying this railway. But they didn't, and I find it interesting that they didn't, because it's just literally a sentence you could put in that puts the whole thing to bed, or at least offers an explanation. And people would buy it, right? Because, like you say, it's somewhat flexible because they're not putting it on perfectly flat ground, are they? Like the railway tracks aren't going on.
Actually, it does go on flat ground.
Oh well,
You
but you know
have
what
a
I mean.
couple of options. Number one,
yeah,
you're going along a flat ground. Number two, you're going up a grade. Number three, you're going down a grade. Everything else is just turning left and right, or there's a turn out, so you can or a switch track. That's it.
So there's actually a clause in some old parliamentary documentation from Great Britain, excuse me, stating that that it's basically a law that for large railway projects, a horizontal datum must be used that remains the same throughout the entire project, or it's not fit. It's not if you don't use that, then you're basically breaking the law, or they could tell you that your project's no good. You can't use it.
Please, guys, I have a question, please. Hello?
We're waiting.
Yes, hello.
Jesus Christ, is that you?
Is that your question?
What do you think about Hail Mary?
That's for another room. In this room, we talk about the shape of the Earth.
What is the shape of the Earth in your opinion?
Not my opinion, based on what I measured. It's flat.
It's flat. You think it's flat?
Is it flat?
Yes. I think it's
Are you
flat.
a Muslim? Are you a Muslim?
No.
Yeah, everybody's a Muslim.
All of us.
Who says? Who says?
Do you like Muslim people?
No,
Why not?
because they think they know everything, and they're smug, and their ego is too big.
You're right, bro.
Unfortunately, we are Muslim though.
All right, so do you want to be booted to another channel, or are you gonna stick on topic?
No, I want to switch my religion. Can I?
Go ahead. Here, I'll switch your religion for you.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm
Give me
gonna
1
boot you.
second.
Well, that's a good start. The red flag religion.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Please feel free to practice it in your own time.
Back to railroad tracks.
So when you're hot mic T-Dub,
oh shit!
raised
Sorry,
when
mate.
you're Yeah, it just sounds like you've got your phone in your pocket rustling around.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't. I meant to. Didn't realize I didn't.
Have you ever seen the rail plans or drawings? They're very similar to elevation profile drawings. Normally, if you go to a site shed where they've got a major shutdown happening, they'll have that section of rail mapped out, and they normally have, most of the time, it's a pretty long image that's multiple pieces of paper all stuck together, and you're talking sometimes up to 20 meters long, showing upgrade, downgrade, horizontal, upgrade, downgrade, horizontal, or it doesn't show bends left, right, it just shows them as horizontal. But yeah, it shows all the grades, all based off of a horizontal baseline.
I found
I should
the
float
thing I was
around.
looking for. It was a quote by, it was in an Earth review, and it's talking about this exact topic. Basically, W. Winkler says, as an engineer of many years standing, I saw that this absurd allowance is only permitted in school books. No engineer would dream of allowing anything of the kind. I projected many miles of railways and many more of canals, and the allowance has not been thought of, much less allowed for. This allowance for curvature means that it is 8 inches for the first mile of a canal, and increasing at the ratio by the square of the distance in miles. Thus, a small navigable canal for boats, say 30 miles long, will have, by the above rule, an allowance of curvature of 600 feet. Think of that, and then please credit engineers as not being quite such fools. Nothing of the sort is allowed. We no more think of allowing 600 feet for a line of 30 miles of railway or canal than of wasting our time trying to square the circle.
Ouch.
I'm guessing he didn't get invited back.
You said that was from the Flat Earth Review, right?
No, Earth Review, an engineering publication.
What year?
I'll find it.
Because in the early 1900s, late 1800s, there was a writing called Flat Earth Review, and I can't remember if it was like a magazine or a pamphlet, or if it was a news article that always popped up on a specific newspaper.
I think I've read vaguely what you're talking about. It had a bit of a resurgence at one point, before kind of getting buried again, and then had another resurgence. In answer to your earlier question, though, it was October 1893.
1893. Hot dog.
Which is interesting because it ties into something I find interesting as an idea, which is that there are many people who believe that this whole idea of, oh, we've known the Earth is a ball for hundreds and hundreds of years is actually a lie, and that up until much more recently than we've been led to believe, people understood the Earth to be flat, and that the heliocentric model has only been inserted much, much more recently than they tell us,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah, because there was a newspaper in I don't remember. I think it was Minnesota newspaper writing about how there was a gentleman in the UK who was in the school system talking about how the Earth was a sphere, and trying to get the school system to push that through, and they ended up giving him jail time for it.
Blasphemy. It always amazes me how people would, don't you know, and in 1920s, in 1432 or whatever thing, near enough 1,000 years ago. But they'll say it with such conviction and such confidence, like this couldn't possibly be a story they were told in school. And they say with such conviction, like this thing they learned about in school that happened in, 1327 or whatever else it is. It's just some complete and total undeniable truth. And they say it with a conviction, like they were there to see it themselves, and it couldn't possibly be challenged. I think more people need to be open to the idea that what they were told when they were children might not be, quite 100% accurate. Crazy thought, I appreciate.
And good. There you go. There's that. Because I'd read something too, like in an old newspaper, an article or something going way back in the day, saying that in fact it's so like not necessary that they made it a law that you're not allowed to, right? And so I went looking for it. Like I was like searching through some old like I don't know, those like those archive places, and I found that's the closest thing I could find to a law having been made where you must treat the earth as flat, right? It says, and the sections must show the surface of the ground, the intended level of the railway, the height and depth of all embankments and cuttings, and a datum horizontal line which must be the same throughout the whole length of the railway, and be referred to a fixed point near some portion thereof. So it's not allowed to deviate. Like your datum line for the entire length of your railway track has to be the same. It's not allowed to deviate. It's not allowed to curve. It's not right. They're telling you right there, like, and this is like special act and incorporated clauses from for railways in Great Britain. The bill that was passed, right?
And we have NASA papers stating that they treat the Earth as stationary, non-rotating, and a plane. Oh my.
Hey, Killian. Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Whisper Jack sent me something. So
Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna.
do
I
that
mean,
quickly.
I've been digging up my own white papers as well. I'll throw it in the side chat to back you up on that. From NASA. Shout out to Rob Skiba.
Here we go. You sent me 4. Just see if that works. Does it work?
When you're done, I'll post up mine.
No, that's not gonna work. Hang on a sec. Work. Because they're in downloadable PDF file form. I can't just do one at a time. Oh damn! I can't. I have to download them.
You always can do the screenshot and paste the screenshot. Control C, Control V will work for you if you do that.
No, Jack sent me the PDF files. I don't know how to like repost them. Sorry, Whisper Jack. I don't know how to do that.
You know what I'm
Maybe
saying?
you
Is if
can go to the file in your files of your device and then share it, and then Discord app into the room.
I mean, it's all good. I'll try and figure it out later. I'm busy at the moment.
I'm throwing the white papers from NASA in the chat. That's what it came from. There's the date, and there's the excerpt.
I remember being in lobby at the home server, and someone was like, "I want a peer-reviewed paper," so I just started posting those documents, and they're like, "That's not peer-reviewed." And then I took a screenshot of the signature section, and I was like, "Are these not all affirming that the document is good?" That would make it peer-reviewed, because these people are supposed to be saying, "Yeah, I read this. I agree."
Nicely done.
I feel like the vast majority of people who bring up a peer review as a rebuttal don't actually understand the peer review process, and more importantly, understand the inherent flaws within said process that would make it all but impossible for somebody to challenge an existing paradigm, not just with regards to the shape of the Earth, but with anything, whether it's medicine, whether it's health, whether it's geological. Like if you've got a theory or an idea that goes against, like the idea is supposed to be, you put it up there, everybody piles in, tries to tear it to pieces, and then if they can't, they're like, oh, maybe there's something here, but they just don't go near it, because when your funding relies on you not going near said thing, well, lo and behold, people don't go near it. So when people say like these people aren't allowed to study it, the first thing people's minds go to is, oh, well, so there's some nefarious, shadowy figure stood over them saying you're not allowed to. So no, it's much more simple than that. It's just funding. Funding keeps everybody in line. chicken's ready anyway, so I'll shut up for a bit.
A question for you guys. Have you looked into the distances that microwave frequencies can broadcast to?
I want to say the last time I looked at this, it was greater than 100 miles.
Oh, it's 160 miles. That's the world record. It's like over 200 kilometers. And the thing about microwave frequencies is that they require line of sight. So with that, that's one thing that literally disproves a curvy Earth. Oh my. Thanks for responding, brother. Appreciate that. I hope all is well tactical.
It's going good. They took me off night shift, put me on day shift, so I'm struggling.
Snap.
Aren't there similar observations with submarines using sonar to detect things just inconceivable distances away? When there should be a hump of, a hump of the earth bed in between them and what it is they're seeing. I'd have to refresh my memory of the exact distances these submarines are supposed to be able to detect things using sonar, but it's a similar kind of idea. Yeah, over 100 miles apparently.
Yeah, isn't it crazy? Like, even though there's a plaque dedicated to the first wireless, message received from England to Australia in 1918, a distance of 10,000 miles, apparently. That there's amongst like scholars, there's doubt about the legitimacy of that claim of like, and because back in his day they said like just even attempting something over 1,000, 2,000 miles is ridiculous because the curvature of the earth will get in the way, it block the signal. And he was successful, right? They had to like, something's obviously, like they couldn't be that the Earth is flat. No, right? Like, so they eventually made up the excuse of the ionosphere, right? It's just, I think that they still doubt to this day that that's such a broadcast over such a long distance using his technology is not possible because the Earth is curved. That's what they think, right? Like 10,000 miles, no way. I think that they doubt that even like that bouncing signals off the ionosphere would help achieve that sort of broadcast.
Yeah, the reflecting waves would just get crazy. I don't know why they don't just like say, yeah, the signals are just traveling horizontally. because gravity is keeping them on the same parallel to the surface course all the way around the Earth from England to Australia, rather than saying, "Oh yeah, that don't make sense. That it probably wasn't true. Probably didn't happen," and just destroy the greatest real event in human history. LOL.
Well, even entertaining the idea that Marconi achieved that, right, is kind of like, well, then why do we need satellites? Right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, like even if it was like a weak, really weak signal, but they, like he got the message, right? And they confirmed later on with each other, yes, this is the message I sent you. This is the message I received. Yep. Like definitely we connected, right? You could do what that's warrants development of that technology, right? Like you could improve upon it, right? And utilize it. It could be really useful.
Paradigm shifting technology like that though never really gets to do its thing though, does it? And I know it's slightly off topic, but I always remember the guy who he claimed to have invented a motorbike engine that could run on water. And his last words as he lay dying in a restaurant were, "They poisoned me. They poisoned me." True story, by the way.
Yeah, somebody posted a meme about that earlier. Yeah.
There we go. I wasn't actually here for that, but that's just fortuitous. Now,
Yeah,
whether or not he had an engine that could run on water remains to be seen. But it's well documented that he was poisoned. I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
Well, I would say that if you really wanted to do that, all you'd have to do is run a few volts on water, have electrolysis happen, and then burn the gases that's being released.
Just don't go to Nando's anytime soon, yeah?
There's the meme. Yeah, Stan Meyer. And you know what? Like the $1 billion that, like, let's say that that's true, right? They offered him $1 billion. If he turned it down, it probably wasn't because of any moral, right? Like incentive or anything like that. Like he probably was. They probably said to him, "Here's $1 billion, and you keep your mouth shut forever," right? And he was like, "No way! Like, I want the credit for this. Like, that here's your $1 billion. That gives us all rights. You get no recognition whatsoever, right? Like." And he was probably like, "Bullshit." It was probably a pride thing. It was probably like, "Bullshit, I don't care about your $1 billion." Like, this is if it's true that they did that happened, that they offered him $1 billion. offer, right? They offered him $1 billion for his ideas or his
The deal would have
invention.
been slightly more specific. It would have been, here's $1 billion, we own it. But it wouldn't have been, here's $1 billion, we own it, and then we're going to usher in this new age of
Right.
the end of dependency on so-called dinosaur use, fossil fuels. It was, here's $1 billion, we're going to bury this, and you never speak of it ever again.
Right. Exactly.
Like,
and you'll make no
entire
more.
governments.
You won't. Yeah. You tinker in your
imagine the
garage
fallout.
all you like, right? But not outside of it.
Like, imagine the fallout if that actually happened. Like the worldwide crash out domino effect that would happen if it turned out oil was now as valuable as tap water. Like, entire countries would collapse. Like, entire economies.
Nah, they would just shift.
I think within a month of that happening, it'd make Mad Max look like the Teletubbies.
Nah.
Whether or not he actually invented that technology remains to be seen. But in my mind, it stands to reason that if somebody did genuinely invent something like that, it's not just probable that they'd be silenced one way or the other. It's a given.
I think I read years ago that the inspiration came from him watching a hydraulic drill shut down. That even after there was nothing else, like nothing fueling it, it just kept going for a little while after everything had, after its fuel source had been cut off, and that sort of like he was like, oh, how's that work? Like, and it inspired him to look into it more and exploit that, whatever was going on, right, with the drill after it had been powered down.
I feel like if you pursue this research further, you need to get a T-shirt that says, "I will accept the bribe."
Yeah, don't shoot.
yeah, like just
let's
like,
talk.
I'm good. I'm good with the $1 billion and my guaranteed silence. Like, just it's all good.
I have an
I think
idea that's worth the money.
it does link back to something I talk about quite a lot, though, because a lot of people would say, "I wouldn't take the $1 billion if I thought I could free the world from the clutches of oil dependency. There's no way I would take the bribe." Or if people get to positions of power, for arguments, "I'm above corruption. I wouldn't betray my countrymen for 2 pieces of silver." But it's really easy to say that when you're not the one in the room with the briefcase in front of you. Very easy to say that your principles aren't for sale when no one's offering to buy them. Like if somebody said, "I will pay you, $1 billion," but what you have to be now is like a McToon or a Duffy or whatever it is, right? So we'll pay you $1 billion. Financial security for you and the next 300 generations of your family tree, right? And all you have to do is make a YouTube video every other week talking about how dumb and how stupid flat earthers are. Everybody, no, not me. And I would say that now, right? And I would mean it and I would believe it. But then I imagine it's very, very different and the guy's in front of you, right, with a metaphorical briefcase, because obviously no one carries around briefcases of money anymore. Otherwise, it's a James Bond film. But yeah, in front of you, $1 billion, $300 million, I mean, whatever it is, right? Life-changing sums of money. I think most people would take the money. Not everyone, but I
If I
think
was going to
most.
turn in, if I was going to turn in some mechanism, I would have made a good product and then changed it to not so good, and then sold them the not so good version, and then issued the good version for myself.
It's like you want to get poisoned in a McDonald's. I'm only saying McDonald's. I don't actually imagine you eat at McDonald's, but it reminds me of something I've been trying to look into a bit recently as well. That if oil, so-called fossil fuels aren't, effectively dino juice, then could it be that how trees secrete sap? There's not a finite supply of sap, is there? It's just a byproduct of trees existing, like it's just a natural secretion of trees, that the earth secretes oil much in the same way that a tree secretes sap. And then the so-called, oil's going to run out, there's only so many dinosaur bones left. It's just a way of creating a fake shortage. There's a way to, obviously, one, falsely boost the value of this stuff that just literally secretes within the, secreted from within the earth naturally, and will be forever. But then if you think of everything that justifies the control it allows, when you're the sole custodian of this finite resource, inverted commas, that the whole world relies on, which then ushers in all the climate bullshit and all the things that will be done to justify slowing down climate change, all the carbon calculators and everything else, the carbon calculators that'll be tied to your ID. Sorry, Mr. Goats, you can't get a train this week because you bought too many eggs on Tuesday.
You have too
And
many
none of
goats.
yeah,
Travel.
and none of that's possible if oil is actually just a natural byproduct of the earth, much in the same way that sap is a natural byproduct of trees. The whole narrative falls apart and is held together by oil effectively being this finite substance because there's only so many there's only so much dinosaur juice left. Just an idea I've been kicking around in my head anyway. If they lie about literally everything else, then I don't think it's such a crazy idea that maybe they lied about that too. And it kind of rings true for me as well. Because if you don't believe in dinosaurs, how can you believe in oil as a finite existence? That's basically dinosaur juice. There's no dinosaur juice without dinosaurs.
Yeah, so the archaeologists are actually making it harder for us to have oil because they keep taking the bodies out of the ground. What's up, fool?
They think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, crazy, huh?
Yeah, why would you think hills are flat? It's crazy.
Well, I don't think they're talking about hills being flat, dude. I think what they're talking about is the reference frame that measures the elevation of those hills. It's a flat reference frame.
You can speak for yourself. I'm a hill denier. There's no hills, there's no valleys.
Seems curvy to me.
No, when you think you can see a mountain, it's actually just atmospheric refraction, giving you the illusion of a mountain. And as you're walking over this flat mountain, the fluids inside of your rear canal get messed up by the refraction. And so you think you're walking upwards, but you're actually not. It's all flat.
Nothing is flat.
Nothing?
What's one thing that's flat, man? Prove it.
My ex-girlfriend's
What's up,
chest.
Petey?
My dining room table.
Yeah, but it's curvy around the outside. So you don't have anything that's flat.
My dining room table's curvy around the outside.
Yeah, just like a compact disc. It's curvy around the outside.
See, I have a rectangular dining table, I'm afraid.
Well, rectangles don't exist. You know, this is not a 2D area.
See, now we're getting into the meat and bones of it.
How long has it been, Petey?
Since what?
Since the last time you tried to troll us?
I'm not here to troll.
Yeah, I know that's part of your script, dude. Eventually, you're gonna get triggered and tell us to drink your favorite juice.
You can't be in here talking about how rectangles don't exist. You're gonna get the server shut down. Like that's top
Rectangles
shelf.
don't exist. Yeah.
That's top shelf. There's top shelf stuff, yeah. Like there's levels of what we're allowed to discuss. And you can't be going in there straight with the big ones. Have you got any other like top shelf conspiracy zingers for us while you're here?
No.
What's going on, guys? What are we doing? Hello? Are you sitting here from NASA? Here it is. What's going on, guys?
Yeah,
Hello?
what's going on? Yeah, hello. What's going on?
That's good. Why are y'all muting?
Because there's many people that it's early in the morning or they just doing something.
Okay, goodbye.
What's up, everybody? Hopefully, you guys are starting your day off right. Everything's going good.
So far.
What's up, Yoder? Wonder what the world would be like if everybody did have that universal based income. Nobody would be heading for work, as I see in the morning commute. We'd just be chilling out. No one would make anything. Nothing gets done.
Yeah, and then everything would be expensive.
Yeah. It was a good discussion yesterday, man. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, like the concept of UBI, it basically sets a permanent floor to inflation. And inflation destabilizes the economy because it ruins what's called price discovery. It ruins the ability to communicate how scarce something is. And it creates distortions in the demand for things that wouldn't exist otherwise.
Yeah, that was one of Indio's points yesterday. That's why they would tell Batamot or give him money not to plant corn. Because you're trying to produce that scarcity. Otherwise, then the way it looks at the market would be saturated. Markets are down right now, looks like. I know crypto markets are down.
Yeah, the general stock market has been going up, and there isn't much of a strong economy to support it. It's a lot of speculation on what AI can do for you.
Yeah. A lot of fear from what I'm looking at in the markets right now. So
Yeah.
a lot of panic sells. people putting their money into like stable coins and such. Tether's been tipped over to the $1 mark. It's like $1.01.
Interesting. I don't follow the crypto markets much, but yesterday afternoon, I run a sentiment analytics report on social media, and basically I set it up to give me to set up an index, or anything below 50 is negative sentiment and above 50 is positive, and a degree away from 50 in either direction is indicating the magnitude. And it dropped to 10. Like, I haven't seen it go down that far in a long time.
Now, what's going on in the world economy? The tariffs, like, I don't know. There's a bunch of
Yeah, not much has changed there really, but it's all the tariffs and interest rates are still elevated by many people's opinions, mine too. So businesses have a hard time making margin. Loans are still super expensive.
Yeah.
Costs of imports have gone up, and the rest of the world is de-linking from the American dollar and American trade.
Yeah, we're
We
waiting
seem
to
to be
see
the only ones with our heads in the sand over this.
We're waiting to see the old, golden age that he was promised us, according to the way the great businessman, the Orange Man, was proposing. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I've yet to see the fruits of something that's yielded from the tariffs. Okay, well, tariffs are going to show that we mean business, and they're quick and fast. You can, show that using tariffs is a way to manage some country who's been kind of taken advantage. Okay, let's see it work. We'll go through some rough times, but there needs to be a rainbow at the end of or a pot of gold at the end of that rainbow.
Right. There needed to be a clear strategy. Like, if you're
Yeah.
going to tariff a nation, then you got to give them the way to come out of it.
Yeah.
And it seems like these tariffs are more about retribution than about improvement.
Exactly.
But for the China situation, it's been terrible. It's been terrible for decades. And not only has our industry moved over there with nothing but crap services to backfill it here, but our own politicians have allowed themselves to be bought out by foreign interests, principally, I think, Chinese. Same story as with Australia and Canada.
When it comes to business, Yoder, don't you think those guys are super disciplined? Like, they have such a superb business ethic. Like, when it comes to dealing with, like, they're managing their corporations, and like those guys, like, I don't know. I see something that's hardly seen in like American business. Like, of course, it depends on like which businesses we're talking about, but like just overall, the way that they approach the business structure, like departmentalization, like how they handle each department, and like how each department like manages its own like people. It works like a machine, with those guys.
Yeah.
Whereas over here, you got Joe Blow who's calling in because he doesn't feel like it's a need to you know what I mean? Like, those guys, it doesn't matter what's going on. They're at their job. They're doing their work. Like, granted, of course, it's kind of like it's a trade-off. I mean, you get like a dictatorship and shit like this, but because of that, like the way they've been doing it, it's effective. It's the machine continues. Like, I don't know. I don't. Maybe you have a different opinion because you're actually working within the market.
Yeah, I see what you mean, and I'll maybe offer some of mine in a geopolitical context. So, basically what's happened is the US and China traded places. That much is obvious, I think. But how they traded places was completely different. After World War II, America enjoyed a period of dominance. Basically, American culture, American society, whether you believe it or not, earned the right to be the superpower of the world. And along with this status came dollar hegemony and using very strong political maneuvering, negotiating, and threats, managed to force the entire world to accept the dollar as a world reserve currency. I don't think that part came by a free market. And it really took off with the petrodollar. When Kissinger and others moved into Saudi Arabia and turned a bunch of tent dwellers into the richest people on earth. And it happened also with opening China. And this is where it gets interesting. So American corporations and American businesses enjoyed what you could critically say is an unfair advantage because of the dollar's hegemony and the ability also to print it without anybody batting an eye. So a lot of the IBM 1980 kind of corporate culture that drove our economy, the General Electric, General Motors Corporation, the pensions that turned out to be unsustainable in the long run, all of that was built upon the political dominance of America and the foreign dependence on the U.S. dollar for international trade. So fast forward, enter China. China's economy was in the dumps, man. I mean, they're eating out of poop bowls. The Maoist Great Leap Forward was an abject failure, destroyed everything. And there's a whole nother story behind that. I think CIA, MI6, and others really did this on purpose to China. Now came a couple decades later, and shows up on the shores of China, American business, hey, can we outsource to you for cheap labor? And this was the start of the Great Pivot. So America started outsourcing its industry for cheap labor. And at the same time, China was able to peg its currency to the dollar. And this is key because in a classical economic sense, this is considered economic warfare.
It sounds, yeah, it's what it sounds like.
When a trade partner doesn't allow their currency to float with demand for its products and pegs it to a target country's currency, a few things have to take place in order to make the books balance. And in this case, what China did was they essentially forced the US taxpayer to subsidize the production of cheap foreign goods with their taxes, which means future generations of Americans would be paying the inflation tax that is inevitably created on all the dollars that were pegged. So if this gets complicated, but here's how it works, and I'll break it down. You've got cheap Chinese goods now being produced overseas that used to be in American factories. We'll call them like widgets. All right, so American companies need to buy these widgets. They can't buy them with US dollars. China will be like, no, I want Chinese dollars. So what America has to do to satisfy the Chinese business desire for Chinese dollars is they have to convert their currencies. This takes place, to simplify it, this takes place before the transaction begins. So American companies going to have to figure out how many dollars that they want to give up for all the Chinese yuan that they get in return. And then once they figure that out, the American company can take their newly acquired yuan and then purchase the Chinese products with it. So what happens is yuan flows into the US and then back into China. And then China sends their products over to the US. Now, the US now has Chinese products that it didn't have before. And the yuan that it had has now been given back to China. But what does China get in return from America? Well, let me backtrack a bit. The dollars that they exchanged for the yuan actually stayed in China. So American business buys yuan, dollars go over to China. American business uses yuan to buy widgets, dollars still stay in China. The yuan flows back into China, and in return, China sends widgets to America. So America's plus widgets minus dollars. China is minus widgets plus dollars. What do they do with those dollars? They can't transact their dollars within their country. They need yuan. But you know what they do? Well, because China is basically one giant state-owned enterprise, they take those dollars and they purchase US Treasury bonds. This is the mechanism by which they link their currency to the dollar. So this creates what's called parity between the currencies. Now dollars have flown back into the US, but instead of the US offering something valuable in return, an asset that China needs, it offered national debt. And that's the problem. For decades, China has been settling their balance of trade by purchasing our debt instead of assets. We've been inflating our debt instead of growing assets. And if things were unsustainable enough as it was with the Federal Reserve Ponzi scheme system governing our banking and credit creation, things got way worse with China pegging their yuan to the US dollar by purchasing US Treasury notes with their dollars that they got from us instead of purchasing US products with those dollars that they got from us. And it is terrible. They could collapse our economy overnight if they decided to just dump all those treasuries. Boom. Because what would happen? We would have to remit payment. And we're already deep in debt as it is. You know what that means? That means somebody's got to be printing more bonds. Like that's how sick it is. Like in order to pay back the bonds, the US has to raise cash. The US has to raise cash by printing more bonds. And then what happens then? The Treasury, the Federal Reserve starts the printing press. Burp. So they've been sitting on this tactical economic nuke for decades. And one of the only ways to really deal with it is through reciprocal trade agreements. And if China doesn't want to agree to reciprocal trade, you tariff the crap out of them. So China didn't want to buy US assets with their dollars. They wanted to continue buying debt. Trump basically punched them in the nose and said, fine, we'll tariff the crap out of you. The problem is there was no clear plan of action for this. It was done rather quickly. There should have been a lot of negotiations up front. Like nothing happens. Just day one, bam, tariffs, punch you in the nose, and we'll figure out how to make a deal later. Well, China's economy grew so strong under this, and America grew so weak that I think there's really no negotiation to be had. China can just wait this out and watch America collapse itself.
Yeah, that's what's happening right now. That's the reason why. I mean, yeah, it sounds good in the beginning. Yeah, they're going to see that we're not putting up with their trade agreements anymore. But now what? Do we have enough resources to wait it out? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, so where are we going to go? So we start looking to like maybe join a partnership with Canada. Well, they want us to kindly F off. So we start looking at South America. Well, they want us to F off. So, where are we going to go? Well, looks like Venezuela, baby. Let's go grab their oil. They're one of the top oil producers in the world.
yeah.
I mean, it's so obvious what's going on. The tariffs aren't working out. We need to invade a country. Venezuela's been on the invasion map for a couple decades now, easily since like the early 2000s, at least. So there they go. I mean, honestly, like in a Machiavellian kind of sick way, it kind of makes sense. Like if you're going to go get oil from a foreign country, not that America really needs it. That's another thing. America only needs to go to foreign countries for oil because of the EPA. Like talk about like breaking your own leg and then demanding somebody offer you a crutch. But anyway, they've got Venezuela now in sights, and honestly, like it would have been smarter 20 years ago to invade Venezuela for their oil, in this part of the world instead of way over on that part of the world. It'd be a lot easier to send those shipments of oil up through the Caribbean than way like across the Suez Canal through Egypt and through that entire war zone down there. You could just send it up from South America, man. Be so much cheaper and easier, and less tenacious of political headaches. Or God forbid, going around the Horn of Africa and down to South Africa and up.
Publicly, what cards does America have to play that they can get the public on the side
Exactly.
of invading Venezuela?
None.
Like
None.
they're really strapped on this one. It's not a country full of brown people. Well, technically it is, but not the right type of brown people. All this can't even play that card anymore. Brown
Right.
people
There's
are
no
protected.
patriotism card.
Yeah, there's no justification for that. The hearts of people that are motivated to go over there and do that job like they're supposed to do by their commanding officers, they're gonna be like rebellious. Like, hell no, bro. Like, I'm not gonna go. I'm gonna be as insubordinate if I have to. I'm not gonna do what you want me to, like, because there's no justification. There's no reason for it, dude. I mean, in the name of world peace, like, how are we gonna? You know what I mean? Like, what are they gonna say for you to take something away from Venezuela? What can they tell you?
Well, we know how. There's going to be 19 Venezuelan hijackers soon enough.
Yeah, as long as they can be declared like a terrorist state or harboring terrorism, then America has the legal framework to justify doing it. Like, the American military can operate domestically within the United States if it's to counter terrorism. That's a scary thought.
Yeah, but if it's just on them grounds, I don't see them rallying their citizenry same way like they did for Iraq.
Absolutely not. I mean, what if we find out that Venezuela had a hand in all like the attempted assassinations? I mean, I wouldn't put it past it.
Man, what did it take to get people riled the way they were for Iraq? It was a literal fucking Armageddon scene in the middle of downtown New York. You know what I mean? Or Manhattan.
Oh yeah. Non-critical thinkers will take anything in the news and run with it. I'm gonna tell you that right now because I've seen a lot of the Frontline Unfiltered. We're always talking about things that happen in the world stage, and people get so motivated and so gassed up by what's happening that they'll go riot in the streets for no apparent reason. Like, you can literally take a camera and a microphone and go talk to anybody on the street. Like, why are you out here? What's the purpose? I don't know. I just saw that guy doing it, so I did it too. Like, that's it. It's complete anarchy, and they're willing to do that, like at the drop of a hat, like for no apparent reason. Like, maybe back then there was always these political causes why people would stand up and march and do things. Today's world, it is not even like anything close to that.
Right. So all this is taking place
on.
Go ahead.
When you go, Yoda.
It's taking place under the specter of Middle Eastern wars, with Israel taking on the Gaza Strip, with Ukraine and Russia unraveling, and China's just waiting for the right moment to move in to invade Taiwan. To me, something like that might be very much I think would strategically destroy the United States, because the United States has built its credibility up, and these mutual defense agreements with countries, and America has an obligation to defend Taiwan at all costs. But if America steps down and just says we can't do it, sorry, then all the other countries with these mutual defense agreements will say, you know what, America, you've pretty much ruined our trust for the last time. We're done with you for good. To me, that would be a big breaking point, a catalyst. And I think it could happen soon.
I agree.
Yeah,
I think
might be within our lifetime.
Yeah.
Oh, it's already happening. Yeah.
All right. So what do you do about this? I don't know. Vote harder.
Bend the knee.
Yeah.
All right. It's mutually assured destruction, or you bend the knee. America can either.
Well, the thing is too, like, the people that come in here, and we talk to them about the conversation about the Earth. Like those guys are so far removed from reality. You can't even get them to talk about reality itself, like the natural world outside. They're so far removed from it, and they'll accept anything that the government has to offer. Like it's just the way that this is the world that we live in right now. It's like we're talking to maybe a few people that might wake up from the the mystification of like being razzled and dazzled by the governments of the world. Like how can we shake people awake and make them aware of critical thinking? Like, because that seems to be like the crucial point. Like we're trying to make a point here. When we talk to these guys, like think for yourself. You know, listen to the like information that's being spoken over you. Like, how can you rebut anything that's being said if there's no way to justify or verify anything that's being told to you? Like that's another thing too. It's like, how can you make somebody aware of that? Like, I don't know. That's the hardest thing, right? You can't. You just listen to them go bah. Like that's it. And it's like, dude, you don't even want to think about like the reasons why.
I see a lot of problems for America getting into any kind of major conflict right now. It's like home base is extremely unstable for you guys. Like your civil situation. It's like I can almost imagine, you're as obvious explaining that this is a move out of desperation. It needs to happen somewhere or another, you know.
Yeah, but we
But
got so many weak men,
I feel
obvious.
like if it
Like,
goes that way, you might have some type of martial law to contend with to get people doing what they need to be doing when they're in this conflict that they probably won't want to be in, because I mean the American citizenry is like war fatigued, you know.
Right. And the other option is to go by way of like Canada and Australia. Everybody gives up the guns. The political leaders are bought off by foreign interests, and you basically turn into a free range human tax farm.
I hear what you're saying, Avi. I mean, there's plenty of sheep out there, but I have to acknowledge that the general population has caught on to this type of stuff with governments, to their general warmongering mentality, and that there's a few more questions to be asked when the government's trying to sell you on these types of things.
yeah,
You
but
know,
is it too late? Is my question, because you got a lot of pussyfied like individuals who won't stand up for what's right and do the right thing, so they're just going to cower back down and capitulate. That's what I'm seeing in the eyes of these young people. Like, dude, there's no one wants to stand up and do the right thing when it comes to like standing up against like the evils of this world anymore. Not like it used to. We don't have the same type of virility inside individuals that will like be so valiant to, you know what I mean? You don't see that anymore.
yeah, yeah. I mean, like the generation of patriots that went to war over 9/11. That was like the last decent male generation. How now it's all fluffy as fuck. You've still, of course, got all the strong masculine types in the military. I mean, that's the only people the military want to take. But they're only in the military. You know what I mean? And all the weak ones at home are just going to undermine what you are trying to do. You know what I mean? Nah, I've explained that bad. It doesn't matter. Just ignore what I just said. I just don't think, with the social situation in America right now, that yous could handle a fucking conflict abroad. You know what I mean? It's like You just could, yeah. I mean, you're essentially on the brink of some kind of civil war, you know.
Somewhere
That's
along
not a
the
good
way,
place to be when you're gonna, yeah, go abroad.
yeah, somewhere along the way, I think Americans lost what I saw back in when I was a young boy. Like there was something within all of us, a sense of patriotism, of pride of being who you are in a country that's a dominant leader, and like I don't know, it's just like over time. Now that I'm the age that I am now, I look back and it's like the world has like at least for the U.S. has turned on its head. Like we're not in a good place right now. It looks to me like if a country wanted to, the only thing that it had to do was pass on military defense. Then that would be it. The country would be it's like a turtle shell. The turtle shell would be the military, right? And then the innards is just like the soft belly of the American way of life.
Mm.
You could easily dominate that right now.
Well,
So if you break
I
down the
mean,
military and you for some reason do something to kind of like weaken it, then yeah, I mean that's game set match right there. Right now, anyways, unless people realize what's going on and stand up and do something instead of being cowards about everything, like people come in here, they don't even want to have conversations. Like they're just with their mics off, and it's like, where's the sense of like getting into it? Yeah, you disagree with somebody, talk to them about it. Disagree with them. Like, so what? Like, I don't know. Nowadays, it's all texting and like, you get me? There's no more
well,
like,
modern people only enjoy conflict if it's a waste of fucking time.
Yeah.
Never go into conflict to be productive.
But I think that's how everything came about, though, isn't it? Like, peace was born out of conflict. Like, it wasn't the other way around.
Well, yeah, I think the West is on the way out. You know, I mean, fuck, I'm
Yeah,
talking about America, but just look at the state of fucking Europe and my country, UK. We're in the
dude.
fucking
Yeah,
toilet. We're done.
yeah.
We're cooked, man. Like, what powerful allies does America even have if shit hits the fucking fan? Because we're useless. We can't help you anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can't help yourselves either, man. Like, you
You
guys
got
are
you got Canada, and who the fuck else?
no, no. Dude, Canada's giving us two
It's the
middle
same
fingers
group
right
of
now.
people. It's Britain, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and Australia.
Oh,
What?
yeah, you got
And
Australia
France,
too.
maybe, and Germany sometimes, possibly Italy if they can be bothered to wake up, and Spain. But it's always been those same few countries, dude.
Geopolitically, America missed the boat on a huge opportunity, which looked like it was going to happen. The fall of the Berlin Wall and the collapse of the Soviet Union opened up Western trade, and Western companies started moving into like Russia and the Eastern Bloc and setting up shop and made gold mines. And they had to partner, of course, with the former Communist Party and criminal oligarchs to do it. But there was a time when America and Russia seemed to be growing closer together all the way through the early 2000s. Hillary Clinton with their big reset button, the Russia reset button. We need to reset relations, and this happened like in 2007, I think, as recent as that, I guess if you could say. Um, Russia would have been a natural ally if terrorism was a real thing. If global war on terrorism was indeed happening, it would make sense to partner with the West and unite with Russia against this, given their problems. And that never happened. Instead, I don't know, the situation just deteriorated and Russia became aligned, and it almost seemed like a bunch of old fogies in Congress and in the Pentagon were kind of pissed off that the decades that they spent studying the Russia problem and trying to collapse the Soviet Union, that their efforts were suddenly wiped out overnight with the fall of the Soviet Union. And suddenly all their careers became irrelevant, all of their efforts. And it's almost like they're still in charge and they're now getting very long in the tooth, and they've got no other playbook other than to go after Russia. It's kind of been the name of the game for a while. So, I mean, I think they're absolutely gleeful right now that there's this Ukraine conflict. It's Europe's little Vietnam. And all these old fogies that had studied the Russia problem during the Cold War finally feel relevant for the first time. And I think that's a big reason why this is still dragging on too. Same with the other side. Same with all the Russians and their government. I mean, they studied the America problem and the Western problem. They're just chomping at the bit for an opportunity to go after NATO. And here it is. Because the two never really wanted peace.
Freaking hate the Cold War mentality, dude. I hate it, dude. Like the old guys that still think that things need to be secret. If we live in a day and age of technology and social media and everybody gets to talk to each other, it's like the age of secrets needs to be like coming to an end at least. Like they're still withholding information that should be made public. You know what I mean? Declassified even. Why are they still holding that information behind locked doors, bro? That we should already know. The questions that I ask, you know, about the topic that we have in here, discussing with other people, it's like, what incentive do they have to hide information about a pressure sensor that they can't give us about something that should be measuring pressure in the vast regions of our atmosphere?
Yeah, I think a lot of this is tied in. Like Russia is an enigma. Did you know that the rocket equation was invented before the Bolshevik Revolution? Back when Russia was ruled by a Tsar and they were more like a European country. I mean, and then Russia's technology tree just took off in a different direction than the West. There were things that I think they discovered with their space program too. There are things that they discovered with their research into like high energy physics that might have yielded different interpretations than the West. This allowed them to develop in a different way. So they might be hiding a lot of secrets. I mean, look at how look who controls the magnetic dipole at Antarctica. It's in the Russian slice at Vostok base.
I remember you were mentioning this as to a reason why, kind of like that most of this information is not disclosed to the public. But still, we still have the fact that it's not disclosed, which gives us like the ability to say, well, we don't have the information that we should have if we're going to answer certain questions that are very specific to the reasons why we don't have the technology to, measure pressure in the upper layers of our atmosphere, or, find out if the Earth is an actual globe with like, technology that, satellites or whatever can produce. Like, airplanes with a black box, the black box, like we don't have that. That information is not given to us. Why is it behind closed doors? I'm still like, that's the thing that these globers don't understand when they come in here. It's like we shouldn't be in that age of secrets anymore. Not anymore. We got AI, we got all kinds of stuff that we can talk to each other about.
Yeah, they think everything's just on Wikipedia.
Yeah, Yoder's been in here telling them that these organizations or these companies that are holding this information are not going to disclose it. They don't have to. Proprietary.
Yeah, the private sector has been the best place to bury all of this with America's legal structure. Not subject to FOIA. So you have these weird relationships with certain defense contractors that are themselves basically government entities because they always get awarded the same contracts over and over. Like, I shouldn't name anybody, but there are certain companies that seem to always win the award to staff the national laboratories. Lawrence Livermore, Oak Ridge, all these others, where a lot of spooky development goes on. It's always like the same defense contractor too that wins those. The Antarctic logistics program, the Antarctic like security program, that's always awarded to like one of the same two companies over and over and over again for decades.
Dude, I've heard it being said over and over again Josh just says I could really prove it to you if I could disclose it. I think, dude, I've heard people. If I had the ability, you guys would know it's a. No, you don't,
No.
dude. That's not true at all. Like I'm
Nope.
not buying that bullshit, dude. Like I don't care what he comes in here and says. Yeah, I mean, I know the information, but I just can't release it because it's proprietary. I'm like, with that, I'm just tired of that, dude. Honestly, like Glovers that say they have the info. That if we knew what they knew or whatever, like I'm calling bullshit on that until they show it.
Yeah.
That's
He's
it. I'm
got the
not.
same issue. He's got the same issue that we've been reading over and over again, except he's got some fancier overlayer technology that provides more credibility and more belief power behind it. You know, it could be like a classification system, and you know, if only he could disclose it. And if you were to be given the ability to see and have disclosed what that is, you'd be left with the same questions you still have now. You're still not getting to the meat of it. You're still not getting to the actual source of what's going on. And we know what's going on. We don't need anybody to whistleblow or disclose things they shouldn't. We know how this is created. We know how the globe is constructed out of math. It follows a process, a very deliberate process that they describe in their own documents. And this is why I'm like, no, this is not necessarily deception, it's delusion. There might be some key elements of deception that happened more in the past, but I think it's kind of taken on a life of its
Yeah.
own today.
Yeah,
I was all
I agree with
about. I was all about not like. I don't care about knocking down NASA's door, barging in and finding out what secrets they have. I don't care about that. I want them to come out with the information if it's actually the truth. If it's not, like, you can't just be behind closed doors saying, "Well, sorry, but we have the information, but we just can't give it to you." Like
Yeah, how
I
can
don't care about that anymore. Like they can
right?
keep their damn secrets if they want, but then
Remember,
I'm gonna keep telling people that the reason why we don't know what we should know is because they're holding it behind their goddamn closed doors, bro.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
if I could
remember, we
ask them
don't
one
need
question,
any of their information ultimately, right?
we don't. We know what they're doing.
It's
They are taking physical measurements and mathematically contorting them to a ball that exists only in their imagination. Over and over
that's
and
it.
over
It's
again.
it's Globers being obsessive and pushy for this information because they don't want to don't want to accept what can already be presented that just falsifies everything. You know.
Yeah, and the thing
I
is,
say,
we know
forget
the
about
truth.
people like
The
Josh. He's too far gone, no doubt.
Yeah, it's like we know the truth, but the thing is, they say they have the actual truth within the confines of like what's behind the closed door, and it's like I'm not falling for that shit unless they can come out with it. Then don't say it at all. Just say we don't have it. That'd be the easiest way, because if you say we have it, we just can't show you. That's like a promise that nobody can fulfill. You can't. You're not gonna like reveal that someday if it's behind some closed door. You're not gonna do it.
Yeah. But I mean, someone, I forget who it was, they were saying, maybe it was you, Yoda, or something. You were saying something along the lines of, how did any of these people like Josh know that it's just not some advanced simulation running on some database in, say, like fucking the bunker, under the Pentagon or something? You know what I mean? And every time they put a new satellite up, they just add that into the program and then feed back out the expected values and send that to all the operators, and on it goes,
Got to go be back in 15.
And that's what these people like Josh aren't acknowledging or considering, at least, the potential for.
He thought all he had to do was show me a diagram on that link that he has in his bio, and that should be sufficient to support the case that the REL, the arm on the ISS, has a sensor on the other side of it that actually measures the ambient pressure outside of the ISS. I asked him for the fucking device. Excuse my French. but that's what I was asking for. I want the device itself. I don't care about all the other stuff you're showing in the diagram and this is how that works. Just the device and how they tested that device to work in operation in that low pressure environment.
Still nothing from him.
No, I get the runaround, bro. Well, I have to kick the tires on this information and find out from somebody else. And I'm like, dude, I don't care about. You need to come with the goods. If you have the device and the way they've tested it, then show me that. If not, then kick rocks, bro.
Yeah, he's probably just passing on second-hand information at best from some other area at his company. You know, he thinks that information exists all the same, but he's never actually went to check.
Yeah, he's all. I gave you the diagram. It's in my bio. I'm like, dude, I don't care about the diagram. Give me the device and how they tested it. Otherwise, you're not showing me anything, bro. That diagram is like just your idea of what they are, what you think they are doing up there. I want the device that was created that actually measures the ambient pressure up there at that specific torr value. That directly responds to the the argument that we usually have in here with the pressure without a container. That corresponds to that. So that whole argument is its baseline is the fact that it's established that there's a low pressure environment such as the one that they described, with the torr value being at 10 to the -7 in that specific region of the thermosphere. But if there's no way to measure that, then that argument is moot. Either side cannot have it. If you do, then it's just going to be imagining that that pressure environment exists in the way that it does based on some assumption that the pressure environment is what it is. If there's no way to measure that pressure with a gauge that they can know that it's measured this way, then there's no way to declare it. You cannot declare a region of the atmosphere to be at a specific torr value if you have not measured it. Therefore, it renders the argument moot. And if you continue to have it, it's like, well, then you're just giving them the whole. It's just like me giving them. Well, it's not. The sun's not 93 million miles away. The sun is close and local. I can't say close and local because I've already imagined that it could be if it was closer than 93 million miles. So I've given them the argument that if it was 93 million miles, then my sun would be close and local. But that's not neither here. I can't make the argument because I don't know the distance of the sun. So I can't say it's close and local. You get me? So it's a bad argument.
Yeah, when I'm on that, I always say relative to the sun claim of 93 million miles for a
Yeah,
distance
but
claim.
the thing obvious is like, well, whenever we do have that argument, it's because we're already presupposing in their paradigm that we're saying, okay, if their paradigm is true, kind of an idea, like then it was the same with like we're reviewing all the arguments that we've had. I don't know if you were here for that, but it's the same like with the black swan. What we have is not a black swan. You know that, right? It's a white swan.
Yeah.
The black swan is if it was a globe. That would be the black swan. If we found out measurements it was curving, then we'd have to say, well, this is the black swan because all we've seen is a flat level horizon. So now we got a curvature. Like, whoa, that's a black swan.
Yeah, I know. I've heard this lately, and I've always had this kind of position in the back of my mind. You know, that well, basically, we entertain Globers when they have absolutely zilch. You know, we're humoring them, and they don't realize that we're extremely generous to them. But because it's so deep in the religion of the globe, we have to, at least acknowledge it and try and word things and yeah, go into their claims and our, what I mean. But when it really comes down to it, they come in here and they haven't even presented anything tangible for their position. Why should it be acknowledged in the very first place and not just laughed away or brushed off? Yeah, I think the issue is because we have to, while we're trying to dismantle the globe in a glober's mind, we all just also have to educate them on it first. Because they don't know what they believe in. They don't know the implications of anything, you know. They just know these buzzword ideas of what they think proves the Earth's the globe, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, it shows a lot of integrity and a lot of honesty when we're able to review our own arguments to find out if they have any validity still within the context of our discussions here. And then reviewing them, we can say, yeah, I mean, this conversation, this argument might be a little dated. We can kind of retool it, take it back to the workshop, and see what we can do with it. But it's another thing
I
to
think
kind
in
of
the
keep with the argument and insisting that it still holds merit. And you know what I mean? But like I said, the way I told Yoder this, I was like, we have to put it in front of the whole panel. Everybody has to discuss it within our group and find out if it still holds weight, like what it means. And it kind of has to go that way. It can't just be like somebody comes up with a idea that it's a bad argument and carte blanche says that okay, now we're going to switch from that to this other thing. There's a lot of little nuances to every argument to turn it into a good argument, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's cleaning up from the early days of this, the resurgence of flat Earth, where there was just this mad dash to kind of fill out the blank page, quantity over quality. And it's always been getting cleaned up here and there over the years. Some things just fell by the wayside, certain arguments. Others, the Globers have updated. Well, they went from one flawed rebuttal to an argument to a new flawed rebuttal, basically. So an argument from our side has to get rejigged, and that kind of does the trick as well.
I can tell you one that actually fell by
Yeah.
the wayside is plane flights, or airplanes that fly over the Earth, the flight paths. There used to be
Yeah.
there used to be a hot one back in the day.
Yeah, but I think, our side, having to concede that, there's no, well, I don't know if it was concession so much, but there's no, we have no verifiable maps. You know what I mean? So we shouldn't be making claims, or absolute claims at least. Speculation, but not claims. I still think the physics of flight and such are still valid to discuss.
And the pitfalls of the Glober is that they always want to argue the derivative topic instead of the main topic. They always want to go to the thing that is already using the Earth as a globe. It's like, dude, you didn't even start from the premise that the Earth is a globe and start there. You started with, well, how do flights work on your flat Earth? Like,
Yeah. That's the thing. Again, we're generous in even attempting to clean up some of our own arguments when all of their fucking arguments are just fallacious pish to begin with. You know what I mean?
You got a dude in the chat saying you can prove things with fallacious arguments. That's crazy.
they even said that yesterday. Remember the guy you were saying? He was cryptic was actually standing for fallacious reasoning. Was it cryptic?
It's hard to tell anymore. Yeah, it was probably him and everybody else.
Hey guys, breaking news. Dick Cheney died.
No way, dude.
Fucking hell, is he
Is it a
still
party
alive?
or a funeral? What are we doing here?
What was that, you?
I'm surprised he was still alive.
Yeah, right. He had like that heart pump that was like a fish tank just cycling blood through.
Yeah, that wasn't blood, Bo. That dude didn't have any blood in his body.
Crazy world, man. It's so freaking crazy.
Remember he shot somebody in the face, bro? He
Yeah, during
blasted
a
someone from
hunting,
point blank range.
quail hunting or something, and shoot your bro in the like. How the hell?
From like 10 feet.
Yeah.
I'm sick of having other people kill people for me. I want to try it myself. Stand over there. Put these feathers on you. Officer, I thought he was a quail. There's feathers all over him.
You know, one of the most mysterious deaths that's always kind of bothered me was CIA Director William Casey. You ever hear what happened to him?
Yeah, his death. I've never really looked into his death, but I remember even then people thought that was suspicious that he just like dropped dead out of nowhere.
Did he get heart attacked
Yeah.
or something?
No, so I mean, picture this, like it happened in the 90s. He was already pretty old. So he had a lot of secrets from like the OSS days and space and all kinds of stuff. But a story goes he was just out fishing like he normally does by himself and fell off the boat and drowned in the river.
I find
That's
that
it.
hard to believe.
Right. Okay.
Like you
Yep.
literally to not
Yeah.
drown, all you got to do is like fill your lungs with air and lay on your back. It's not hard.
No.
Yeah, but before that, they found him with 3 shots to the back of the head that were there.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, though, I have a
Yeah,
heart
with a
attack
rifle,
thing.
rifle bullet shots.
You
He
don't
was
usually
double
fish
jointed.
in very turbulent waters.
One of the JFK witnesses shot themselves in the back of the head with a shotgun somehow.
Yeah,
Like, was he
that's right.
double jointed, man? Like, how do you even get your arms like that?
Trick shot.
Same fate as what's that guy? Gary, what's his name? The journalist who did the thing on the CIA coke trade.
No, Gary Webb.
Yeah.
I actually saw a thing about that. They're trying to rewrite that history. Recently, I seen a thing basically rehashing about, oh, he was right, but he was wrong. So they're turning it into like a limited hangout.
They always do that, man. They disclose just enough to provide an alternate narrative that satisfies all the false leads that have been placed out there in the first place.
It was just a few bad apples.
I wonder if they're going to pivot with 9/11. Like, yeah, it was not only all the vertical silos of intelligence that weren't sharing information with each other and some incompetence, but there's a little something else too going on. We'll take the fall for that.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories.
Yeah, I got to think, like back in the day, it was a lot easier for them to create a completely false narrative and tie up the loose ends for the public to believe in. But with the internet and so many independent journalists, it seems that the playbook has changed, that they can no longer do that. So what do? They just they just create a whole bunch of false leads and they muddy the story to make it as incoherent as fucking possible. I think 9/11 was one of the shining examples of when this was first happening. And on top of that, the big break, the big leap that's going to crack the case wide open is always just around the corner. And nothing gets resolved, obviously. I mean, look at everything, dude, that's happened. The Epstein stuff, some shootings, some Las Vegas shooting primarily. Like, what the hell was that?
Yeah,
Wasn't
I
that?
can't make heads or tails of the Las Vegas one. That's like that dude straight up looked like he had a fucking Browning 50 or something, or Brown 30. He was like,
Yeah.
dude, that was nuts. That wasn't even like a saw, dude. That was bigger than that. Had to be.
Oh man, I couldn't be the guy to carry a saw.
I seen a video of a dude getting smoked by a saw in Iraq. You could literally see the fucking daylight through the hole in his head.
Yeah.
It like literally just went through his head out the other side and made like a 2-inch hole. He was dumb, dude. He like tried to like run in the street with his AK and just like post and just like I don't even know what he was trying to do. He didn't make it though.
Wow.
I think the bullet that actually got him ricocheted off the ground. I think he got hit with a tracer around or something. It's an old video.
Oh. Sounds like something I've seen.
The 2-inch hole in his head and he didn't make it.
Now, you could literally see the daylight out the other side because like it was so fast, like he wasn't bleeding it.
Yeah.
You know what I
Oh,
mean? The
damn.
blood wasn't oozing out the hole, just like a cow punch, man.
Yeah, you're making a bad case for the Charlie Kirk thing there, Indio.
Oops. That's another contaminated crime scene.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing come from any of the presidential assassination attempts. Nothing coming from Charlie Kirk. Like nothing coming from any fucking thing. So we used to at least get a narrative that maybe seemed believable and we could all move on feeling satisfied. But there's been no satisfaction for any of these mass tragedies. And that itself might be a psyop.
Well, think about the OJ
Some
crime
kind of
scene, the Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman murder. That
Yeah.
crime scene was like, dude, that was I don't even know what you call that. Just like everybody's running around in like full onesies, not to contaminate the crime scene. There's like hundreds of people there to collect evidence, and like, okay, 2 randos get killed in L.A. and you're doing all this. A major political figure gets assassinated and you don't do anything. Like it's
Right.
it's pretty crazy. Like I never understand how like they mess up the crime scene in the big cases, but it's the little cases all of a sudden they're like Sherlock Holmes. Oh man, want to hear something horrible? I just read a news article, dude. He just did like what was it? Like a freaking 60-year bid on a murder charge that he turned out to be innocent, and they let him go. But he was like from India, and like 3 days later, they snatched him up to deport him. They pinned him on like a murder when he was like 18 years old, and he's been like in prison now. He's like an old man. He got out, and they're like, "Well, You're here illegally buying.
Holy
Fucking hell.
crap!
Yeah, dude. I mean, have some mercy, man. Come on.
Yeah, I think he could pass his citizenship 60 years in an American prison. Can owe him a green
I mean, he has
card.
a pretty good argument. I couldn't apply for citizenship because I was a felon. You know, should be easy now. See,
Right.
he's been exonerated, not just like found not guilty. He's been found innocent, as in exonerated. He didn't do it, which is pretty difficult. Being found not guilty is one thing.
Do
Being
they-
exonerated is another thing.
Is there no forms of compensation for cases like that?
Is there no what?
These people in these types of cases that lose significant years of their life, is there no serious compensation for these people?
Only if there was some sort of malfeasance.
Or wasn't the malfeasance like the government being fucking useless in their reasoning and conclusions?
Well, I don't know the facts of the case, so I can't speak on that. But usually, what happens, even so, there was a case in Massachusetts where the guy was convicted of murder and kidnapping and murder, and the DNA test, 30 years later, showed that it wasn't him, right? That did the rape murder part. But they're like, well, he could have did the kidnapping. He could have been an accomplice. So until we exonerate him for that, like, we're not going to let him out. Like, they really tried to spur this fucking guy because he was exonerated for the rape murder, but he wasn't exonerated for the kidnapping. No, they didn't really have evidence. Like, it was all linked together. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, if he didn't do the rape murder, he didn't do the kidnapping. But they tried to make some argument that somehow he was like an accomplice to the real murderer. Yeah, he could have still did it.
Trying to save face.
But I mean, there could have been I mean, you could have people can be convicted by mistake. If it's the actual honest mistake, that can happen, obviously. Or he got exonerated based upon technology that didn't exist then. You know what I mean? He
I
got
can
DNA.
understand them cases,
And yeah. I mean, I don't know his circumstance. I mean, they probably fucked him over because he was like, can't say the word. He was from India.
It reminds me of that. It was a good movie. Denzel Washington, The Hurricane. Oh, I forgot who it's even based on now. I haven't seen it in years.
There's something in America called the Innocence Project. Some bunch of lawyers that take cases and try to get people exonerated for all sorts of crimes. Last time I looked, which is like a decade ago, they were at something like 1,500 people. And these are people, we're not talking like subsequently found not guilty, people that are exonerated. There's something called the Exoneration Registry. And you can look on that, and these are people that are found not just not guilty. Not guilty means they just didn't prove it. This is exonerated, mean this guy couldn't have possibly done it.
It's mad.
Which makes you wonder how did they accumulate enough evidence to get a conviction against the guy that couldn't have possibly done it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Have you guys heard about that Age of Disclosure documentary that's coming out on November 21st by ABC Network?
No, what is it about UFOs?
Dude, you should look it up. Like, go to Twitter, type Age of Disclosure, and read. Like, it is gaining so much traction. The guy who produced it is one of Steven Spielberg's producers. And some of the keynote people they interview include General James Clapper, Dan Crenshaw, and Marco Rubio. Lou Elizondo is on his Twitter feed saying this is one of the proudest accomplishments of his career, helping put this together. It's the craziest fucking thing. Like, really, like, of all the people that you could get to go speak on this topic, General Clapper, really? The NSA guy who lied to Congress, allegedly? Regarding
Allegedly.
American
Did
surveillance.
your lawyer tell you to say allegedly?
Dude, I gotta be careful.
I'll say it then. Allegedly my ass.
It's kind of weird, Yoder. I don't. There's probably no link to this, but I can't help but notice that some of these individuals have surnames. I mean, there's probably no link to that, but it just, I don't know.
I'm thinking of all the people that are potentially connected to this issue. How the hell are these people going to be your headliners? What the hell does the director of NSA really know about UFOs and UAPs? Honestly, I mean, we're not talking like the director of the National Reconnaissance Office,
Yeah.
or some CIA program. It's a freaking electronic. I mean, you know what they do.
Plus,
It's like talking to Josh, right?
Plus, they're political appointees. Oh, the people you listed are political. They don't have any information. Like if it's a super secret program, they're not giving to the people that are going in and out.
Yep.
You're going to be entrenched, right? You've checked in. You're never leaving. Basically, those are the people they're going to know.
Right. To have credibility, I'd be like, where are the people from like the national laboratories? Where are the people from these like high energy physics labs and that kind of shit? No. It's all freaking politicians and spooks. Also on the list are like 4 or 5 I guess retired CIA officers. Really? Show me some of the scientists, folks. Come on. Like the guy that was manning, whatever sensor equipment that day, what he collected, what intrigued him about the data collection, what thoughts went through his head, who did he call to get confirmation? Like, what
I've been
about all
saying the
that
same
shit?
thing. I've been saying the same thing, Yoder. That's exactly the questions I'm asking too. I'm tired of this fluff piece bull crap that we've been getting about. Oh, well, Josh can give us information that you can look up from the NASA website. Like, dude, we can all do that. It would have moved the needle a long time ago if we would have just looked it up ourselves and found out the information. But it doesn't, it's not sufficient to answer the question. It just isn't. And he might be a little butthurt about it, but it's not his. I mean, it's not our fault that our questions are very specific. And he's like, Jesus. I'm like, well, dude, I mean, you want to take on this mission, like you have to know the information. Like if you don't know it, sorry. Like, hey, what do you want me to do? We need to have these questions answered. If they can't be answered, then you're not the guy, bro.
Come on, man, just go hands on. Deep dive. Let's do a deep dive on it right now. Let's go hands on into the propaganda. We can read the propaganda together. I'll interpret it for you so you're thoroughly brainwashed.
Bingo. I liked what AI Overlord said last night. He's like, all right. He's like, if you want to impress me get an astronaut to put on an astronaut suit, have him hold up that ion pressure gauge from the REL system on the ISS. It's supposedly in a 10 to the -7 torr environment. And let's pull that vacuum and let's have him get some readings and hold it up for everybody and see what happens.
Never gonna happen. Never going to happen.
And
Well,
what
we
are they
got
going to say? It's
we got
too
a cool diagram.
dangerous. It's too risky.
Yeah.
You can't put
Yeah.
their life at risk.
Yeah,
And
better get Don Pettit on the case.
then we get like a bunch of like apologetics coming from Josh, you know? Oh man. Well, then let me go talk to the guy that has direct. I was like, dude, like look how many steps removed you are from this information if that's the case. Like you just it's frustrating, bro. Because they like these Globers think that they have the answer. They don't. Unless you're the person that can actually test and verify the thing we want to know that is supposedly working in that environment, bro. It runs
At
me some
first, he's
kind of
like,
hot, man. It does.
dude,
I ain't gonna lie.
at first he's like, I got a guy, a contact at REL who I can talk to and ask these questions. And I'm like, dude, REL is the name of the device, not the company who built it. He's like, oh, let me go check that up. Oh, Boeing built the REL. And I'm like, okay, the REL is a device containing the ion pressure gauge. Who built that? I don't know, one of the subcontractors probably. I could probably
Yeah.
get their name and pass on questions too. I'm like, yeah, come on, dude, get out of here.
He said he talked. That's a straight up lying, bro.
Well, he says he's got a.
I know Amish don't want to say it. I'll say it. That's just straight up lying. When you say, yeah, I know a guy at that company, when you're not, the name of that isn't even a company.
Exactly.
That's cuckoo, dude. Okay, the gloves are off now, dude.
Yep, REL, RELL. I forgot what it stands for. It's the name of the master system that supposedly does all these pressure readings in order to measure leaks that are coming out of the ISS and out into the space environment. And it's supposedly got a dual interface. And a subcomponent of that is an ion gauge that actually does the sensor readings. And what they do is